Hello, Internets, and welcome to Creative Live. My name is Kenna Klosterman, and I will be your host today, along with Mr. Russ Andes. How are you doing this morning, Russ?
I am terribly excited to be here. Porter is a wonderful person. We've been meeting with her the past couple days, and I cannot wait to see what she has to give out today.
Excellent. Well, we are going to do about 10 minutes of pre-show here, everyone. So click on the green chat room icon beneath the video that you're watching and join us here. Let us know where you are joining us from, and let us know what kind of business you're in as well. We'd love to get a sense of who our audience is out there. And we're just going to, like I said, do a few minutes. Let us know if you can see us and hear us now. Well, like Russ said, we are very, very excited for our instructor for the next 3 days. Porter Gale has a 20-year history in marketing and branding, and she is here with 13 special guests over the course of the 3 days who are all entrepreneurs, and they are going to give you the best of how to build a business. Porter was the Vice President of Marketing for Virgin America, a spectacular brand, and I can't wait to hear more about that. So Porter Gale, how are you doing this morning? Let's give Porter a round of applause.
Thank you. It's so great to be here. We've had so much fun getting ready, and we've got a great class with us today. It's going to be a wonderful 3-day session.
That it is. That it is.
Good. We do have, as mentioned, a wonderful little group of people here. So let's go ahead and have them introduce themselves. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us your name, where you're from, and a little bit about your business, where you are kind of in that, and what your business is.
Ladies first.
Oh,
And you'll need to grab the mic.
go ahead and start right here. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jeff Skult. I'm from San Francisco. I own a company called Golden Goods, and it's a fashion t-shirt company. We basically make somebody's favorite t-shirt that has a logo on it for rock bands and cool brands, and we do it all from our own t-shirt blanks all the way through to design and printing. You can check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/goldengoods.
Hi there, my name is Dan Shaw from Seattle, Washington, and I run a company called My Online Tech Guy. And it is a video site dedicated to providing these bite-sized videos on how to deal with your technology, from iPhones to iPads to Android devices to computers. And if you want to get a little more information on that, you can go to myonlinetechguy.com.
Hi, my name is Michelle Pearson, and I'm in the early stages of an idea for my business. It's a website called SeattleYogaSource.com. It's not live yet, but I'm in the planning stages. And it'll be a community site for yoga practitioners in Seattle, and also a media outlet for studios and for teachers here that hopefully could go on to sponsor events for yoga, people interested in yoga in the Seattle area.
Hi, my name is Tracy Birdsell. I am from Los Angeles, California. I am a photographer, and I started shooting an annual vintage-inspired pinup calendar of women who have survived cancer. And I found that it's a really great way to heal the relationship between you and your body after you've had a life-altering experience like cancer. And you can find us at facebook.com/love12, and 12 is spelled out TWELVE.
My name is Emily Silver. I'm a 2008 Olympic silver medalist, and currently living in San Jose, California. I'm working for a company right now doing a lot of their social media marketing, and I'm here to learn more about building your brand and skills that I can use currently and in the future. And you can follow me on Twitter at Emily_Silver.
And we have a number of people joining us online, of course. We have Tony Vogue joining us from Vietnam. We have Bruce Houghton joining from Virginia. He is in the entertainment business, the live touring and music tech.
Cool. We have Control-Alt-Lee, who is from Indiana and can see us and hear us fine. We have Yes and Girl, who is hello from Black Forest of Germany. We have San Juan, Puerto Rico, Elba.
Wow.
Sacramento, Pittsburgh, Dallas, Texas.
We have Manish Singh from Jaipur, India. Control-Alt-Lee. Oh, you read that one.
I did.
Rainey from Sierra Madre. We've got people coming in from all over the place.
And
This is
people
great.
are starting to tell us what their businesses are as well and why they are excited to be here. So keep doing that. Keep bringing those in. We have Dorian who says, I'm so excited about this. I just got my final logo design from my designer last night, and I'm so ready to find out where I go next.
Great. I think we're going to have to take the show on the road and visit some of those locations, right?
Right. And I'll be your host.
Perfect.
I'll come with too.
Yeah.
It'll be a team effort. Love it. We have a ACE life coach from South Jersey, USA, who is very excited because they're currently in the process of branding themselves.
Great.
So, and it seems like that's kind of where a lot of people are, is just in the process of figuring out what is their brand, what are they going to do with their marketing. And so this is coming at a good time for a lot of you.
Well, and I'm excited to get into the discussion about what does that even mean?
Right.
What is a brand?
Right.
We have hello from Jordan Brantley, who says, hello from Jacksonville, Florida. I'm a designer and blogger with a passion for helping creatives turn their crazy dreams into a reality. That's what we're here for too. I love it. Can't wait to hear from Porter.
We have Megan Chase Photography, who is a wedding photographer from Fairfax. We also have Samir from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So welcome.
Nice. Kay Bay says, hi, I'm Kay from the Bay Area. My brand business will be revealed in the next 3 days, and I can't wait. The suspense is killing me.
Well,
How
that
does
sounds
that make
like a
you
good
feel?
lead-in, right?
Yeah, right?
Yeah, good segue.
Right?
Oh, it's very exciting. I mean, especially to have people around the globe.
Yeah.
It's just really fun. I think we're going to have a great couple of days, and I can't wait to get started.
Good.
Fantastic.
Well, we still have a couple more minutes to read some shout-outs before we
Sure.
actually start with my intro at 9 o'clock.
Is there anyone from Minnesota on there where
Ooh,
I grew
let's
up?
find out.
See, anyone out there from Minnesota, say hi.
Where in Minnesota?
Minnetonka.
Okay.
Oh. Pseudo Sue says exotic and tropical Minnesota, and then in parentheses, not. I lived in Minneapolis for 1 year.
All right.
So we have Elba, who is a business planner, among other things like graphic designer, web developer, promotional products consultant. We have Kelly Bennett, who is starting a Green Power community program that's in desperate need of a brand identity.
Oh, fabulous.
It's really cool.
And Carrie Kay is from Westchester, New York. I'm a virtual assistant and I own a cooking business. I think that'll be interesting. A lot of times, Porter, we have people in our audience who do multiple things and have multiple audiences, and we get a lot of questions around, what do I do when I have 2 different client sets? So that'll be, that's good that we have more people like that.
This is great. Yeah, Yummyholic says, this is really awesome. I didn't realize Creative Live's audience was so global. That's one of the things that we personally love, is being able to just have that impact, to be able to reach people across the globe. It's something that just makes us personally very happy. you know.
Right.
It's being able to bring people like Porter, who aren't able to go to every city that we're reading out here, and help you guys out.
I would try. It just would be a little tough, right?
It would be. Schedule would be difficult.
So one more thing, Porter, we have Heather Piedmont who says, I love Porter and I'm about to pre-order her book.
Oh,
And
that's nice.
Yes,
Thank you.
and so you have a new book coming out. Is it June 4th?
June 4th, I have a
June
new
4th.
book coming out. Your network is your net worth, and it's all about the power of relationships and how relationships are really what drive kind of our happiness, our success, and even our productivity with work. And there's lots of great stories in it. So I'm very excited about it.
So are we. And so I'm glad that people out there are already pre-ordering. That's fabulous to hear.
Thank you.
So it is 9 o'clock and we are ready to get started. So everyone, welcome again to Creative Live. We're here with Porter Gale and her 3-day class on building a brand. I'm going to give you a quick tutorial about how to watch today's class, how to ask questions and chat, and how to purchase the course videos. There's one place to watch Creative Live, and that is creativelive.com/live. You can take us on the go with your iPhone, iPad, or Android-friendly device. So wherever you are in your city, all over the world, at work, at home, you can take Porter to go on whatever device it is that you have, which I just love that. I love envisioning people all over the world with their iPads and iPhones and watching on there. So that is a great thing about Creative Live. So let's take a look at the live course page there. This is creativelive.com/live2. When you go to Creative Live, you can also find the broadcast. There's a Watch Live green button up there next to our logo. And you can hover on that. It'll give you two different options. Today we do have two broadcasts going at the same time. So again, pick the one that you are, well, you've already picked the one that you're here to watch. We are excited to bring our global community together here in the chat room. So again, there is an icon there beneath the screen about where you can chat with us. Also, the way that Creative Live works is you can choose to purchase the course of videos here for what we're going to be doing over the next 3 days. You can see the button, Buy Now button, that is right beneath the video that you're watching. And this is a $249 course. But during the live event, you can purchase the course and anytime access to the videos for $149. And we will talk about the ebook that comes along with that as well and the bonus materials. We'll talk about that later. Again, I invite you all to join the global conversation. We are so excited to have all these people in here already that are ready to learn how to grow their businesses. Open up that chat button and it'll provide you with 3 tabs across the top. The first tab is the Creative Live tab, and this is where we invite you to have your on-topic conversations. So there is a lot of knowledge out there in the world about this subject matter, and we invite you to share it with each other. That is the cool part about this virtual community and virtual classroom, is that not only can you ask Porter questions and her guests, but you can share knowledge and resources with each other. So the second tab is the Creative Cues tab, and this is where we invite you to drop in your questions for Porter and her guests over the course of the 3 days. When you do that, take a second to let us know where you're joining us from so that, again, we can shout that out and you can see that global community. We have a team of people that are behind the scenes that are helping cue those questions up so that Russ and I can pass them along when it is the on-topic and appropriate time. So no need to keep asking your questions multiple times. We have them in a list for you. And finally, we have the Creative Lounge, and this is the chat room for you guys to really build community. Again, global audience, get to know each other in there, have fun, have your off-topic conversations there in the lounge. In addition to the chat room, we also take this dialogue on social networks. So we invite you to join the conversation on Facebook, creativelive.com/Facebook, facebook.com/creativelive. Actually, I think if you do the other way, it works too.
I'm pretty sure you're right.
Again, we'll be looking for your questions and interaction and comments on our Facebook page. And we are using the hashtag PorterLive. So we'll be looking for your comments and questions on that hashtag as well. So once again, let me tell you about the way that Creative Live works for those of you that might be new to us. And if you are, welcome to Creative Live. Our mission here is to bring world-class educators to as many people around the world for free. This is really an incredible thing that I think we are doing and kind of at the forefront of this rapidly growing education space, online education space. And like I said, we are so excited to be able to bring you Porter, who might not be able to travel all around the world and teach a 3-day class to everybody out there. If you aren't able to watch the whole thing, if you see sections that you know you're going to need to have as a reference to refer back to as you're building your business, you don't build a business in one day, then again, you can purchase anytime access to these videos and you can take them on your own pace. The videos are $249 for this workshop plus the bonus materials. However, during the live event, so over these next 3 days, you can purchase it for $149. And when you think about the investments that you make in your business, this is an incredible value, and that is what we are here to do at Creative Live. So we are giving away a number of very exciting prizes throughout the day and for the 3 days. So there are 2 different ways that you can enter our quote contest. The first way is on Creative Live's Facebook page. You'll see a little green icon there that says Porter Quote Contest. You are going to listen for your favorite quotes or tips throughout the day. We're looking for things that are educational, that are inspirational, that are fun. And you enter the contest there on Facebook by you can fill that out, the form out. You can do that once per hour on Facebook. Those are their rules. But on Twitter, you can enter as many times as you'd like. Again, make sure you are following at Porter Gale. Make sure you're also following at Creative Live because that's how we notify winners that they have won prizes and how to get them. So make sure you're following both of us. Then what you need to include along with your favorite quote or tip is the course page URL for this course. You see that on the screen right now, the short version. You can also at any time go to the course page, copy and paste that URL, include that in your tweet. That is how we search for them. And if you go to creativelive.com/blog throughout the next 3 days, that is, again, you can get a reminder about how to enter this contest. Also on the blog is actually another blog post that covers all the different guests that are going to be here in the next few days. So I highly recommend that you go and check that out over break or over lunch as well. All right, everyone. So with that, I am so excited to again introduce Porter Gale. Porter is a highly esteemed consultant, advises a number of businesses. After her 20-plus year career, she's the VP of Marketing for Virgin America. What an incredible brand that is. And we're going to be teaching about how to take your business, not just your brand and what that is, but take your business to the next level and how to get to the front pages of major publications. That has been one of your expertise. And we are going to be talking about creative development, social media, email marketing, PR, and again, I'm so excited. So big round of applause for Porter Gale.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Now, do I have to talk in sound bites if people are going to be looking for quotes? I'll just do little bits all day long. It's great to be here, everybody. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the course first, and then we'll move into it. This first module is going to be an hour and a half. But what we're doing, as you can see on the course cover, we've developed a program where we're actually taking you through 12 modules over the 3 days. So today we're going to go through business basics, naming, legal, and branding and creative. I'm going to bring on 3 experts. I'm also going to be doing a Skype call with Mike, the CEO of the Dollar Shave Club, which is going to be really exciting this afternoon. And we'll have a couple of breaks, and then day 2 and day 3, you can see those there. So, first of all, I love all of your business ideas, and it was funny when you were going through them. I love t-shirts. I think my mom could use your online tech service, so I'm going to be calling you. Next time she has a problem, I'm going to call you. Yoga, I love yoga. Breast cancer projects, you and I have talked about that. We've definitely worked on that. And very excited about your business and all your social media projects too. So definitely give me thoughts on questions that you have and stop me if you want to talk about some of these ideas. So here's our agenda for day 1. We're going to do the business basics. We'll take a quick break. Then we'll get into naming. We'll take another break. We'll have legal, another break, and then branding and creative, and a wrap-up and a Q&A. So keep your questions for me. The ebook that we mentioned earlier is something that we put together specifically for this class. So it is actually 79 pages. And what I did was I looked at entrepreneurs that I thought were really interesting, had great stories, included all of their profiles. There's tons of resource lists in the course book, a lot of exercises, and then questions that you should ask with your team, things that you could think about for each section, and also a reading list and also some quotes. So it's a very dense book with a lot of great information in it. Module 1, business basics. Well, first, I just want to talk a little bit about what is a brand. I think a lot of people, when they start thinking about a brand, they'll think it's a logo, it's a corporate identity, and it's actually much bigger than that. I see Tracy's shaking her head, yes. A brand is really the summary of all the thoughts and feelings that people have about your product or your service. So every single touch point, from how somebody's talking on the telephone, the follow through in a packaging, how they're getting t-shirts, what all the materials look like, everything kind of comes together and builds a whole feeling of a thought and of the brand. So that's why we have so many modules, because it's actually not simple. You really need to consider it and think about everything that you're doing. So the foundation, or the business basics, in this module, what we're going to be talking about are all the things that you should be asking and thinking about as you're starting your business. One thing that I used to say with my team at Virgin America was fighting mediocrity. That was a quote that I used all the time. So that could be quote number 1 for our people. But what that is, it's really trying to raise the bar in everything that you're doing. So in your t-shirt company, in your tech company, the yoga business, how can you raise the bar and do anything better than the competition? Okay?
Just giving you an idea of the resource lists that are in the book. So Module 1, there's a couple of people and a couple of resources that I would highly recommend. Dave McClure is a San Francisco venture capitalist. He actually has a company called 500 Startups. He mentors a lot of people. He has probably 20 SlideShare presentations on SlideShare. Fabulous information. Today, with technology, there's so much that we can learn at our fingertips. And so he actually had a presentation all about the one-page business plan, the one-page marketing plan. We're going to be doing that today. Seth Godin is also another author who is a thought leader, a business author. I highly recommend looking at Bootstrapper's Bible. It's all about kind of an entrepreneurial mindset and how to stay focused and passionate, because obviously being entrepreneurial is a great path to be on, but you need to have focus and commitment. And you don't want to go it alone too, right? You want to connect in with a community. You want to see what other people are thinking. The next two websites are definitely communities for entrepreneurs with all sorts of ideas and tips. Again, so much is out there now. We didn't have this, 15 or 20 years ago, where we have lots of contact and ideas. Angel List for people that are seeking funding in the startup space. It's a site that matches startups with potential funders. So that's one that might be interesting to look at. Kickstarter, crowdsource fundraising. We're actually going to be doing a module on that tomorrow, which is quite fun. And then AppSumo is another one where you can actually get a lot of apps and kind of hacker tips to business. So email templates, productivity templates, all sorts of things where they're low cost, but made for the small business owner. So this is just an idea of some of the types of resources that are in the book. Each section has about 20 or 30 resources. So in Module 1, we've got quite a few exercises we're going to go through, and the exercises are at the end of the section. So sit tight. I'm going to have you guys do something called the funnel test, and don't worry, it's not beer bongs or anything like that. We're going to talk about your mission and your vision. We're going to talk about what a brand book is. We're going to do the one-page business plan, one-page marketing plan. And then I'm also going to talk about requests for proposal and why that's important to know how to do that. Jeff's shaking his head. You've probably done quite a few of those with your company. There's no way to fake hustle. Start off with a quote from a good friend of mine, Gary Vanderchuck, who is a social media enthusiast. He has a company called Wine Library TV. And this is something that I just want you guys to think about, that on this road, what you really need to do is think about, are you truly passionate about your business? I recently wrote an article for Huffington Post about venture money and what made a company successful when they were getting venture money. And a lot of the VCs were saying they look for passion. They look for so much passion that you could actually walk through walls, right? That you just like are unstoppable. So a couple stories about passion just to keep in mind, and I want you to think about your businesses that you're starting and really ask yourself now, are you passionate about what you're doing? Jessica, here in the middle, she's got the scissor. Jessica used to work with me at an ad agency about 15 years ago. And when I was at Virgin America, I called her and I said, I've got this great company I'm working at. You should come and work on my online team. So she came in. She said, I actually am really passionate about Pilates, and I'm worried that this startup, I'm not going to be able to focus on my passion. And I thought, well, okay, well, that's honest, right? So she declined the opportunity. Here I am looking on Facebook several years later, and she had opened up her own studio. So Jessica obviously made a commitment. She turned down opportunities, focused on what she wanted to do. It was a 6-year process for her, but she now has her own studio, and she followed her dream. So that's the type of passion that entrepreneurs need to have. You need to decide, are you ready to put this as a priority? Is it something that you really want to focus on? A couple people that we're going to be talking about today. This is Cara Golden. She started a company that went up against soda companies. She has 3 or 4 children, and she decided she wanted to have products that were not sugary, so Hint Water is her company. She started it out of her home. Ido is the CEO of Yes to Carrots. Now, a funny thing about Ido, he has worn the color orange every day for the last 6 years, right? That's passion, right? He did that because it's obviously his company color, but it reminds him of where he began and where he started. And he also thinks that that color is going to make people happy and get excited. So again, it's an example of passion for a brand, passion for a company, and you'll also have an opportunity to win some of his products today. Okay, so here we go. We've got some questions we're going to start talking about. One of the first things that you really need to think about are trends in the marketplace. And what trends do you have that are supporting your business idea? Now, obviously, Dan, with your company, technology, we've got a lot of trends. More people are going online. They're having multiple devices, right? That's probably getting more complicated. We've got Androids and iPhones, and we're trying to upgrade. So lots of things there. Health and wellness trends are supporting the yoga businesses, fitness. A lot of businesses are getting into subscriptions. There could be a subscription model for t-shirts. We also have other trends like aging demographics. So all these things are really important to think about. Now, in your business, you might think, well, why can't I just focus on what I'm doing and keep my head down? What I found over time is that if you research and if you keep yourself apprised of all the things around you, that's when you're going to find those aha moments. You're going to figure out how you can do things better and different than the competition. Richard Branson, a lot of his businesses, obviously Virgin, and most of you have probably heard of Richard Branson, always said, be a consumer champion. Put the consumer first. So if you're not out there thinking about what the consumer is doing with your product, with the competition, how can you put them first? Positioning. Again, this is a really important thing when you're thinking about your brand. How do you want to position your company? Now, when you're launching a company, there's really two ways that you can do it. You can either do it different or better than the competition, or lower priced. So you need to decide, am I going to price cut and go low? Or do I want to try to go the branded route, do something different and better? So when you're thinking about this, taking Virgin America as an example, our whole position was that we wanted to innovate and create an airline that people actually loved. That's a crazy idea to think about an airline that people loved, right? Most people would think about, oh, I lost my bags, I had a horrible flight, they gave me peanuts. But for us, we decided that was it. Our business model was going to be an airline that people love. So every single touch point we looked at it, we thought, what's the consumer going to think about the mood lighting? What's the consumer going to think about the seats, right? So you have to keep that in the front of your mind. And if you have a clear position for your company, it's much easier to think about execution. How will you test your idea? Well, today we're lucky that we can actually do more testing online. It was much harder, 10 or 15 years ago. There's a lot more opportunities for testing things. You can test if people like an idea. You can do A/B testing on a website. You can start looking at what's effective, what's not effective. So I would encourage you to think about even photographs with your calendars. You can test people's response. Which images do they like better? So always think about that. And if you're asking partners, know how are you going to test. Your core purpose. This is another thing that I think is important. It's thinking about the higher level. What are you really trying to do, and the one thing that's never going to change? Now, Dan, your business, your core purpose may be ease of use and getting people away from that frenzy when they have technology problems. Google's organizing information. Disney's making people happy. Zappos, it's not about shoes. It's actually about creating happiness. I don't know if you've read that book, but Zappos, their whole position is about creating happiness. And what they found is that in their culture, because of this, they have happier employees, people that are more motivated, and customers that come back. They found that having a higher purpose actually elevated them beyond shoes to this great, amazing brand. So think about that. Are you really trying to achieve something that's a little bit higher? Jeff, for you, with t-shirts, you might actually be giving people an experience of the band. They're remembering this entertainment moment. They're remembering kind of that experience. It's not just a t-shirt, is it? Right? Okay. The barriers. Very important to think about what the barriers could be in your business. For example, Cara with Hint Water, I was talking with her about that. How do you think it is when you're manufacturing a product and you're the small bottler and you've got an order that's coming through on a big plant and you're going up against a Coke or the Pepsi? Do you think you're going to get priority treatment? That was a big challenge for her, finding bottlers who would actually support her production line. For Virgin America, some of the barriers that happen in the airline industry, and thankfully, Dan, you don't have to worry about fuel prices that much in your business, but for an airline, things like fuel prices, devastating. When fuel would spike, all of a sudden our cost of operating would go through the roof. Swine flu, I don't know if you remember a couple years ago, swine flu. Crazy for the airline, people stopped flying. So you have to think about, is there anything on the outside that's going to impact my business? Now with yoga, there could be a new type of exercise that comes in that people get very excited about, Zumba, right? So think about that. Maybe there's a lawsuit, maybe you have a name that hasn't been trademarked. Know what your barriers are so that you can turn them into opportunities and be prepared. Scaling and growth, another thing that's really important is to think about how am I going to scale and grow. Now, since I did have pre-phone calls with a couple of you, we've talked about this a little bit. Your business, Dan, it's just you. You obviously have the videos that you're going to be able to scale over the internet. But you need to think about this. Jeff, manufacturing plants, what happens when you get that huge order and you're like, oh no, I need to do 10,000 t-shirts now and I'm only ready for 2,000 or 3,000? You're ready for 10? Perfect. That doesn't surprise me. So think about what you're going to do when you're going to scale, right? What happens when you get to the point when you need a new employee to help you with all the content, or you need someone to help you with partnerships going out to get new yoga companies into the brand. What do you have that you can automate, right? Dan, anything you can think of that you can automate there? Your videos, are they all online? You ready to automate them and keep them out there? Yep.
Yeah, especially from my side, I think spending the time on the front end to have the procedure down so that when things do pick up, you're pretty much ready to go and just it's sort of just taken care of in a way. You know, if you spend that extra time, if you do it sloppily, then it's going to be a whole bunch of issues down the road. So you want to take the time to do so.
That's right. And when we talked to Mike from Dollar Shave Club, when we talk about his video, what happened when he got tons of website hits, he wasn't ready and his servers went down. So you need to think about that, the growth that could happen, and be ready for it. Okay? Things to consider, obviously manufacturing, economies of scale. Lots of times there's a positive aspect of growth too, where you can have lower costs. So that's a good thing. And then staffing. Distribution. This is another thing that sometimes people think, oh, I'm just going to market it. But you need to think about distribution too. Jeff, you probably are out there selling really rapidly. I know that right now you're business to business, but you've mentioned to me that you want to do a consumer-facing brand. So you obviously are going to have to think about pop-up store, retail location, online. What's the distribution channel that's going to happen for you? For us, again, using Virgin America as an example, we had this great product, but we didn't have a lot of the online retailers, the Orbits, the cheap tickets, those types of things lined up when we launched. You can't sell through those channels if you're not there. So what are all the distribution channels that can help you with your business? Partners. I am a huge believer in partnership strategy. I think that collaboration and innovation coming together is really kind of the new way to do business. In the past, a lot of innovation was singly focused, but now partnership can be cost effective. Bring new ideas to the table. For example, Michelle, I bet if you brought a bunch of yoga instructors together or studio owners together, a brainstorming session with them, you'd probably learn so much about what people in the community are looking for, and also figure out ways to get your idea out there in a much faster process. How to run a fair request for proposal. I'm just going to quickly go through this. But the reason I bring this up is because sometimes when we're making decisions about partners, there is a payment that needs to happen. Maybe it's somebody that we're hiring. I have always recommended to people that you triple bid. Now, a lot of times, you might have a limited amount of time. You're like, I'm just going to do this. But if you start getting into a process where you actually are running RFPs that are very thorough, you might have lower costs come in because you can start negotiating things. You can save money. You can put together real selection criteria of what you're looking for. And also when you start bringing in other advisors, when they want to know why did you pick which partner, you've got all the documentation. So running a fair RFP is really important. Okay, now we're going to dive into some of the branding exercises that I want you to think about and use these as filters for the rest of the class, okay? So the funnel test is basically a little test that I put together. A lot of companies spend hundreds of thousands of dollars figuring out their brand positioning. They'll hire multiple ad agencies, they'll have internal teams, lots of back and forth. For example, there's a tech company. You can probably guess which one, but it's rumored that their 3 brand pillars, or the 3 core attributes that they use, are simple, beautiful, and innovative. You can probably guess. I know Michelle and Tracy, you're both thinking about it. Okay, why do we want to have 3 core attributes? It's memorable, actionable, right? And it's also something that we can do. So in your companies, I want you to start thinking about your company right now. The photography, the breast cancer, the cancer work, probably causal, health-oriented, and empowerment. But think about that. I also want you to think about the tonality. Do you want to come off as friendly? Do you want to come off as bold, athletic, right? There's all sorts of words, and that word can be a very different look for different companies. Ito with his orange, he's friendly, right? And accessible. So here is the funnel test. You have your 3 core attributes. In the center, you'll see that where the 3 attributes come across is the sweet spot, and then the tonality, and then down at the bottom, we will put either a mission statement or the brand strategy. So to give you an example, I want you to be thinking about what your company idea is or your mission in 15 words or less. So this is going to be a homework assignment for you guys for tonight. I'm not going to put you on the spot to do it unless anyone wants to volunteer. But we'll put that down at the end of the funnel, and then I want you to think about, do your core attributes actually circle down to what you're trying to accomplish? So Virgin America. Now, I know for the global audience, you probably haven't flown on the airline, but probably some of you here have. Virgin America tried to do everything differently, right? We had pink lighting in the airplane. We had kind of a purple monument at the front, leather seats. Everything that we did was innovative in the category. We had great food. We had food on demand where you could press the seat back and get food so you didn't have to wait for a cart. We tried to be very hip and appeal to a tech-savvy audience. We were the first to have in-fleet Wi-Fi. We were consumer-focused. Everything that we did, we thought about what was the consumer doing. So those were our 3 pillars. We were trying to be hip, innovative, and always about the consumer. Now, I mentioned before that Richard Branson, his businesses are always about the consumer, so that made sense to have that be a very strong part of our DNA. We wanted the airline to be confident and friendly. Obviously, in the airline industry, you need people to feel safe. You want them to feel secure when they're flying. You can't be this totally crazy, irreverent brand, right? You need them to feel like they can be on the airline and be happy. And the mission was to create an airline that people love. Now, with that, what we learned in year 1, the brand strategy that we implied and that we used with everything that we did was a visual demonstration of the cabin. So everything we did, we tried to demonstrate to people what the cabin experience was. So our mission was to create an airline that people love. The strategy was to demonstrate it by the cabin. See the difference between those 2 things? The reason that we did that is because when people came onto the plane, we recognized very quickly that there was an aha moment. People walked on, they started taking photos. It was like, oh my God, this is different, right? So we wanted that to be how we brought people into the brand. So I want you to think about, what is the doorway in to your company? What's the way that we can bring them into your brand? What is it that they want to see, they want to talk about? What's the thing that they're going to tell their friend about? Jeff, I actually have been lucky enough, I've seen your t-shirts already, and I would think that people probably talk about, they're very soft. Like, I think you're using like a special cotton, right? Like, there's definitely like a higher end appeal. So what's the talk value with your product? What do you want people to be talking about? The designs, the product quality, kind of how it makes them feel? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, we always talk about that what we do is we make people feel and look as good as they are. And we do that through their favorite t-shirt that happens to have a brand logo or a rock and roll logo. And so, you know, it's favorite, it's current, it's hip, it's relevant. But, you know, at the end of the day, what we love to talk about is not the attributes, soft and all that, but it's really how it makes you feel and look. So more benefits benefit focus as opposed to attribute focus.
Great, great. So when you're looking at this, can you think of 3 kind of core attributes for your company?
I like hip. That's, I mean, that's certainly, I mean, although sometimes hipsters die. So what we do is something that's timeless. And
Timeless is great.
So timeless, I think, is certainly one of them. Favorite, because it is. I mean, this would be the type of thing that if the house was burning, you'd grab the passport, the dog and the cat, and your favorite t-shirt type of thing.
Right, right.
So I need to think about what the third one would be, but I think timeless and favorite is this is the type of thing. You know, you pick it out of the dryer and wear it again, as opposed to even putting it back in the drawer.
Great. So tomorrow I am going to ask a couple of you to share what you've come up with your funnel test for your companies. So I love that. That's great thinking. So the next thing I want you guys to think about is, you probably have some sort of business plan that you've been writing. Maybe it's multiple pages. I have a feeling, Dan, that yours, how many pages is your business plan?
You know, I think I did a pretty good job at being to the point and succinct. So it's a couple of pages, but it sort of really lists the core pieces of info. Yeah.
All right, Michelle, you have a business? A page. Okay, good. Oh, good.
Mine is a page.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tracy?
I'm embarrassed to say it's a rambling mess of probably about 15 pages.
That's all right. That's all right.
And I have all these ideas in my head, and I'm trying to figure out how to get them down on paper. So right now I'm in the process of writing it, so this is perfect.
Okay, so good. So what I want you guys to do is actually think about, if you were condensing everything down to one page, how would you do it? I want you to pull out the most important things with your company. And the way that I've built this chart, actually, I talked about Dave McClure, who had the SlideShare presentations. He has a great presentation all about the one-page business plan. So I've stolen a little bit of his thinking here. But in the startup world, a lot of the startup world in San Francisco is all about getting new members quickly, right? It's all about, how do we get more people into our company, into our business? So looking at kind of 3 buckets of people with your brand. You've got your visitor. That would be somebody that would be coming to use your product once. You've got a contributor. Maybe they're coming multiple times, or they're buying multiple calendars. They're buying services from your site, Dan, multiple times. And then we have your distributor, who's actually helping you bring business into the company, right? So I want you to think about, in your businesses, who do you have in terms of visitors, contributors, and distributors? Very, very important, because what you need to think about is, once I have them coming in for trial, how am I going to move them over to being a contributor? How am I going to get this person to be loyal? How am I going to get them to be a fan? The reason this is so important is because it's always cheaper to keep an existing customer than it is to buy or get a new one. right? So those people that come in, you want to make sure that it's a great experience, and you want to move them in through subscriptions, loyalty programs, email, anything that you can do to keep things sticky so that you can build a relationship with them. I think that often in business we get very transactional. We just think about that one transaction, and what you need to think about is the relationship. Relationship is a brand play, right? A transaction is a price play. So how are we going to move them across? Distributors, obviously based on what the business is, there's going to be all sorts of different people that could be distributors. Dan, we talked a little bit. I know that you're going towards a target that's a little bit older, 40s, 50s, 60s, right?
Yeah, that seems to be sort of the demographic. It's those that sort of have an interest, a passion for the technology, but are just so overwhelmed at how fast it moves, and they love this new thing that they have in their laps or on their desks, but they have no idea how to use it.
Right. So you might have a potential partner where, let's think about, where do we know that that group of people is always going to be, right? There may be a conference, there could be a community of some sort. So who are these partners that you can look for? Jeff, obviously in your business, you've got distributors, you've got partners that are probably introducing you to musicians, to rock bands, but maybe you can give me an example of a distributor in your business model.
Well, I'll just start left to right. I mean,
Perfect.
the way I look at it, the way you frame it is a visitor is somebody who gets a T-shirt as an end user and wears it. A contributor would be somebody who wears it, loves it, passionate, and they tell their friends, or they say, you know what, there's a company that might be interested in, and such. And then a distributor, we actually work with thousands of promotional marketing firms across the company that represent corporations, rock bands, so on and so forth, and then they actually are out there representing us and ostensibly being our extended sales force.
Great, great. Tracy, how about yourself? I know that you have the calendar, and if I'm putting you on the spot, you can always pass too. So,
Well, I mean, that's kind of why I'm here.
yeah, good.
Learning from you, because I have a lot of ideas, and I'm trying to kind of focus it, and it's also with that is also kind of also narrowing down exactly what my message is.
Great.
So that's, I guess, why I'm kind of passing the buck here.
That's
is that
okay,
I'm
you
still figuring out exactly what it is that my message
Okay,
is.
good. And that's a totally acceptable and fine answer, so thank you for that. Emily?
Well, when we were talking earlier, something that resonated with me that she said about her company was that she wants to have women feel comfortable in their skin after they've gone through a traumatic event. So I think that that's a great, I mean, for you,
Yeah.
great way to kind of start activating people.
Okay, great.
Sorry.
Okay, so the last thing that I would say on this is the revenue. Again, it's another thing that I want you guys to think about with your one-page business plan, the different revenue opportunities based on the different person and the different group in the brand, okay? So, and again, on the breaks, we can talk more about this, but when you focus in, you can actually come up with a lot of really concrete and good information. Okay, brand book. You guys are gonna all get a sample brand book. One of the clients that I advise, Zosie, has a brand book that you guys will get. Why is a brand book important? Well, think about Virgin America. They've got 50,000 employees, probably 1,000 different companies under the Virgin halo. Have you ever seen the red not look like Virgin red? It's consistent around the globe, right? Brand books can help you have a consistent look and feel. It can help you explain to people what the company is all about. So I'm going to give you one of those. Some of the things that could go in it would be kind of your purpose, your mission, your vision. A boilerplate. Your boilerplate, we're going to talk about that in the PR section, but it's basically, your description of your company and what you're all about. But going through a process and putting together one of these books is actually an exercise that gives you a lot of clarity. Your values. I was lucky enough to interview Dick Costello, the CEO of Twitter, for my book. They have 10 concrete values at Twitter. Every single week, he brings one of the values to the company meeting and talks about that and reinforces it. So I want you to think about your values. There's obviously health and fitness, wellness, empowerment, kind of ease of use, a lot of those values happening in these businesses, but you're going to want to know what you stand for, right? Here is an example of a mood board and a boilerplate, and again, you'll have this brand book to bring home with you, but the mood board is also important because think about a collage when you're just pulling images, 3 or 4 photos, the feeling, the look, what a picture can communicate with your company. Dan, your mood board for your business is going to be completely different than Tracy's, right? Okay. All right, moving into another one of the challenging exercises. This is a one-page marketing plan. Now, because I've been doing marketing for 20 years, I can tell you that it has completely changed. When I started, we used to do marketing plans. They were annual calendars. We'd sit there and we'd think, okay, what are we going to do on a quarterly basis? What are we going to buy for TV? What's the print ad? It's not that way anymore. Today, marketing is nonstop. It's what do I need to do tomorrow? What levers can I pull? What's working in terms of getting new customers? It's data-oriented. It's online-oriented. And so the exercise that I want you to go through, and don't let this be overwhelming. We can talk about this too, like offline. But think about what is your cost per acquisition to get a customer. So what's your CPA to get a customer? Sometimes in media, people will refer to costs per click or their CPC. I actually think it's better to bring it all the way down to cost per acquisition. So CPC would be if you were spending money and it was how many people are clicking on your site, right? How many people are coming to look at your site? But you wouldn't actually know how many people am I getting to buy a t-shirt? How many people are actually using the service? You need to start thinking about what your cost per acquisition is. Otherwise, you'll never be able to budget and figure out how much can I spend to get a new customer, right? So giving you this example, I've put a couple of numbers in that are airline specific because that's what I was most recently working on. But taking email marketing, we are going to do a whole module on email. But email marketing, getting someone in, getting their email database, I think is actually one of the most important things for a small business. So I want you guys to think about that. But with email, what's great is that you can see very specifically what your cost is per email based on your sends and what revenue you're generating back. You have complete control of the metrics and knowing what the power is of it. You can look at all sorts of things, open rates, opt-out rates. You can be testing it all the time. For Virgin America, about 30% of our total revenue was driven off of email. People forget about the power of email. It's somebody basically saying, hi, I want to give you my information so that you can come and be part of my company and I can buy things from you. Another example, again, we'll talk about this, but these are, I want you to think about all the different channels and the different way you could get a customer. So it could be an event, could be one way you could get them. Another way that we were getting customers was natural search or paid search, so SEO or SEM, okay? Now for us, for the airline industry, natural search would be if I'm typing in Virgin America or if I'm typing in flights and you want it to come up on a Google ranking. I knew that as long as we were bidding under $8, that was effective. The way that we had set that was that our online travel agencies, are you following me? Online travel agencies, Orbitz, Kayak, any of the people that were giving you a lead, would charge us $8 to get a customer. So I knew if I could bring somebody to our website direct without the online travel agency, $8 was my highest bid, okay? So what I want you to start thinking about in your business all the different channels and how can you bring in customers. So thinking about Ito, who has the skincare products, when he started, he had Home Shopping Network. That was one channel. He had Target. He's got CVS and Walmart. And he also has direct on his website. All those channels are going to have different costs. So I want you to start thinking about, Dan, you've got people that are coming direct to your site. That's going to be one cost. You might do something where you go to an event or you go to a trade show, and what you would need to do is analyze how much did I spend, how many new customers did I get, divide them out, and you've got your cost per acquisition, right? Again, putting these CPAs in place, and you're going to learn as you go. You're going to change your numbers. But then you need to think about all your conversion metrics. You need to think about what are the events and the different things that you can do. The other thing, not to get complicated, but when you're layering on social media, when you're layering on all these different elements, I want you to start thinking about them in an integrated fashion. So social media, what do we also want to think about? We want to think, is there a way we can turn it into a conversion event and get somebody's email? Is there a way that we can get them from social media to our website? Everything that we're doing, if you start thinking about your customer as bringing them into your brand, starting a relationship with them, you're going to have a much greater chance of having success. Okay? All right, any questions on this, you guys? Great. Michelle?
I do have a question. With a yoga website, a community website, how would this relate to a content site? I'm basically thinking of my readers and my readership, like my customers. Right?
Sure. Well, what you need to first think about is your business model, and is your business model going to be one where it's an ad revenue model? And if so, then your cost per acquisition, you've got two things going on. One is getting new readers, because you need the readers to sell the advertising, right? So how are you going to bring them into your site and reading the content? So that's one kind of acquisition. And then the other is that going out and getting the advertisers, you're going to be getting them. So you have to figure out how much does it cost to get them, how do I bring them in? So you've got kind of two channels that are going at the same time.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I think we've got some questions coming in.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, let's take a couple questions.
So Kelly C. Is a photographer and is saying, I'm having a difficult time tying this into trying to get my art out there. Can I brand that? Can she brand her art, or is she branding herself? What is the brand for someone who is an artist?
Sure. You know what, I think in that situation, I would probably recommend branding her rather than her art, because it's likely that her art would change over time unless it's a one kind of look and consistent feel. If she's always going to be a wedding photographer, then maybe it's sticking with that. But I've always found that branding the person behind the business, if it's something that's variable like that, is probably a better route to go.
And a question border from Amanda K. For photographers. Again, as you know, a lot of our audience is photographers and other small business owners. Do you suggest having your branding words that you were talking about earlier actually written on your website, or is it just keeping them in mind
That's
while
a great
designing?
question. Actually, I don't see those as forward-facing. They're really behind the scene. And so those words, the brand filter, the funnel test, that's really for you. So strategically, everything that you're doing is implemented in the same way. But I wouldn't see your mission or your vision on your website. But that look and feel, what I'd want you to do is say, okay, I said I'm going to be friendly. Is this website friendly? A website that's friendly probably has type that's easy to read and easy to get through. Dan?
Yeah, one quick question. Maybe you're going to talk about this a little bit later, but in terms of marketing yourself, should you market yourself more as an I, personal type of brand, or should it be more of a we, where you sort of, when you say we, it feels as though your brand is a bit larger and there's more people involved? And I think that there's positives and negatives to both.
Right.
And maybe it's a custom thing, but that's one thing I would love to sort of figure
Yeah.
out, is what
Yeah.
my internal voice is going to be.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that for a second, because you already have a name where your name is My Online Tech Guy, right?
Yeah.
So you've got a singular name. So you've already started to put yourself in that. But I do think that you need to be leery of hanging too much of your hat on yourself, because when you're growing and you have multiple people that are helping you, because you're not going to be able to do all of the business by yourself. You're going to need to have Dan #2 or Dan clone, right? Or Danny, whatever their names are. And so you're going to need to think about that. So I do think that you need to start using that you have a team, that you have a process, that you are training people on Dan's process, Dan's way of doing things, but give yourself that flexibility. So don't just hang your hat on yourself.
Great.
Okay? All right. Another
So,
question?
Yeah, we've got, I think, one more, and then we can
Okay.
move on. Shroomy is saying, how long should we be spending on a mood board and a brand book? I can see where it could be quick and dirty or really involved and studied.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
what do you think?
Well, I think it depends on your resources and your time allocation. But for the small business person, I do think that, even doing a mood board where you're just taking images from a magazine and kind of laying them out and looking at them, it can be an exercise that can be just for you, right? If you're not at the point where you're hiring an ad agency and you're getting tons of creative done, I don't think you need to spend tons of time and money on it, but I do want you to have an idea for yourself so that you know where you're going. I have also seen people that once they've done a mood board or they've started to say, this is my roadmap, that it's easier for them to get there because they know what they want to do. They know what they want to be. And so the act of creating some of these items actually gives you forward momentum and motivation. So my answer would be, don't spend tons of money on it, but take the time to do it and maybe bounce it around with a couple of your close friends too. This is what I'm thinking. If I had a company that looked and felt like this, what would you think?
That's great.
So go the scrappy route. Don't spend the money on it, but try to get it done.
That's great.
Okay?
Cool. Let's go ahead and move
All right, we're going to move on. So this, I think, goes in line with that question. Prioritizing. I think one of the hardest things an entrepreneur has to do is to prioritize. And so I've given you all sorts of exercises already this morning, and you're probably like, oh no, I'm overwhelmed. What am I going to do? I want you to just streamline and think about what are the 3 most important things that I should be doing. I think that often as entrepreneurs we think too small, we get stuck in the weeds, and that you need to start elevating and thinking bigger. So Michelle, for example, might be easy to think about the one yoga studio that you can go work with, or where can I go where I can meet 1,000 yoga studios all at once? So how do you think about the big things to drive the business forward rapidly? So what I want you to think about now is prioritizing, and are you using your time wisely? Because all of you, your time is very valuable. I did hear you say that we had a virtual assistant that was in the community, but little things like figuring out what can I outsource? What can I empower someone else to do? For me, for example, with some writing, every once in a while I'll hire someone to interview somebody for a blog, that type of thing. But think about when I start getting to the point where the business is growing, how am I going to scale? What can I do where I can hand it off? This is also important to think about, what are you best at? I'm not great at accounting. Thankfully, I have someone that can work on my books for me, right? I know that, Jeff, you have a business partner who probably you split kind of priorities. One of you focuses more on design, one of you focuses more on business. But you need to start thinking about that, and you need to think about, are you trying to do too much? The simple, clear ideas are the ones that are going to succeed, especially now when there's so much going on and so much competition and so much out there. So think about keeping things clear, okay? All right, so we did talk about this a little bit earlier, about faster, cheaper, or doing something different. And so I am going to put you guys on the spot, and I want you to tell me, what about your company? And Tracy, don't worry, I can see you looking at me. Don't worry, you can always pass, but what about your business are you doing that you think is different, because the different part is what's going to be part of the brand. Jeff, you want to give me some thoughts on that?
Sure. Well, I suppose there's two different buckets and ways to answer that. One is, why are we doing what we're doing? And two is, why is the product different? So I guess the first is that, in an increasing digital world, there's a lot talking about social media and businesses that are all working online. There's very few tangible branding things that matter. And so that's why, we saw that there was a niche to actually take advantage of that. And, as it relates to branded wearables, there's a chasm between great brands and inferior branding. So we saw that as a niche to take advantage of. From a product perspective, as I said, our vision and mission is to make people look and feel as good as they are.
Right.
And we do that through, the best fitting, softest, best designed T-shirts that you can put on yourself.
Great.
And at the end of the day, the simple, clear aspect is making people look and feel as good as they are.
Great. Dan, so let's hear about your business. If you're going in and you were working with a client, what is going to be different or better about your service or your website?
Yeah, well, it's true that there are many other sites out there that have videos, and there are some bigger companies out there that offer tutorial videos on how to do stuff. But the way that I want to separate myself from the crowd, I don't want to necessarily go the cheaper way. I want to have some value added. I want someone who comes to my site to feel that warm, cozy feeling, like, Dan is going to help me out with this issue. He's always consistent, and he's very personable. He doesn't speak to me in a drone sort of voice and just very to the point. He relates to me. He knows the issues that I'm having, and he has the videos, believe it or not, that talk about exactly what I want to fix.
Right.
So being sort of personable and warm to my clients.
And I think that, and this is a compliment, but I think you have that quality of that kind of that likable. Where did you grow up? Are you Midwestern?
From San Diego.
You're from San Diego, but you have kind of like that accessible, like that this is somebody that I would want to have lunch with and talk to. So I think that you have kind of a good energy for that. So I think as the front for your company, that you are going to be, very likable. You have to make sure that you have the credibility and that you don't take it too low where it's too, too fun,
buddy-buddy.
too buddy-buddy, that you want to be smart and likable.
Exactly.
But I can totally see that.
Yeah, good.
For my idea for Seattle Yoga Source, let's see, the way that I see it being different is it being unpretentious, very down to earth. And I would like to really feature the sort of story of the history of yoga in Seattle. But now you've got me thinking about thousands of yoga studios too. But I think, I've got a lot of passion for the stories. I would like to bring in research and educate people so that those people who think, oh, I can't do yoga because I'm not flexible enough, that those people aren't selling themselves short, and that they would feel comfortable trying it. And then from there, building trust, I would like to help get the word out for, have it be seasonally based, retreats that are going on and things like that. So those are just some ideas, I think, for
Can I ask you one question about that? Do you have a personal story that's also important about why you're passionate about yoga, or something that could show people why you're really excited about this business?
I do. I've done 3 teacher trainings myself, and I've taught prenatal yoga, and I've studied it for sort of on and off for 20 years, and it's brought a lot of inspiration to my life. It's helped me just to stay healthy. It's given me some practices just to stay focused and through meditation and things like that. So, but I would like to, as I said, I think one thing that I would like to do is have it not be too new agey, but have it be, unpretentious and comfortable, and approachable. Comfortable is really good.
With all of your companies, I want you to think about the stories that you have with the companies, and the reason why is that powerful brands, what you're actually remembering a lot of the times is how you feel and kind of the stories and the emotions that they bring up. And it's not necessarily the facts or the figures or the transactions. It's, oh, I felt welcomed, I felt comfortable, I felt taken care of. And so stories like that can be very, very powerful. And just hearing that, if I was, you know, a mom who wanted prenatal yoga and I knew that you had that expertise, it's going to make me feel more comfortable. So brand stories and documenting everything in your journey too. For the photographers that are online, those stories are really powerful too. I'm sure there's, you know, beautiful images that have stories behind them. If those are included on a website, it can be really powerful for your brand. Tracy?
Yeah, and talking about stories, I mean, that's the core of my Love 12 brand, is that I want it to be about the stories of the women that pose. And also, if it's something, especially since it's pinup doesn't speak to everybody, especially not every survivor. So I want to also create a community where they're sharing their stories in other, you know, mediums. I guess the biggest thing is that, you know, my business, how it's different is that it's aimed more towards the Gen X's, Gen Ys, and the millennials. So it's younger. And it's, I think we need to kind of think about the way that we talk about prevention in a little bit different way, because especially when you're younger, you don't have as great of awareness of your body and also the signs that it's telling you that it's sick as someone who is older. So I guess also what's different about mine is to bring it in kind of a little bit more inspiring, more accessible way to a younger audience.
Okay, great. So what I'm hearing is clarity around your target audience, which is good. I'm hearing kind of your brand positioning. I haven't heard what the business model is yet, so we'll talk about that later on, how the revenue is going to be driven other than just the calendars.
Yes. Yeah, because that's very important.
Yeah, so that will be important.
Yeah.
Emily, any thoughts you want to add on that?
Yeah, so, you know, obviously right now I'm working for a company, and I'm really enjoying what I'm doing with the social media marketing. But I did have an experience myself that I want to share with other people, and I want to offer my services in terms of promoting health and wellness and inspiring other people that they can achieve anything that they put their mind to. You know, I was on the 2008 Olympic team, but I broke my hand the day after I made the team, and I didn't even know if I was going to be able to go. So to be able to overcome that and achieve and really overcome an obstacle that I put my mind to, it's something that I know that happened for a reason, and I need to share that story with others. So it's how do I make myself accessible as an Olympian, as an Olympic medalist. So I guess that's something that I could be doing differently in connecting with people.
Right, right. And of course now with social media, I mean, if you think about it, we've only had that channel for 4 or 5 years that we can really aggressively connect with people based on stories and thoughts. So that's great. Do we have any questions that we want to go through from the audience?
Oh, Porter, we always have questions
Oh,
from the
good,
internet.
good.
It's true.
Do you want to start, Russ?
Sure. Some specific questions are coming in about different types of brands. Yummyholic says, I'm trying to do something a little different where my main products are pastries and apparel. A friend suggested that I brand them separately, i.e. Yummyholic clothing versus Yummyholic pastries. My ultimate goal is to build one Yummyholic brand, but I know these products aren't usually paired. Any advice on how I should proceed with that?
Oh my, well, it sounds yummy, first of all. You know, it's hard to without seeing what they are, it's actually kind of hard to know how it would fit together. But, you know, if you could figure out the way that they fit together, maybe it would be so different and unique that it would stand out, right? So that would be my question is, where's the overlap of clothing and pastries? I'm not really sure. Maybe they could tell us about that. If I was looking at it just, you know, purely as a straight business, I would have to say that they felt like they were different, but if we could prove that there's a reason for them to be together, it could be very interesting.
So, Yummyholic, feel free to jump in the chat room and give us the answers to those, and maybe we can come back to it after a couple more questions.
Yeah, great.
Well, and Porter, I did want to share as well, we asked people online to talk about what their 3 core attributes would be and to give us feedback that we could pass along to you. So I would love to read some of those out to you. Carol Giambri says, for me, I'm looking to create an environment for healthy people, healthy pets, and mainly dogs. For that is my gig, including exercise. sort of like a relationship between the owner and pets as friends, as pals, including eating pals. So again, this was kind of when they were talking through their thing. So that is what she is trying to create.
Great, great. And you know, if one of you wants, we could do your funnel up here. If somebody wants to do
I think that'd be
a quick
awesome.
funnel.
Yes.
Anyone want to volunteer? Dan, it looks like I see some. All right. Okay, so let's do our 3 circles. Our sweet spot coming here. What would be in circle number 1?
So we're talking about just core values, some
For your
actionable
company.
words that just represent
Yep.
the site.
Yep.
Friendly.
Friendly. Now, is this going to be representing you, or is this how you want your tonality to be? Friendly. Or is your overall tonality friendly?
Yeah, probably.
Maybe?
So that's
Let's try that one down here. We can change it up, though.
okay.
Okay.
How about educational?
Okay. This is when I wish I knew calligraphy, right? Educational, it's a good
Okay.
word.
Would reliable be good for
Yep.
that? For consistency's sake?
Okay,
And then
reliable.
I don't know about a third just yet. Reliable, educational, friendly, accessible would be a good one.
I do think
because
of
it's online.
I think of pain points too with technology, that people get high frustration levels.
Yeah.
So you're helping that kind of ease of
Ease
use,
the frustration. Or something.
right? Like
Yeah.
so I think accessible is a good one. Yeah, user
Yeah,
friendly.
user
is good.
friendly.
All
That's
right.
a good one.
Okay, so we've got our words coming down. 15 words or less.
Wow.
Your mission statement. Sometimes I call this an elevator pitch too,
Yeah.
where if you're stuck in an elevator and there happens to be the head of the yoga studio and you need to proactively say what you're trying to accomplish. So what 15 words or less?
Now, would my 15 words include some of the words that we've already written up there, or should it be different than that?
It doesn't have, it can be different.
Okay, so it could be something like to provide a friendly, educational, let's see, a friendly educational experience. Yeah, I mean that's sort of, I guess that's the end of a sentence, but I could expand it to include the video portion, or I don't know. I guess that's kind of
Yeah,
difficult.
I think, is your business going to be all online, or are you doing in person too?
Right now all online.
Okay, so it's all online.
But then there's a portion of the site that also deals with the one-on-one, where I could be there as a consultant to help them along
Okay.
too.
So I might add in here just a little bit of what you're doing. So I would probably add online technology support.
Yeah.
Online technology service. And, you know, that can be like the framework.
Sure.
And then you'd probably want to make the words a little bit more appealing and
Yeah.
fun. But at least this gives you kind of an idea
Idea for that.
of
Okay.
what that would be. Great.
Good.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
That is really helpful to step through that and see it actually done for somebody. So that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, good. All right.
So we got a little bit of clarity from Yummy Holic, the person
Oh,
who had
good.
the 2 different
Good.
things. Basically, the clothing, the apparel that they're creating has sayings or drawings that are related to food on them. Like if you're familiar with the Vietnamese soup pho, there is a shirt that they made with a pun playing on pho and something that I can't actually say on air. So, you know, it's kind of a jokey saying, but it's related to food. And then they also make various food that is, let's see, so it says the foodie apparel is broader, but the food I want to serve are cupcakes and Asian street treats. So all of the apparel is Asian themed
Right,
as
right.
well.
Well, you know what? With that bit of insight, I think that Yummy should keep his businesses together, because it does sound like a very fun kind of branded, very creative experience. And in my head, what I started to see were food trucks, pop-up stores. I could see how those things could complement each other. But I think what's going to make it a win is where people can actually eat the food, where they're having the food where they can also buy the t-shirt. Now, Hard Rock Cafe, that company, actually made a lot of their money at the beginning on t-shirts, right? So they successfully brought t-shirts and foods together where people then had it as a souvenir. So I would think of the food as the experience, the t-shirt as the souvenir, and that bring the branding together and have it all be kind of one. So that would be my advice. But look for unique places where you can find people that are the foodies, that are really passionate. I would also try to bring in some of the food influencers, food bloggers, those types of people into it. Find people that are, writing food reviews, host parties, that type of thing.
That's great.
Great.
All right, any other questions?
Well, we do have a number of questions. We still have about 18 or so minutes before our first break. So would you like to keep going with questions, or what would you like to do?
I think we'll do some more questions. Do you guys have some questions right now?
Or anyone want to go through the funnel as well?
You want to do a funnel?
Yay.
Excellent. Yay. Okay.
Just a quick comment for everyone online. If you enroll in this course, which is free, just click the enroll button. You will get this, the funnel test little example here that Porter has provided. So you can follow along at home as well if you just enroll on the course page, and you can download that. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so Michelle.
Okay, so so this is great. This will help me organize my thoughts a little bit. So I think one of the first pillars is, I would say, unpretentious, just for a vibe.
Okay.
Also, a resource for information, because I'm envisioning different audiences, teens, guys, people, older people interested in, like athletes who are interested in building flexibility, or other people who are interested in getting stronger.
Okay.
Doing a search and then having this site come up with information that's reliable. So trusted source.
Is trusted okay? I put trusted in there because that's what it sounded like you were describing. Very trusted. Okay.
Yes. And then for the third, friendly.
Okay, I'm going to put that as your tonality again.
Okay.
That's kind of. Is there a health or fitness?
Oh,
kinda?
yeah. Health. I think that would be a huge part of it. Yeah. Well, I'd also like there to be research there, but I guess that would be part of the resource,
That's kind
wouldn't
of up
it?
here, right?
Yeah.
And you can streamline this down, but I think research and resource trusted, that's kind of your knowledge base.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, are you thinking about this as empowerment, fitness, health, any of those words striking a chord?
What about community?
Community?
But there needs to be health and fitness up there. Yeah, the health community.
Great.
And also, I'd like it maybe not to be limited to just what we think of yoga, but just, people interested in bringing more balance into their life too. So I'd like to leave it open to that and not limit it by just being yoga ultimately.
I'm a little confused because it seemed like when we went through the exercise for you that the circles at the top describe what you do, and then down below it described how it made you feel. And when I see this, like, unpretentious feels like the tone, like it should be there with friendly, and so I'm a little confused as to the relationship between the two.
These ones, I want these to be kind of core attributes about your company. So the research, I think, is a really, really strong one. Health and community, I think, is a really good one. I think, Jeff, you might be right that unpretentious is kind of friendly.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you split them apart, that one is about the health and fitness and the other is about, it's a community where it's people coming together. Those might be your bullets.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you can put unpretentious down by the tone, because it's a publication, so there's not really a product initially when people come in the door. They're looking for information.
Is that feeling better, Jeff?
It is, but what I loved is how you always probe and want it to be specific, and health seems so generic, as opposed to maybe for you it might be expansion or something that dives a little deeper into health. I mean, health certainly covers a lot of bases, but at the same time, perhaps it's too generic. I don't know.
Well, I think of yoga as actually going beyond health too. I would love your interpretation of it, but I think of it as very spiritual, and that it's really a whole mindset and a way of being compassionate and kind of how you are in the world, not just a practice. So is there a word that kind of conveys what the yoga part of it means to you?
Yeah, I think spiritual wouldn't necessarily be a word that I'd want to use for this, although I do think that that's definitely part of it. But maybe mind-body in some way, like the whole mind-body experience.
Balance.
Yeah,
that's nice. That does give us a little bit more clarity, right? Mind-body balance.
Yeah, I like
see
that.
what I'm coming to get. Great.
Great. Yeah, this is working great when you ask me questions. I'm going to pull it out. So is now when we start to funnel it down?
Now we're going to funnel down. So we're going to be unpretentious and friendly. But so give me your elevator pitch. So less than 10 to 15 words, what you're trying to accomplish.
Okay. So Seattle Yoga Source is a resource for yoga practitioners in the Seattle area and a media outlet for studios and teachers to get the word out about their offerings.
All right, we're getting right? We're getting too long, right?
Yeah.
So let's try to condense. So I love you that Seattle Yoga Source is the trusted resource, the trusted source, the trusted go-to source for yoga information.
For yoga information.
Right?
In the Northwest or,
okay.
In this area. And eventually I see it attracting advertisers and sponsoring events.
Okay. I think that if you have yourself be the trusted resource in the Northwest, that the events and the advertisers, you don't need to say that because that's implied. If you're the trusted resource for these things, that's where you're going to go to get all of them. So I think that that can be more explained in the business.
Great.
Okay? All right. Good. Thank you. Great work.
What I love also is that the internet is chiming in as well. So some people were commenting about, for you, maybe it was using the word wellness versus health. And so I really like that. And thank you guys for chiming in for our studio audience too. What I also loved that you said was it's really helpful that you guys are asking me questions. And that's what this course is all about, is Porter is forcing you to, not forcing, tying your hands and telling you to sit down and ask yourself these questions. So it's that same thing.
Well, you know what's nice about this, though, is that once you have a simple little funnel like this, if you are starting to discuss partnership opportunities, all of a sudden you can start thinking about, okay, well, this is what I stand for. Does this fit with the other company? It can be kind of the filter that helps you clarify your decision making, and it's just a really simple tool. All right?
Can I throw one other?
Yes.
Something that you said earlier I thought was really powerful, and I believe you said that you want to be approachable, and because one of the things that is such a truism is that some people, yoga is so fearful, am I going to be flexible enough, am I going to be able to do it, and so to be able to be a resource for people and be approachable, I think is really powerful. And so maybe that's a word that, because that then opens it up where it could be somebody who's a 20-year veteran or somebody who has always wanted to do yoga but they're fearful of embarrassing themselves or not being able to fully participate.
Well, thank you, because that's a key part of it. Because I've heard friends of mine say that, I couldn't do that. I don't look good in yoga clothes, or, I'm not flexible enough. So just kind of demystifying it that way.
Great. Because the exercise has been useful, I actually want to take us back to the cost per acquisition exercise. And you were saying, well, how does it relate to my business? And so if you guys don't mind.
Porter, just really quick before you move on from that, there were a lot of questions. What is the sweet spot in the center there where
Sure.
the three circles overlap?
Okay.
And how do people use that?
Yeah. Well, the sweet spot, I always say, is kind of like the magic area. And so if you're doing something that communicates all of your values, that is going to be where your brand is really coming to life. And so for Michelle, when she starts doing stuff where people take away, wow, that was really great research, but it also gave me knowledge about mind-body balance, and I felt like I was part of a community, so maybe people are like talking about it, that's where your brand is going to come to life. So what I always recommend is that people try to think about things that overlap at least in two of their core values or their pillars. So for Virgin America, maybe it was hip and consumer friendly would be something that we'd try to find at the same time. If you are only talking about one of your pillars, it's likely that you're starting to get a little off brand. So if you're just talking about community, but you're not doing any of these other things, there might be something wrong, right? So great question, thank you for that.
And maybe you're not fully differentiating yourself as well because you're not getting all those core attributes together.
That's right, that's right. And so again, these are things, these tools, even though they seem really simplistic, like major corporations do exercises like this because it's also important when you have more stakeholders to make sure that you're all in alignment too, that this is what we stand for and this is what we're trying to accomplish. And so I think identifying values, identifying your core pillars, all those things can be really great exercises to go through. Okay. Any more questions?
I think we can move on.
Okay, so let's just do, I'm going to put you on the spot again because you guys are doing so good. I want to go back to this one. Okay, so thinking about a marketing plan and bringing in customers, and I'm going to ask Michelle, do you want to be the guinea pig on this one, or Dan? Either one? Yeah, go ahead. Okay, so what I want you to think about are, let's talk about the way that people are going to find your site. All right? How are we going to come there? Are they going to come in through advertising? Are they going to come in through blogs?
Well, I think initially, so for me right now, I have about 25 different story ideas. I'd like to get them written prior to launching so that that part of it is just ready to go.
Okay.
So the stories, the content will live on the site, and then I'll need to find ways to distribute those stories and get people to read them and come.
Okay, so here's what I would say. That's one of your channels, is that you're going to use content to bring people into the business. So the content, are you going to write it all yourself and it will be your own sweat equity? Will you?
Initially, yeah.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so.
But I'm going to have to find other people to help me out with that.
Okay,
It's a big
so
job.
at a certain point, what you need to figure out is that each story, when you're getting bigger, how much does it cost to create a story? All right, so let's say it's, I don't know, let's say, hypothetically, we're going to say it's $100 to do a story. Okay? And if it's $100, what we need to do then is to make sure that we're using that story in as many places as possible. So not only on your blog, but you need to start looking at where else can I put it? I can put it on social media. Are there other content channels where I can also put my blog? If there's another fitness group where you can get a relationship with them. Then you need to start thinking about every time I post content, how many new web hits am I getting on my site? So again, hypothetical, let's say you're getting 1,000 new web hits every time you put up an article. These are just all completely made up numbers. But then you're going to divide out, okay, well, my cost per acquisition to get them was X. So, 100 divided by 1,000, you've got a pretty low cost per acquisition. And so you decide, okay, that makes sense for me. Now, an alternative method may be doing an event. Let's say you do a yoga dinner or a yoga event. Maybe you're bringing together people from various yoga studios, and then you want to get the word of mouth. Be hard to track this because you're not going to be able to have a direct metric back to your website. But let's say the event costs $200, right? So then you have $200. You've got 10 people coming to the event. Maybe they're key influencers, so they're important to you. But we track at our website at a certain period of time how many new users did we get in during a certain period of time. Let's say you got in 200 new users. So your cost per acquisition going that channel, again, very hard to track, is going to be higher. So this is all hypothetical, but it's the way that I want you to start thinking about it, because you need to know what's an effective way to get people into your brand and what are things that you can do to convert people and bring them in. Email marketing. Again, I'm a big believer in this. I'm a big believer in databases, so we'll be talking about that later on. But even now, start trying to capture a database. Keep track of all your leads, because those leads are very, very valuable. Okay? Dan?
I got another idea that I think would work perfectly, is that once you have your content or a great story, you can then be a guest blog poster for another blog.
Yes.
So you can go to somebody else that has a yoga blog. They might have a lot of viewers, and you could have just a snippet of your subject for that piece of content. Mm-hmm. And then using Google Analytics, you can see, are those clicks coming from that other blog? So you can get detailed information and a whole new bunch of people who like to read blogs. They like to be part of a community. And now you're adding, with your research sort of twist, something a little bit different than what that blog has to deal with. So that's I always see that happening. That's a great way to kind of do it too.
And another way is also to find your community of people that are influencers in the yoga or the fitness and the health space. So once you have an article, let's say Emily, we already know that you're interested in fitness too, and so is Tracy. You would obviously send them an email. Here's my new post. Do you guys mind retweeting it? You start supporting each other. It's almost like building a mastermind group of people that are doing similar things to help amplify your content. Because again, this is your advertising, but it's in a natural word of mouth kind of way. And so you want to do everything you can to amplify it and make sure that you're getting the most out of it. Okay? Any other questions coming in?
We have a ton of questions still, but it is time for our first break, Porter.
Oh, it is. Okay.
It is. So we are going to take a 15-minute break. Tell us about what we're going to do when we come back with your first guest.
Well, I'm excited. When you come back, I'm going to have Mike Pyle with us, and we're going to talk about naming. And so online, if any of you have naming questions, we're excited about that. I know that we had a couple of naming issues with 2 of the companies, and so I wanted to talk about those. But we're going to talk about the importance of a name and how it impacts your brand.
It's fantastic. We have had a lot of engagement going on in the chat room, people working with each other to help figure out their branding identities.
I know, I love that.
And it's been fantastic to see. Sagar in the chat room says, Porter is awesome, all caps.
Oh, you're sweet,
so
thank you.
People are loving it.
Thank you. Well, it's an
so
honor to be here, so thank you very much.
Good, and we love having you. So we've just started the day. We've just started the workshop. We've got 3 days full of this morning. Porter's already setting you up with what questions you need to be asking yourselves. That's the fun of this, is we've got so many different specific businesses that are out there that people are working on, and Porter's giving you the questions and the process to figure out the answers for yourself. So I love it, and this is just the start. So we will be back after 15 minutes to keep going, and we will be having our first special guest at that time.
All right.
So we will see you in 15 minutes.
Thank you, Porter.
Thank you.
I'm Josh Kaufman, and I'm teaching the Personal MBA live on Creative Live, February 14th and 15th. Don't miss it.
Welcome back to day one of Building Your Brand with Porter Gale here on Creative Live. We're going to get back into it, but first we've got some prizes to give away. So Kenna, let's do that.
All right, so we are going to give away 2 bundles of this prize, which is some of the Yes To branded items, and they are the Yes To Carrots Super Rich Body Butter, Tomatoes Acne Repairing Lotion, Dark Circle Correcting Foam, and more. And we're going to be talking about the Yes To brand, which is something that I love these, first of all, for traveling. But second of all, Porter, tell us about Yes To and the brand.
Yeah, you know, first of all, I use the product myself, but as I mentioned, Ido, who was at the beginning, who wears orange all the time, what I think is really important to know about that company is that he started that company about 6 years ago, and he really bootstrapped it. And he had told me this story about going to a conference where he didn't have enough money to pay for the ticket to get to the conference, and he kind of snuck himself in. And at that conference, he met Mindy Grossman, the head of Home Shopping Network, and it changed his life. So now he's in, you know, thousands and thousands and thousands of stores around the globe, and it's a very successful natural line, but it's really built on a defined brand that's all about optimism. So Yes To is all about kind of choosing things in your life, being optimistic, being natural. And so it was one that I just wanted to highlight because I think, one, it's entrepreneurial, it was really passion driven, and showing that you can go in and reinvent a category where you'd think a cosmetic or a skincare line, like that seems overwhelming, right? But he and his business partner went in and did it. So great, great products. I use the Yes To blueberries. I'm a loyal blueberry user.
That sounds great. And so we're giving away 2 of these packages. So the first one is going to Lee Kariuki, who entered on Facebook. And Lee's quote was, "A brand is a summary of all the thoughts and feelings one has about your identity." Great summary. And the second package is going to Liz Froment, who entered with her Twitter handle LFroment. And the quote that they sent in was, "The simple, clear ideas are the ones that are going to succeed." So congratulations to those winners. Thank you very much to Yes To for providing these. And keep entering, keep tweeting, keep entering on Facebook because we have much, much more to give away throughout the day.
Absolutely. And before we hand you back over to Porter and her first guest, Mike, we would love to introduce to you our 6th studio audience member, Larissa Long. And Larissa, why don't you just tell us a little bit about your name, where you're from, and tell us a little bit about your business and what stage you are in and where people can find you online.
So I am actually from this area, born and raised, and I live in North Bend currently, but find myself in Bellevue most of the time or in Seattle. And I recently started Seattle's first monthly fashion magazine, and it's Poshy. Poshy, and you can find it at poshymagazine.com.
Fantastic. Well, we are excited to have you along with us. All right, Porter, over to you.
Great. Thank you for joining us. I'm so glad that you're here. So, Mike, I'm so thrilled to have you here. What I wanted to do is actually talk about the importance of a name. Day one is all about kind of the foundation work with your company. And obviously, a name is something that is kind of the first impression. It's something that needs to be memorable. And so I wanted to bring an expert on board so that we could talk about this. But before we begin, I want you to think about some of the names that are out there now. Virgin, of course, I have to bring up because can you imagine what it was like when Sir Richard introduced that name, Virgin? Now it's in our nomenclature, so it's no big deal. But it probably had those awkward moments of, oh my gosh, I can't believe Virgin Records, like that's crazy. So you just never know like how something is going to be brought into pop culture. Google, that's a crazy word, right? Google, very. Yahoo, there's a lot of names out there that are very strange that we wouldn't think would be acceptable. Mike, you have a naming company. It's called Uppercase Naming. Mm-hmm. Before we begin, if you could just tell me, who are a couple of the clients that you've worked with, and why did you get into naming? It's a unique business to be in.
Yes, it certainly is. Well, thanks for the opportunity for me to be here. I'm really looking forward to this. It's very exciting. Naming is very fun. I am the creative director and partner in uppercase naming, and we've worked with very small companies and we worked with very large companies. We specialize in the life science space and the technology space. We've worked with Fortune 500 companies like Procter & Gamble, to Unilever, to Hanes, to very small companies that have wonderful names that people haven't heard of yet, but they certainly will in the near future. And how I got into it, I have a background in advertising and marketing, and I was on the side of the advertising agency where it seemed the other teams were always having a lot more fun, and so I wanted to join them and become a writer myself. So a couple of years ago I had an opportunity to do a consulting gig with a very good, very big, very strong naming company, and found out that I had not only a passion for it, but I was actually moderately good at it. So I formed my own company and much like you guys, it's a small business, and I'm working very, very hard to build traction and get customers and just having a ball with it.
Right. So tell me, are you like driving down the road and names are like popping in your head and like they just don't stop? They're like non-stop names coming in?
When I'm been assigned myself a particular project, yes, but what happens more is I'll try to compartmentalize it and tune it out sometimes. And when I'm driving down the road and I'll see all these other names on billboards and storefronts and trucks, I'll go, where did that come from? Or, oh, that's pretty good. And frequently I'll miss my turn off and my exit because I am pondering other names.
Yeah, okay. Well, we were just in this module beforehand, we were talking about kind of brand positioning, brand tonality, and one question I have for you is, when someone comes to you and asks you to create a name, what's the best way for them to give you direction and kind of, guidance on what they're looking for?
Well, I think it's the same thing that you'll probably be going through that I saw this morning and you'll be going through the rest of the week. I think it's very important to have a roadmap and call it a strategy, call it a brief, call it a mission statement, but I think it's ultimately very important to have a great focus and clarity on who you're speaking to, what you want to do, and what your business wants to be. And then with that core approach, there are some specifics within naming that you want to drill down a little bit in, and I think a couple of those are really a clear objective. What do you want your prospect profile, who you should really define very tightly, to think? That's the way we at Uppercase look at it. We'll actually put our objectives in quotes. It's like, what do we want our prospect to think when they see the name? Oh, this is cool. Oh, it's sexy. Oh, this is educational. Oh, it's fun. And I need to find out more. And then, secondly, you want to set the parameters. If you're a pure play in in the internet space, then having the URL is very, very important. In other cases, it's not as important. You want to understand the regionality. Are you going to go globally? So you need to understand whether it's going to be, whether you want it translated into major foreign languages, or if it might mean something untoward in major foreign languages.
Right. One thing, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but I see it all the time now where because of URLs not being available, people are spelling things, crazy spellings, or maybe they're using a 3 instead of an E, like anything to secure a URL. Do you have a point of view on if that's a positive or a negative where we're using fake spellings to get URLs?
Well, I think if the URL is vital, then you want to get it as specific and exact as possible, and preferably you'd want a .com. I think there is greater tolerance among consumers for adjusting the name or giving it a .net. I think from a search standpoint and from an identity standpoint, if the URL is important, I'd recommend having a much cleaner spelling, a normal spelling. Both the search engines as well as humans are going to look for it that way. So doing it where it can be interpreted in too many different ways, I would caution against. If it's 8, spell it out. If it's 4, you see a lot of that, I'd probably spell it out too. And then also you might want to secure the URLs in all of those different formats, but be very clear on having one single brand identity when
Right.
it comes up on the
Right.
on the web.
I see a lot of people using .co now. That seems to be a trend because the comms are all gone, so people
Right.
are going with .co. But before we go in, I know you have a couple of slides that we're going to go through, but because I have pre-chatted with you, I know that there are a couple of naming things that we wanted to discuss with your companies. And am I saying Larissa, or am I saying it right? I want to make sure that if I say it wrong, correct me, because I always want to say Larissa. Larissa, okay. So your company, you've got an online magazine. It's a high-end magazine, and it's called Poshie right now.
Correct.
POSHY.com. Because we did a pre-call on this, I do know that you've had thoughts about, should I change my name? And, when do you decide to stick with the name versus changing a name? So maybe if you want to give us a little bit of background on how you picked the name and where you're at with your company with the name.
Well, honestly, I just picked my name because of the URL. It was because we're a digital magazine, the URL is extremely important. And so I wanted to make sure that we had something that was available. And we wanted it to mean posh. And so, same thing, I just kind of made up a word. And although it is not a made up word, it is in the dictionary. Poshie does mean posh. But we did just basically, there was no heart or anything behind it, nothing special. Just what it meant was that we wanted it to be sophisticated and chic and, that kind of thing.
So I know that you started working with a consultant then, and then this is where we had a dialogue. You said that there was some question around if it was the right name. What happened that started to have you question if it was the right name? And what have you been going through process-wise?
Well, I've had a few people say to me that they felt that the name was a little young for our audience. Our target audience is, from 25 to 45, but our average reader is about 32. And so, we're really trying to target that age range and be a little bit more sophisticated than the young thing that kind of sounds a little bit more modern than I think we're going for. So, so we're kind of now at the stage that we're trying to do like a rebranding. So, because I think people were starting to think that's what we were as well, thinking that we were a little bit younger and that we were trying to be a little bit more hip, where we're trying to be, again, more sophisticated. So, we're looking at changing the name and doing all of that to kind of meet our target audience.
Okay, great. Now, for an entrepreneur, obviously a name change can be expensive. It's, something that a lot of times you're like, should I do it? Should I not do it? Is it the right time? Should I wait? What do you do when you're working with people and they come to you and they say, hey, I'm not sure if this is the right name. Should I change it? What kind of process would you go through with someone like Larissa?
I would ask them questions, really. I would find out the basics again. Who are you trying to be? Who are you trying to attract? What kind of audience are you getting? Where do you see yourself 5 and 10 years down the road from now? Is this the name of your company, or is it the name of one product within your company? And get a sense of where they see it and where they want to be, because a name it's different than a brand. We can talk a little bit about that, but a name is really it's indelible. It's the you can change your positioning a little bit. It can evolve and it grow, and your brand will shift a little bit, and your messaging can shift a little bit. But your name is your name. That's the one you're with for a very, very long time. So, we would want before you go about it, willy-nilly, we would want to really understand the reasons for it, not just your own personal ones, but the business and the marketplace. And then understand the investment it would take to get you there, and then and say, boy, is it worth it? Now, a new company with not a lot of traction, not a lot of awareness in the marketplace, if they're lucky enough to go, boy, I'm getting some feedback on this, this is not so good, then changing the name is a relatively simple and straightforward manner. Especially in these days where most of your marketing is online and you can do it with a couple of keystrokes to change it. But once you've established a brand and it begins to have an identity and traction in the marketplace, then it's a much more complicated question.
Right, right. I do have one name story that I want to share, but I think that when you're talking about kind of the target audience and that people are starting to perceive it as younger, Sometimes there are obviously outside influences that are impacting kind of naming too. And so one client that I advise is a chef, and his name is Michael Mina. He happens to be a high-end chef, well known on the West Coast. But in 2008, when we were in a recessionary period, he was known as a 5-star chef, and an average ticket price of maybe $140, $170. So when he was expanding and opening up some new restaurants, obviously having the Michael Mina name on the new restaurants during that time period was not something that was going to be positive. So they actually made a conscious effort of branding a new brand, so RN74, there's one here in Seattle, and they didn't link the names because they wanted to keep it separate. So it actually, it made sense at that time period, but now, several years later, the economy has come back, and it's, 2013, it's like, oh, wait a second, that's a Michael Mina restaurant, and so now we have to go back and figure out how do we reattach the name. So I think that, you said something before, is it your company name, is it a portfolio name? You need to figure out, your roadmap, are you gonna have multiple products? Jeff, I wanted to talk a little bit about your business too, because again, we had a pre-call. Your business is Golden Goods. What you explained to me is that it's primarily a business-to-business play, but that you're interested in a consumer line with distribution now online and pop-up stores and all sorts of things. There's probably a really exciting opportunity for you. But the question that you posed to me was, when do you decide to stay with the same name, Golden Goods, turn it into a consumer one, versus line extensioning and having a new name?
Well, that's something that a lot of people face in a lot of different cases. And what I would want to know is, what are the overlaps between the two, and then what are the differences between the two? I take a look at your resources. Do you have an ability to support 2 brands, or generally it's less expensive to support one? If the positioning of the brand and the audience and your message are very, very different, if it's high-end versus low-end, like in Michael Mina's case, you might want to consider separating them. If your resources are very tight and you believe there's a platform or an umbrella across both, a single name might be better for you.
Right, right.
So to answer those 2 questions, thank you for being here, by the way. Is that we take a curator approach to T-shirts. So whether it's a B2B play or a B2C play, it's somebody's favorite T-shirt with the best fitting, best feeling fabric, great design. So for us, there isn't a rub between the product story. And in terms of the question you posed, for us, everybody who owns a company that may want to do T-shirts also wants to wear T-shirts themselves. So I think that there's a clear line between those 2 things. So from that perspective, if those are your 2 criteria, what that would lead me to say is that our consumer brand, keep it as Golden Goods, as opposed to coming up with a sub-brand underneath it. I guess the question is are there any negatives of doing that versus taking the Michael Mina approach? And because RN74 is just as special a restaurant as Michael Mina, yet he chose to do a sub-brand.
Right. It is just as special a restaurant, but it's because people know that it's probably associated with him, or that they've gone, they've visited, and they've had a wonderful experience. In your case, it sounds as though a potential your audience might buy a T-shirt both for themselves and for their friends and for the employees of their business to either wear as an advertisement for the business or not. And in that case, and knowing not a lot about your business, it sounds like, and they're all trade-offs, right? But it sounds like having one single brand would support those and be a much more efficient way to go. The only downside I could see is way out down the road, but as an entrepreneur, you can't think too far ahead. You got to really focus. If you started to learn over the course of your business that the 2 products or the 2 audiences started to separate, either in terms of of socioeconomics or hipness and contemporariness versus old-fashionedness, or in age, if they really started to diverge, I think at that point, then you've got a very interesting dilemma. Do you say, well, do we have two separate brands? Which brand gets which audience? Or do we do some sort of sub-brand or line extension, Golden Goods 2, or Golden Goods by Jim, or Golden Goods for business?
It's interesting you just said the last thing, because one of the pieces of advice from somebody I have a tremendous amount of respect for in terms of naming and such is, he said, you might want to consider making it very personal. For instance, my name's Jeff. My business partner's name is Jeffrey. He does design. I do, all the front-facing marketing, etc. So, his comment was, well, you guys, it's interesting you have the same names. Maybe the sub-brand name is Jeff and Jeffrey, which sounds a little narcissistic to call a brand after your name, but
it sounds more fashion-oriented, though, too. I mean, Jeff and Jeffrey sounds like a fashion brand versus Golden Goods sounds more of, I get a hit of kind of sportswear for some reason, but I do have a thought on that. How do you feel about SurveyMonkey research? In the past, we used to do very, lethargic research that was very costly, but now there's so many tools at our fingertips. Have you thought about just kind of doing a survey with your trusted friends? Or do you think that's a good thing to do or a bad thing to do?
I think it's a good thing to do. The bad thing to do is look at it and say, well, that's the only piece of information we're going to use. I mean, we're all business folks. We all have, and we're all humans, so we all have some common sense. I think you apply that first and foremost. I think you then expand to your network and get input from people you respect. And then certainly SurveyMonkey is appropriate to get, of some of people who are within your core group feedback on it. And then there's other ways to do that too. Focus groups are still pretty effective, although time consuming and expensive and not necessarily quantitative, and there are other surveys. So I think that you go both with your gut and with some analytics, and at the end of the day, between all of the different resources, you say, okay, I think this is the one that we're going to go with. I would caution in all of that, it's less about who you talk to, and I think more about how you structure the question, which is basically, I would suggest, don't say which one do you like. I would say, okay, here's what I'm trying to achieve, here's my objective, give them some background, and then let them decide. And that way you'll get a much more independent and I think, rational answer.
Right. I mean, one thing that we might want to consider is even layering on some of the exercises we did in Module 1, where you have your core attributes. And if your company, you want it to be, X, Y, and Z, then you think about, well, does my name actually reflect that feeling, those attributes, that tonality? And so I challenge you, Jeff, to think about, with your funnel test, does Golden Goods imply what you want it to imply? For this new consumer brand that you're moving forward. So start layering things on. I have heard of people also doing buying keywords or doing ad tests where they'll test them and they'll actually see where they're getting more click-throughs. That's definitely a more analytical way to go through, but I've heard people testing, subheads, copy offers, that kind of thing. So there are little things that you can do.
Well, and just to put a finish on this, I mean, maybe one thing for us to consider is to try to thread the needle with both, where you get the brand tie to the overall company Golden Goods, but there's some sort of an amplification that says that this is something different, unique, highly specialized and consumer focused. And not saying we would do this, but go with Jeff and Jeffrey, but perhaps Jeff and Jeffrey by Golden Goods, welcome your new favorite T-shirt or something like that.
That's right. How you end up connecting those things is really, really key. But if you understand the real basics, you'll be able to do that in a much better fashion. And Golden Goods has got a certain sort of vibe to it. Jeff and Jeffrey, I mean, almost all fashion brands are named after people, right? So if you're in that space, it makes a lot of sense to go that way. And then linguistically, Jeff and Jeffrey rolls off your tongue pretty well. It's pretty, there's a lot of soft vowels there. So it just lends itself more to consumer goods than it does to hard business.
Thank you very much.
Looks like Emily has a question.
Does your company just sell T-shirts?
No.
Okay, so what other things?
Everything from tote bags to yoga bags to tanks, hoodies, bandanas, polos, caps. It's basically anything you'd wear in terms of soft goods. It's
Okay.
really beautiful
Because
stuff.
when I think of Golden Goods, I don't think of T-shirts or what you're selling. So I don't know if there's a way to how do you like refine and your idea and with what you're selling and all of that.
Well, in the ad world, because before I was at Virgin America, I was in advertising like Mike was, and the process or the discipline is called account planning, where it's basically the research function, but trying to figure out ways that are a little bit more qualitative instead of quantitative to get answers to things. So you just mentioned focus groups, but even gathering your friends for a dinner, people that are kind of trusted friends, and showing them some of your materials, getting their feedback, that can be really a powerful way to do it. Now, of course, we also can get sentiment online and start to figure out, your brand is already facing in terms of being a website. You can get people's feedback on the website, on the product. So I think that what you have to do is gather that information, and then it's also important to not let criticism be a negative, to take it as positive feedback. Now, I've got to imagine when people started saying, your name seems a little bit young, it probably was hard to hear at first, right? So tell me how you've gotten through that, and where are you at with your name?
Well, honestly, I was so new to this, and the magazine at that point we only had 2 issues, that I don't think it didn't bother me too much because there was no attachment to the name.
Right.
All I kept thinking though is, oh my gosh, we already have 7,000 readers. How am I going to switch it over? That was more my concern. It didn't bother me that I needed to change the name. It bothered me more that I was going to have to do it.
Okay, so now you've decided that you're switching over, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Mike, what would be your advice for someone who is switching over? I mean, I always have thought honesty is the best policy. So let's, tell our 7,000 people what we're doing. But what would you advise? And also, what do we need to do legally to make sure she's covered with trademarks and, making sure that you've got all your everything covered?
Right. Well, that's part of the service that we provide. I think the first answer is honesty is the best policy. You reach out to your readers, which you've probably developed a relationship with. They value that relationship, and you tell them, hey, we're changing our name because of X, Y, and Z. Then you reassure them we're still the great brand that you love, and we're still the great product. And I think changing it earlier rather than later is a smart way to do it. It's going to cost some extra time and resources to do that, because you also want to reach out to virtually anyone that you may impact, and it's also an opportunity. You can do some press release on it. Hey, we've changed our name. People will pick it up. And in terms of
so let me just clarify. So
sure.
We've got press release, website, email. Is that kind of covering the bases of what we need to do?
Well, I think that's that would be the basics, and I think we're all approaching this from sort of a bootstrap standpoint. There are certainly other more expensive ways you can do that, but I think you have to do it organically at first.
Yeah. So go ahead.
So when we decided that the name change was good, we thought that to go with that, we really feel like the image needs to be changed because of people's perception. So something we were thinking about, because part of our rebranding is also, keeping Poshy, but keeping that as like a teen magazine, and doing, part of our mission is focusing on fashion in Seattle, but we would like to have issues all over the world where we focus on fashion in those cities individually. So it's something that was always in my plan. It was always something I wanted to do. So instead of, going about it's not that we're not being honest, but we're calling it an expansion rather than a name change. And so it comes at the same time, even though it's obvious that we're changing the name. How do you feel about that?
I absolutely would do that. I think Poshy is a terrific name for a teen magazine, a teen audience, think of sassy, think of anything ending in an IE or Y sounding. It's just diminutive. It's very, very friendly. It's
fun.
very
It's fun.
and very childlike and very fun. Absolutely, it is. So I think that's a brilliant move. I was reading something the other day, and one of the things I think we all need to be careful about is, while we want to be all things and we want to get very big, and we don't want to discriminate against anyone, we want to appeal to as wide an audience as possible. I think more people have problems going too broad than too narrow. So I would encourage everyone, from a marketing and brand building perspective, focus, and then focus again. You're much more likely to be successful, and then from there to be able to expand.
And that's definitely our plan. We're not doing it all at once. I'm not ready for that at all. But, you know, it's something that we eventually want to do, and, you know, kind of set these goals and kind of let everyone know, you know, in a couple years we would like to, you know, expand and go that way.
And that brings up a perfect point about how a name can enable you or limit you. If your idea is to spread throughout the U.S., English language, if you want to spread to the Pacific Rim, expand globally, then the name you select now needs to take that into consideration. How does it translate into the major languages? How can I associate it with other things? Are there other brands, businesses out there that I might want to do a co-marketing agreement with? And how does it align with them? And so that's the very forward-thinking things that you need to think about, because that is the tattoo that you're going to have for quite some time.
Well, and one story on this, and then I'll let Emily ask a question, but you know, as I mentioned, I was with Virgin America, and there was at one point an energy beverage that was actually a very good tasting energy beverage, and I'm not going to say the name, but it was a name that is definitely irreverent, and one where you're like, oh, I can't believe that they called it that, right? So they had approached us and they wanted to bring it on to the planes, and I tasted the product and I was like, well, this is actually really good. It was very natural and delicious, and it had a pretty can, but with this name on it. And I kept thinking to myself, how would the in-flight teammates feel if somebody's ordering this name that made me feel uncomfortable? And so ultimately, I recommended against it, and the provisioning team, you know, recommended against it. But so a name actually can hurt your distribution or help your distribution. I mean, there's all sorts of impacts that it could have, and so making sure that it's one that's going to work with your target. And, you know, the Virgin example is one where it was irreverent and it worked, but there are certainly names where people are trying to have a shock value where it can be have a negative backlash, too.
Right.
So, Emily.
So I was a 2008 Olympic silver medalist, and my last name is Silver. And my idea for a company is to offer services through motivational speaking and wellness and health. And what would you suggest to someone who has a somewhat unique last name? And is there a way that I could use that going forward in naming my brand? Or, you know, would you suggest playing with the fact that I won a silver medal as well? What would you, I just want to hear some ideas.
Well, I would wear the silver medal all the time, so I don't know why you don't have it on, because I would have it on, but.
I'd get 8 of them and wrap them around.
Yeah.
Wonderful question. And I think if you're going to be in the business, I think it depends what segment you're in, but if the motivational speaking, that is really about developing a relationship with you. And your name combined with the silver medal, I think that works extremely effectively. You also don't have to worry about trademark issues or clearance issues, which can be a bugaboo. So I think it you know, in 30 seconds to think about it, I think it works wonderfully. There's all kinds of examples of people who have named companies after themselves, you know, law firms, professional service firms, advertising agency firms, and they're all huge now, and they don't necessarily relate to the owner. No one thinks of BBDO as Batten, Barton, Durstee, and Osborne. But that doesn't mean when you inform the name in your marketing materials, you can't talk about
Tell the story.
Tell the story, that's right. The name should be a conversation starter. And then people go, that's interesting. I want to talk to this person.
What if, like, simplifying it down to AG, as in silver, like in the periodic table of elements?
Well, the upside of that is it makes it a little more intriguing, which I think is good. It's a little more provocative. It's a little more stimulating. But in this particular case, I don't think you need to do that. I think that, you know, between your medal and your last name and the business that you want to be in, I wouldn't tweak it. What I would do, however, is set aside 2, 3, 4, 5 hours and think about other alternatives and spend time to do it, because you're going to be living with it for quite some time.
I love the idea of fusing the silver and the silver. I mean, it's just, I think it has kind of a magical quality, so that's very exciting. You know what, you put together a couple slides for us, so I'm going to bring us through the slides, and then what I would love is to do some questions. Can you see these here?
Yes, I
All right.
can.
Okay, so back to our ebook, how I talked about how we have resources. Again, it's amazing that there are all these things that we can use for naming the thesaurus, the Urban Dictionary. It looks like you've given me one here, the International Trademark Association, their website, the English Dictionary. I love spending time on the thesaurus and just like digging through words because I write a lot, but that's a great way to get into naming and kind of stimulate the conversation. Government websites. Tell us a little bit about these two websites here, the trademark search system and the trademark process.
That's right. Well, first of all, a little bit of background. In naming, you're going to go through 2 basic steps. You're going to be creative and come up with a bunch of names, and that's the fun part. The hard part and the disappointing part is when you try to get clearance. You try to get the URL. So what these last two, the Trademark Electronic Search System, known as TESS, and the trademark process, that is literally the grind work that you need to do to see whether you can use that name or not. And it's not that complex. You can do it yourself, but part of what you need to do is do a pre-screen, and you can go to these and find out if your name exists. And the nuance to that is that there are certain categories: technology categories, software categories, food and beverage categories, transportation categories. So if you have a name that you like, but it's not used within that category, then it's probably okay. And there's a lot of examples of that. There's Dove the soap, but there's also Dove the ice cream, and you would think that those would be trademark infringement.
Right. I wouldn't want to be eating soap, right?
That's right, exactly. So it depends on what category you're in.
Right.
But before you go too far and start spending a lot of resources behind it, you want to make sure that you can trademark it.
Well, it's interesting because my book that's coming out is called Your Network is Your Net Worth, and so I had asked my agent, should I trademark the name of the book? In books, you can't actually trademark the names, but when I put it in the trademark search, I did see that someone has trademarked the phrase for events and conferences, and so I know that I can't do an event using that nomenclature for an event, because I'd probably get a red flag and then maybe somebody would sue me. So it's really good to know what's going on in your space, and I'm imagining that going through right now with your new name and also with Pashi, that you had to go through a trademark process and find things that were clear, right? Right?
Yeah, I was actually fortunate enough to talk to Mike a little bit before coming in. So here's my question. If there's another magazine that has a different, it's a magazine though with the same name, but it's a different, like, you know, they write about something different, their topics are different, would that infringe on copyright?
It gets a little nuanced at that point, and you start getting into legal issues. I think the thing to know about trademark is it's really a spectrum of risk. It is never quite clear exactly infringement versus non-infringement. That's why there are lots of attorneys in this world. And so you want to ask yourselves, and preferably from someone, if you have some attorney friends or trademark friends, at some point you have to start cutting checks to do that. But the way they look at it is consumer confusion. Those are the golden words that the USPTO, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, uses. Would a consumer be confused by these? And there's a bunch of degrees and things on like that, but of how that's interpreted. And I think, when we were talking, this one was to the trade, not necessarily consumer-oriented. It was slightly different. So you may or may not be clear on that. It's really hard to say, but it's about your appetite for risk. And I think if you've settled on a name and you really, really like it and you're very optimistic about your chances, I think it's probably worth investing some resources with a trademark attorney to get their input on that. And they're not going to say yes or no. They're going to go, well, here's your risk, and here's the pros and cons of each.
And we do, luckily, we have a lawyer that's coming on soon that will tell us what things cost and all that good stuff. There was a situation where we had an ad for Virgin America where we had the phrase creative class in it. We were talking about, appealing to the creative class. And somebody actually had that phrase trademarked, and so we ended up getting a cease and desist. So a lot of times, I think when people tell you, I have that trademark, what they're going to want you to do is just pull the materials. There's not usually a financial damages, but it's, take it out of publication and change it, and it's obviously a headache. But that's something you'll have to think about. If somebody does come up and say, hey, I already have that, what the impact is on your business.
I've actually had an experience. My husband's business put a press release on his website that had the words, "Are you ready to rumble?" on the title, and we received immediately. It wasn't even.
Is it wrestling? Is that wrestling?
He's an announcer, and
right.
I think it's wrestling.
That's his trademark.
Yeah.
It's his phrase.
But it was immediately a letter from his lawyer saying it didn't matter that we took it down, and we were going to have to pay him this amount of money, and but we took care of it. But it was
it's stressful.
Yeah, it was, and it was just a press release. It wasn't even our press release.
Well, when we're all fortunate enough to be in that situation, our attorneys are going to advise that as well. That's why you see a lot of stories about the Goliaths going after the little Davids, the Microsoft and the Coca-Colas, going after the tiniest little companies, because that's part of protecting your trademark. So when we're all very big and we have huge, monstrous, successful companies, you're going to need to do that too, because if you don't, then you become Kleenex and Band-Aid, and your mark gets genericized. Now, in the case, Larissa, that you were speaking to, removing an electronic press release, no-brainer. Changing an ad, a bit of a pain, no-brainer. Changing the name of your company, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. So that's why you want to be extra careful going in.
All right, so let's talk about this a little bit.
But sorry, since we're on this topic about trademarking, I'm wondering if we can ask a couple of questions from the internet that are on this topic. Okay, so a question is from LCJ. And by the way, the internet is so engaged and loving this conversation, what they're learning right now. There's so many questions. But the one was about if this person is a photographer, LCJ, and is it the best practice to name my business based on my brand? Do I still have to get clearances with the looking in the trademark and et cetera if your name of your business is yourself?
Is your name?
Yeah.
No, you don't need to. In fact, you don't need to do it clearance at all. It's just you don't need to. It's just the smart thing to do. Using your name as a brand is generally okay, but if your name happens to be General Motors or Coca-Cola or Oleg Cassini or Givenchy or Chanel, and you're operating in that, that may be a problem because Chanel will claim that you are diluting their brand name.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on there?
Always. But
we have plenty of questions.
Okay,
let's get through content.
Okay, so we've talked a little bit about this, but I don't love the name of the company. What process do I use? What I was hearing from you, you were giving advice to really put time into this and spend some time and hours and not just be reactive. We are going to talk with Dollar Shave Club CEO later on today, and his name, I did talk to him about it. He wanted to have it be a brand. He wanted it to feel like a club, so Dollar Shave Club. And he didn't want to be buyrazors.com. So trying to figure out kind of where you're going to, I think that's really important. Any other process kind of thoughts on picking a name?
Well, yeah. Again, just to reiterate, take the time, do the brand basics, and that will give you the creative juice to go through and come up with a good name. Now, in the process to pick a name on the creative end, and this is what I really like about it, and anybody who works with words really likes about it, is that it really is all about putting together letters in an artistic way. So you know, we all work creatively a little differently, but type out, write down the key core ideas, and then use lots of different creative stimuli. So, you know, use a dictionary, use WordNick online, use thesaurus. I've got 3 thesauruses. They're each this big. Foreign language dictionaries, urban dictionaries, the Cowboy Dictionary, and it's actually really fun to start with one name and see how far it can take you and still be on your roadmap.
Right. Well, so with that, how important is it?
Well, I think having the right name is really, really important, but I don't think it's as important as the value of the offering. So, you know, Smucker's is a horrible name.
It's a crazy name.
It's a crazy name. In fact, they made fun of it, right? And so did Saturday Night Live. But the value of their offering is an old-time family sweet goodness, so that's great. Orville Redenbacher, horrible name, but the brand is the sweet old guy, and so it's important is that it's going to introduce the conversation. It'll initially define you. It can either ease your burden or make your burden. And so spending a day or two or getting other people to help you out is a really, really wise investment, because it is important, but it's not insurmountable.
Okay, great. I thought this was interesting. You were saying where it sits in the brand mix. So you're saying it's really introducing you, it's a conversation starter. But what if you've inherited a company and it's a name that you hate?
Well,
stay with it?
If it's a name that you hate, and it's your company, and you're the highest paid person in the room, then you obviously can do anything you want with it. But I think what you do is you make the rational decision. Does it fit where you are as a company now? Is it where you want to be? RIM, R-I-M, Research in Motion, the Canadian firm, they had the BlackBerry, right? And they recently changed their corporate name to their product name, BlackBerry. Because they wanted to really focus in on that, and because that's basically all they made. So, you know, I think you ask yourselves both the emotional questions and the rational questions, and decide whether the name is good for you going forward.
Well, and one more personal story, and then it looks like Jeff has a question. But so my real name, the secret for all of you that are watching here, when I was growing up, my real name is Mary Porter Gale. Okay. But the nickname for Mary in the South was Polly. So strangely, I was known as Polly until I was about 22. And I was in New York, and at that time, Underdog was still like a cartoon. People were, "You're Underdog's girlfriend, Sweet Polly Purebred." And it was like, it was so sappy sweet that by the time I was about 24, I was like, forget it. I am so sick of this name, Polly, the nickname. So I decided I'm scrapping it. I'm going with my middle name. And for me, it was a really good decision, because people always say, Porter Gale, like that's an interesting name. So when we're talking about your names, sometimes people, you know, Jeffrey versus Jay versus Jeff, like you actually have some flexibility with your own name too, and figuring out like, how does that sound? What is the tonality? So for the photographers that are watching, you know, think about that. And for me, it was very easy. Within 1 year, I had
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience while we fixed that technical difficulty. We had a soundboard that decided it was not having anything to do with the broadcast today. So we switched it out and got a good team player soundboard. And now let's just pass it back over to Porter.
Excellent. Well, welcome back. So we were talking about names, obviously, and we were just talking about that it's not a brand. And at the beginning of this course, we talked about that a brand is really all the thoughts and feelings that someone has. So it's not the name, it's not the logo, it's everything. But you also say the name is not the end. What do you mean by that, Mike?
Well, I think we're getting a sense that coming up with a good name, coming up with a name that you can use in the marketplace is, while fun, difficult. So when you have a name, the work is really just beginning, because now you need to turn it into a brand.
Right, right. And the product and the service and everything all has to wrap up together. I did hear a question, I think I was hearing a side question where you guys were talking about, you know, somebody wanting X number of thousands of dollars for a name. When do you decide to do it yourself versus hiring or buying? You've got a couple of thoughts here.
Well, it really depends on your time and resources. Naming is a specialty, much like law or advertising. And so you have to ask yourself whether what the opportunity cost is. You certainly can do it yourself, but you have to be prepared to put in the time, both to create it, to research it, and to get it screened. Now that's time away from your core business. And if you're bootstrapping it, by all means, do it yourself. If you've got some nice venture funding, then investing in an outside service might be the way to go.
Okay, I have heard that some naming companies also have secured a lot of URLs, so maybe they own the rights to various URLs. That could be a perk if you had the funds,
right,
so that you could go get a good, clean URL.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, so let's see what the target thinks. We talked a lot about that. I think we've covered that. And a method to the madness. What's this? 100 candidates, 100 candidates, 100 candidates? Tell me what this process is.
Well, this touches on what we've been speaking to, both in coming up with a terrifically great creative name that's on strategy, as well as the second part of getting it being able to cleared, getting it cleared. And what you'll find is that quality really begets quantity, that the more name, and notice we call them candidates, the more name candidates you come up with, the greater the likelihood to, one, have an aha moment, two, really explore the depths of what your brand mean and will mean, and three, the chances of you getting it cleared is vastly improved.
Right. Do you have a point of view on using a cliche as a name? Because I've had people come to me before saying, I want to use, you know, X phrase, and it's a cliche. And sometimes kind of in creative fields, I used to hear like, oh, don't use a cliche, but things that either have a pop culture association or a cliche or something attached to them already. What's your point of view on that?
Well, if it aligns with your core values, then you should seriously consider it. You'll also want to find out what that cliche means, and the web's wonderful for that. What are the associations for that? So yes, it's certainly something to be put into the consideration set. The downside is that if you're in a business that values creativity, if you're offering creative services, using a cliche that somebody else has already used or invented or that's tired, it's not going to send the right message.
Okay. All right. So moving on. You had kind of a process that you did. You were talking about which ones have legs, which ones have a story to tell. Any other things that we should be thinking about when we're evaluating names and looking at them creatively?
No, I think we've really covered it. You want to generate a lot of ideas. You want to relate it back to your strategic roadmap, your brand value, or your mission statement, or your creative brief, whatever it might be. Evaluate it with both sides of your head. You know, it's the rational side as well as the emotional side, because it needs to appeal to both.
Okay. I do like this, though, that your list where we want to do a trademark screen, web screen, URL screen, global language screen. We haven't talked a lot about global language. You talked about it briefly, but how important is that? If you are doing a business that's here locally or it's a Seattle-based business, do we care about global ramifications?
If you are a very optimistic person, yes, you do, because you may hope especially in Larissa's case, fashion is a global business, and style and brand's a global business. So yeah, you would certainly want to consider that. So there's also, there's a large Spanish-speaking community in this country, and they are growing rapidly. So if your name either translates to something directly or maybe just means something close to that, that's something you definitely want to consider. And it's not that hard to do.
And so what would you be doing? Like going online and looking at translations and things like that?
Yeah, it's very, you could get foreign language dictionaries, you could go online, and then and I think that's the very basic thing you want to do. And if you've got the resources and you really believe that you're going to be a global brand, I would go further than that, and I would really devote the time to seeing how it works in other languages.
Okay. Tell me about this slang screen. What's the slang screen?
Well, again, it relates to different languages as well. But there are words that, to certain socio-demographics, mean what they mean. In other cases, they could mean something either frivolous, silly, or could be very, very offensive.
Right. That energy beverage that I told you about had one of those names. Do you remember? I think I might have talked to you about that one once. Okay, spelling, pronunciation, and recall. Obviously, we need to match them up with the URL also, because we want people to be able to find our businesses, and everything pretty much has a digital storefront these days. But anything that helps recall, is shorter better or simple better?
Yeah, generally, but the trade-off there is the shorter your name, the harder it is to get the URL or anything close to that. But recall can be helped in a couple of ways. It may be something that is already familiar in the marketplace, like a cliche. It may be something that has a certain rhythm to it that can help with recall. Or it may be so out of left field that people recall it.
Okay, great. So let's see. Keeping versus changing, we talked a lot about this. I think we have some good guidelines on that, and you're moving ahead, you're changing. Jeff, we'll know what you're doing probably by the end of this workshop. We'll know if you have a new name. Maybe we'll do a workshop on names for you. Scandal, we haven't talked about that. Well, BlackBerry, RIM, changing to BlackBerry, but can you tell us about a name that changed because of a scandal? Enron?
Enron, they went out of business, but you certainly wouldn't want to name a company Enron. But that's a pretty cool name, right? It makes sense in a lot of areas. Anderson. Anderson Consulting, right? They were Arthur Anderson accountants, and then Anderson Consulting, and they got caught up in a lot of things. And you don't want that name anymore. They're now Accenture.
Right. Gosh, if I had a scandal, I don't know what name I would turn to, but maybe I'd be Debbie Gale instead of Porter Gale. We'll see. Well, that wraps up our presentation. So what I wanted to do was just bring it back to questions and see if there's anything else. But maybe, Mike, if you could just summarize, if there was, 3 to 4 things that people should really consider, advice for picking a name, what those 3 things would be.
Well, we've touched on a lot of them, and at the risk of repeating myself, I would suggest first and foremost that you should have a business plan, a strategic and creative roadmap, and use that to help inform your name and evaluate your name. I think the second thing I would say is it's important, and don't underestimate that, and it's difficult, and so you should really allocate the time necessary to do to find the right name for you. You may end up with the one you thought of in 30 seconds, but at least you're going to be much more comfortable knowing that you've explored it a lot.
Okay, great. So any questions from the web?
So very many questions, Porter. Let's go ahead and start with Creeder, who asked, do you change a brand name you were set on because the domain name is taken, even with add-on words?
If you are a pure play internet company where everything is vitally important that URL is, I would look for the right URL. I think that's a game changer. If you're not, my company, for instance, I don't get any business through the web, so it wasn't that important. Fortunately, it was available. But I think if you are in the web space and that's where 99% of your business comes from, getting the URL the way you want it is vital.
Well, and one point on that, Michael Mina, obviously the chef, there is somebody named Michael Mina who's not the chef, another one who has the .com. So Michael has the .net, and there was a dialogue on, should he try to buy the .com from the other person, and it was cost prohibitive. So I do think that sometimes you're forced to make trade-offs, and looking at the CO extensions or the .net extensions, it's not desirable, but sometimes you're forced to do it. So I think you have to figure out what's right for my situation and right for my business.
That's very funny you should make that comment, because I was just about to ask you the question. Does Mike have thoughts on, Denise in Boston, thoughts on the .co if you can't get the .com? When you're advising people?
Well, that's, frankly, it's a little bit out of my expertise, but I think the answer is readily available. I'm sure one can find out what the relative merits are of a .net, .co, .us, .biz. I think it's probably a little more interesting question as to whether to go with your exact URL with a .net or a .co versus mycompany.com.
Right.
That I wouldn't. I don't have the background to speak to.
Yeah, well, I would say that I'm seeing a lot more .co's come up. Mike from Soma Water, who we're going to be talking to tomorrow, has a .co. Now, when I was trying to email him, I of course emailed him at .com like 5 or 6 times. I was, why am I getting a bounce back? So there's problems that happen, but you're seeing it more and more frequently. Brit & Co. is a subscription service and also kind of online personality. She's using .co. So I think that we're starting to see that, and it's going to be more and more common, but you also have to really explain to people, by the way, it's .co, not .com, and tell them that, because otherwise you're not going to be able to find you.
Sounds great. Brian Lewis wonders, is using a non-familiar word or term in your business name a detrimental factor towards having a successful business?
No, not at all. I think it depends on what the word is. Again, if it doesn't relate to your business or your core strategy, that still can work. It just makes your job a little bit harder. But it may be so crazy that people are gonna get it's gonna be provocative, and they'll go, boy, what's this about? I think that's kind of a stretch. I think you want the name to evolve from your core values, your core mission.
So that foundation work we talked about in Module 1 should really be informing the name and not vice versa.
That's right.
Right. Any other
I like that people are already starting to ask questions about like the legal side as well about business, because that is where we're going next, correct? Into the legal aspects of things. And so that's great that people are already asking those types
That's
of
right. Our
questions.
next module is all about legal, so it will be everything from trademarking and fundraising and stock options and employees and what to do when you're setting up your company. So can't wait to hear the questions on that.
Cool. So we do have, like we said, if we could ask a few more questions, that would be fabulous. And this goes back to, we had that talk about using names that bigger companies might have. And Jordan Brantley, her problem right now is that her business is Create Like Crazy. She's a blog, design studio, and a resource shop, but she just found out that it's trademarked by Crayola and is used in their markers. Should she change this, or is it not a big deal?
I'd recommend changing it. Sooner or later, Crayola will send her a cease and desist. It's not that she's a threat to Crayola, but if they don't do that, they establish a precedence of saying, well, this is okay. You've got time after time of people using your trademark in the marketplace, so therefore it's no longer yours. You have to defend it in order for it to be a trademark.
Yeah, and this is a little bit different story, but there was one point where at Virgin America we had used a famous astronaut's name in an email without his consent. And it was used in historical reference, but because everything is searchable now, they felt that it was being used as an endorsement. And so a very costly trade lawsuit ensued, which was hundreds of thousands of dollars to settle. So, when someone is saying, please don't use that, or I have it trademarked, like, take it seriously, and lawsuits can close a small business, and so I think try to avoid things like that. So unfortunately, I would probably recommend that she change the name too.
Makes sense. Decide what so many questions. Alfie Savannah says, should what you do be included in the name? So she was using Poshy as an example. Should it be Poshy Where instead of just Poshy?
I don't believe there are any hard and fast answers on that. I think that if it helps to explain what you do and builds upon it, then you ought to consider it. But again, if you're looking at 50, 75, 100 names, you'll get a sense of how that works in your particular case.
Well, and a lot of times too, a name is going to be attached to a tagline, and so the tagline can do a lot of the communicating of, you know, for Virgin America, we used a breath of fresh air line. So that was kind of taking a funny cliche, right, and then making it memorable, because it was, instead of breath of fresh air line, but it was saying we wanted to reinvent the airline category by the tagline. So I think that you have to remember that the name doesn't have to do everything, and that usually the name is going to be on packaging, or it's going to be on a website, or it's going to be on materials, where there's other places that you can also communicate. So I wouldn't have it do everything.
That's a great point about the tagline. Absolutely. People were asking about that as well. So a question from Ecuador. If you are branding yourself as a name, what advice do you have for a naming strategy if your name is a quite common one? So we have a lot of photographers in our audience who might, or people providing services who are using their name for themselves.
Their own name.
Yeah.
Well, if it's quite common, it's going to be hard to be distinctive. It's going to be directly related to you. Depending on where you are in your evolution, it'll suggest that you could be very small. In other cases, you might want to use a name that suggests there are more than just you behind it. So it's a hard call, but if your name is very, very common in the States, if it's Smith or Johnson, I think I'd probably want to shy away from it.
You know, the other thing is that being a photographer, obviously, it's a creative business, and so I think the interpretation of the font selection, the graphics, the way it looks, the layout, if you're putting it into kind of a logo or an icon, all of those things are going to have kind of, you know, a feeling too.
So just kind of as a follow-up to that, several people are asking the reverse, if they have a very hard to remember or spell name, what would you recommend? For example, Osfal, her name is Osfal Huda, which is not easy to pronounce or remember. Should they operate under a brand name as an artist or photographer? And there were more questions like that.
Yep, a great question. If a lot of your business is going to be coming from the web, I would probably shorten it both to easier spelling and easier pronunciation, so you can get the URL. If it's problematic that people are mispronouncing it, yeah, you might want to consider it. But on the other hand, none of these things are easy, right? But there's trade-offs. But having a name that's distinctive, you could play off that, and possibly in your messaging, you could simplify it, provide a phonetic case to it. You know, but I think the key thing is if it's hard to spell and unfamiliar to your audience, which is key, then that would be that I'd probably lean towards simplifying it to get the URL.
Right. You know, one funny thing that I've seen done, Gary Vanderchuk, who I mentioned, Vaynerchuk at the beginning, his quote about passion, he's an author and a wine person. On all of his books, it has the phonetic spelling of how to say his name. And so he's used it to his advantage to kind of help communicate. And so that's kind of a funny thing. But I agree, you have to take each situation and look at the pros and cons and figure out what's best. I think that the non-names, the ones that are company names or brand names instead of individual names, often feel bigger and larger, and sometimes a personal name will seem smaller, so you have to think about that too.
Right.
Okay, so I think we have time for one final question. So Shroomy says, we use the UK spelling of one word in our two-word name because there's another word hidden in the combo of the two words. So the name of the company is Care Stories. It's a resource for caregivers, and it's a supportive community. So they like the fact that Care Stories, when stories is spelled with EYS, the UK version, that the word restore is hidden in the middle of that. Is that something that you recommend? Is that something you like? What do you think about using kind of, you know, putting jokes in the name, just that sort of playing with the name in that way?
The subliminal bits.
Yes.
again, case-by-case basis, I think those are some of the very, very happy coincidences that can come when you do your homework and develop a lot of names. And you'll find some, especially when you put the URL together, that don't have happy endings, that they come across as not being very good, and so you got to think about those. But again, I think you do it on a case-by-case basis, and in that case, Restore fits perfectly for that, and you could build a story around that.
Right, so that's, I think that's a nice story they can tell. The same thing with Michael Mina with RN74. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but RN74 is a road that goes through France in the Burgundy region, and they picked that because they wanted the restaurant to have kind of a French feeling and be all about wines. Now, a lot of people don't know it, but if a server is at the table and someone asks, all of a sudden there's something that, you know, there's this great story and it has rationale. It goes back to kind of the theme and the feeling. So I like that they have the word restore in there. I think it's smart and fun, and it may be something that they can use in their communications.
Beautiful. All right, well, it is about that time. We're going to go to lunch. So I just want to say a very big thank you to Mike Pyle of Uppercase Naming. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
There are so many people out there that are saying thank you, so we really appreciate your being here.
My pleasure.
So we are going to take a 45-minute break, and what are we going to do when we come back?
When we come back, we're going to be talking about legal, and I promise you it's going to be a fun conversation about legal. It won't be boring and dry. It's going to be very exciting. So thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And we will have a new special guest to join us to talk about legal. We are going to have a legal expert. His name is Alon Rotem, and he will be here to talk with the wonderful Porter.
He works with all sorts of startups and has all sorts of great ideas and resources, so it should be a great conversation.
Fantastic. Well, you said something earlier, Porter, that really struck with me, and that was when you were talking in the beginning about prioritizing things. And you said, asked our studio audience, but everyone online, are you thinking too small? Are you stuck in the weeds? And are you ready to think bigger? And what I'm seeing in the faces of our studio audience and hearing people online is that they are. They are engaged and they are ready to think bigger. So we're only two modules in to a 12-module program here, and people are already thinking bigger. So once again, everyone, what we're doing here at Creative Live is if you are seeing this as a valuable tool for your business, you know you can't watch the whole thing, you're going to want to go back and rewatch at your own pace. Building a business, like I said earlier, doesn't happen overnight, and you are ready to think big. You can purchase anytime access to the videos for this course to either watch at home, to stream on our website, or to have the mobile version to have on your mobile devices. The cost for this workshop is $249. However, when you purchase it now during the live event in these 3 days, it is $149. And as we continue to go through, there is an ebook that Porter has put together specifically and only exclusively for this program, and that comes with the downloads and the purchase of the course as well. And what an incredible resource guide that is, with those exercises, those questions to ask yourself to allow you to think bigger for yourself. So everyone, we will see you back in 45 minutes. Thanks so much again, Mike.
Thank you.
I'm Josh Kaufman, and I'm teaching the Personal MBA live on Creative Live, February 14th and 15th. Don't miss it. When I was in my mid-20s, I really wanted to learn about how all businesses worked. What were the ideas that everybody needs to know about business in order to do well? And could I find them? Could I put them together? Every single business, large or small, does 5 and only 5 things, believe it or not. Creating something valuable, marketing it, selling it, delivering it to the customer, and finance. Every single business, it doesn't matter if it's the largest of the large multinationals in the world or the smallest garage venture that has ever been created, every single business goes through those 5 steps. Business isn't rocket science. It's actually very simple. There's just a few things you need to know about how businesses actually work. And with this course, you will learn exactly what you need to know and exactly what you need to do to walk into any business and deliver massive value.
During my busy season, I was visiting a chiropractor once, twice, up to 3 times a week. I even had to get cortisone shots in parts of my back because my muscles just wouldn't relax. All that heavy gear and being hunched over at my desk all week, it was killing me and making photography so much less enjoyable. It was really starting to take a toll on my body. I knew if I kept going the way that I was, my photography career was not going to last as long as I wanted it to. But all of that changed with yoga. Yoga has helped my photography. It keeps me active and it lessens the pain that I have while doing my job. In Yoga for Photographers, we're going to address all the different problems that photographers tend to have by doing really easy, simple moves that you can do by yourself at home.
I just want to know something today. I just want to know today, know today, know today, know that maybe I will be okay.
Just kidding, you won't have to do that. I swear, we really will be using yoga moves that are easy, even if you think you're out of shape or you can't even touch your toes. In addition to showing you some great yoga techniques that you can use, we will be debunking some myths about yoga, like that you maybe need to be flexible to do it. You don't. We'll talk about
Welcome back to Building Your Brand with Porter Gale here on Creative Live. We're excited to finish out the second half of today, but before we do so, we're going to give away another prize, and we're going to do, what are we giving away, Hannah?
What are we giving away? Will you hold
I
these
will
up for me,
hold these up.
please? These are, two lucky winners are going to win one of these spec mini iPad mini cases. They're very pretty. And so just wanted to tell you guys about Spec, and they are obsessed with designing cases that are just as smart and indispensable as the gadgets that they protect. And they're down in Silicon Valley. And details. These things are all about the cool details.
They are. I use Spec for my cell phone. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Excellent. All right, so 2 lucky winners. One's blue, one's black. Who's going to win?
Go. The winners are going to be, first of all, Public Health Policy, whose Twitter handle is PHPolicy, one with the quote, "Ask yourself the emotional questions, then the rational questions, then decide."
That was a good one.
I like that. I like that. You're very
said that.
You are very quotable.
So quotable. Twitter is. Okay, the second winner of the Spec case is Latara Drago, and she entered on Facebook, and the quote is, "What about your business is different? The difference is what is going to be your brand."
Great.
Excellent
Great.
quotes. Excellent
Great.
quotes, everyone. Just a reminder, you can go to creativelive.com/blog and find out how you can enter to win more prizes throughout the day, throughout the workshop. So, Porter, we are excited for your next very special guest. Over to you.
Yay, thank you, and welcome back, everyone. Our next module, we're going to be talking about legal. something that I'm not an expert in, so I had Alon come and join me today. But before we begin, I wanted to just talk about some of the resources first, because I want to make sure that you guys have some good tips and resources. So a couple of things that I just wanted to point out. Alon's company, Goodwin Procter, has this amazing resource called Founders Workbench. And if I don't give it its full justice, please tell me to add on. Okay. But at Founders Workbench, there's articles, there's tips, but there's also a lot of free templates. And so if you have legal needs immediately, but you don't have the resources to hire someone, you can actually go on there and find the forms for a lot of the things that you might need to do. So an amazing resource, frankly, like that's worth watching the show just to get the resource, right?
True, yeah. One neat thing about it is you can basically learn a lot about the topics about starting your company.
Right.
And of course, if you want to talk to an attorney immediately, you're obviously more than welcome to do that. But it's got like a very do-it-yourself sort of attitude about it. And if you're not quite ready to talk to someone else and you just want to get a little bit more savvy about the basic legal topics and actually form your startup, whether it be a corporation or an LLC, and we'll talk about that as well, you can actually get the forms, set the company up right there.
That's great. I love that. So free resources right at your fingertips. A couple other websites that I just wanted to tell you about to make sure that you have. The Labor Employment Law Guide, it's a government website, so a .gov. That's a great one just for lots of employment law. And then we talked a little bit about the trademark office one. So remember those because big implications with trademarks and legal. So quickly, I just want to introduce you and thank you for being on the show.
Sure.
We met probably 6 months ago. Now that I have a book and a small company, I had some legal questions, and so in the Bay Area where I'm from, I sent out an email to all my friends. I said, who's a good lawyer that can work with startups? I don't have a lot of money. And this is who I ended up with. So thank you for joining us. Your firm...
I'm the discount lawyer.
No, it wasn't discount. It was understands startups and can really help people prioritize what's important and what's not important. And he's been great because there's been a couple things that I thought I needed, and he was like, well, you don't really need to do that. So your firm specializes in startups, correct?
Well, Goodwin Procter is a full-service law firm, so it's like 1,000 lawyers all across the country, and they do pretty much everything. But the group that I work with, the technology companies practice, we do specialize in startups. And so half of our practice is devoted to working with companies from, 2 people in a garage all the way through companies that are basically publicly traded that we've all heard of.
Right.
And taking them from that point all the way through.
Right.
The other part of the practice is focused on working with investors when they're investing in companies. And so that gives us a little bit of insight into what investors are looking at when they're analyzing whether a company is a good investment to make.
Great, great. It's funny when you say 2 people in a garage, of course I start thinking about Apple. You never know what business is going to start in a garage and like where things are going to go. So even though we're individuals and have smaller companies, a year from now we could have huge businesses, and so it's exciting and great to get your advice. So we're going to talk about quite a few legal topics today. We did talk about in our last module, I brought up the airline, the astronaut story about the email, and that was one story that I wanted to bring up. But it's important to know that legal mistakes, it's always better to do kind of your conversation beforehand instead of after the fact, right? And I think a lot of times we see the lawyer after the fact when it's too late and we're trying to get ourselves out of a problem. Maybe we haven't done the right documentation. So what I'm hoping that you guys get from this module is some of the things that you should do now to protect yourself, to do things right, to set up your company right, to make sure that you're using employees in the right way instead of contractors or whatever you should be doing. So going through that, even looking at things like tax credits and when you should get an attorney for taxes, all sorts of things. So that's kind of the framework. What I thought we would do is start going through your slides, and then I know that some of you guys had questions. Dan, I already heard some questions from you earlier, so we'll get to those soon. So corporate structure.
Yep.
There's all sorts of ways that you can do things, and a lot of the people that are watching online might be just a single person right now, but tell us a little bit about the different types of structures for companies.
Sure. So there are actually a lot of different types of structures you can start when forming your business. But the 2 most common ones we tend to see are limited liability companies and corporations. Limited liability companies are an interesting way to go because they are pass-through entities, which means there's no separate level of taxation at the entity level, it's just at the individual level. And they tend to be a very flexible entity to use. There's a lot of different ways you can work with the way that the members or the owners of the company are going to receive allocations and distributions from the entity. There's also a lot of different permutations with respect to the voting control of the company that you can work with in an LLC. The issue with it is because they're so flexible, they end up being very customized instruments, and that can be a little bit more costly to set up from the outset. It's definitely a good idea to talk with an attorney and even a tax advisor when setting those up, because there's a lot of different ramifications, especially on the tax front, that you can run into if you don't set it up properly.
Well, let's take one example. So let's have a hypothetical example where we have a photographer that has a growing business. Maybe they have a studio. They've brought 2 or 3 other photographers in, and they're going to do a joint business. When should they move into an LLC agreement if there's multiple people coming together in a company?
So I would say, right from the outset, you're going to want to set up some sort of entity, whether it be an LLC or a corporation. And an important reason to do that, and we'll get to it in the other slides, is it's really you want to be clear about how the pie is ultimately going to be divided between the founders and what sort of rules we're going to set up with respect to decisions that the company is going to have to make. A lot of times people just try to do it without setting up the entity first, and they run into disagreements, and there's no documented framework for everybody to go to figure out what do we do now that we have different ideas about what we want to do.
Right. I've heard about that, of course, in the horrible stories where it's 2 friends that have started a business together. Maybe they were dating and then the relationship dissolved, but the company didn't, and there's a lot of disagreement about who gets what, and very complicated when there's no documentation. So that makes sense to really have clearly defined terms up front.
Right. I mean, it's kind of like a prenuptial agreement for a marriage. It's an uncomfortable topic to bring up when things are going well, but everybody's thankful that it's in place when things are not so stable.
Right. Tell me about the Delaware corporations, because I've heard a lot about people doing Delaware C Corps, especially if they're in Silicon Valley. So tell us about that.
Yeah, so Delaware is the state where the vast majority of corporations are ultimately registered, and I would say in upwards of 90% of the companies we work with are Delaware entities. Delaware is known for having a very sort of well-developed body of law in corporate law. A lot of cases come up there, and the judges in Delaware that hand down rulings are very kind of well-versed in corporate law and corporate situations that come up. Additionally, their codified statutes are very user-friendly, and they make it very easy for everybody to understand.
I'm going to stop you for 1 second. What's that? What kind of statute?
Codified. Just codified, the same kind of word as a code. The Delaware Code for governing basically corporations. And the Delaware General Corporation Law, which is what it's called, is very clear, prescribing what are the rights of stockholders, what are the duties of directors, and so forth. And so for those reasons, especially when you get to the level where you're getting investment from institutional investors, in Silicon Valley, for example, they're very comfortable with the rules in Delaware and very comfortable with Delaware entities. And specifically, they're very comfortable with Delaware corporations.
Okay. So does your business have to actually physically be in Delaware?
Yeah, that's a great question.
So you need an office in Delaware? Or?
No. So your business definitely does not have to physically be in Delaware. It could be in California. It could be in Washington. But ultimately, when you file, the corporations is domestically going to be, at like a atmospheric level based in Delaware, and then you're going to file to do business as a foreign corporation in the state in which you actually do business.
Okay. Before we move on to the next topic, I just want to ask our great guests here, any questions about LLCs, how to set up your business? Dan?
Yeah, just a quick question regarding LLCs. When you put your name into an LLC, should you do so in a more broad range so that if you have other companies that you start, it's all under one LLC umbrella? Or do you specifically assign an LLC to that specific business name? Does that sort of make sense?
Yeah, you could form the entity with whatever name you want to have, and if it's your name, it could be Mike Smith LLC, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Is that sort of the
Yeah,
question?
yeah. Would you put it under your name, or would you put it under the business? We're all sort of aspiring business owners here.
Right.
Do you put it under that specific one that we're going to start, or maybe your name, so that if you branch off, you're not tied to that one business that you maybe switched away from?
That's a good question. I would probably lean towards giving the business name its actual name in the entity, and not necessarily putting your given name in the entity.
Okay.
You can always change the name later, and you can certainly have products and services in different lines of businesses coming off of that LLC that have different names. A lot of times people will have a name like Creative Labs LLC, and the labs will signify the fact that they're planning on having more than one product or more than one business line come out of that LLC. The other thing you can do is, there's a limited number of names that are available because for the same kind of reasons that there's restrictions on trademarks. And so you can actually go to the Delaware Secretary of State website and do an entity search. And you can search for the LLC name and see if nobody has it, and if you can grab it.
Great. Any other questions from you guys?
We have questions online.
Okay, let's take a question online before we move on.
Okay, question from Mary, representing what a number of people are asking. When you're starting out as a small business, sole proprietor, with what will likely be small profits initially, should you immediately become an LLC, or is that something that should come later? If later, what is that question? What influences when?
So if you're going to get profits early on and you're going to be subject to taxation on those profits, like we said before, the LLC is a good vehicle to deal with that because you're not going to have the level of double taxation. One thing we didn't get a chance to touch upon, which is sort of relevant to this question, is if you're a sole proprietor and it's really just your business and you don't have outside institutional investors, you could set up as a subchapter S corporation, and that utilizes the same formal structure we talked about with respect to the C Corp, but it is also a pass-through tax entity just like an LLC.
Thank you.
Great. We've got a couple more. David N., if founding a nonprofit, is there any benefit to incorporating in Delaware?
That's a good question. So nonprofit law is actually a whole nother sort of area of law, and they have a bunch of different considerations. But in general, yeah, Delaware is the preferred choice for almost any entity, including nonprofits. Although we definitely see, if the nonprofit is based in New York or based in California, we do tend to see those be a little bit more regionally incorporated.
Surprised we don't have competition from Rhode Island or some other state trying to go after that.
No,
That
it's
was
true.
a joke.
No, you're right.
Well, so somebody was asking, Bravo was asking, can you talk briefly about Wyoming LLC versus Delaware versus Nevada? Are there some other states? I don't know enough to know whether those two are specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely am not an expert in all 50 states of LLC law, but every state does have a little bit different twist on their rules. Delaware happens to be really user-friendly in the fact that they'll accept electronic signatures, they'll turn documents back to you sometimes within 2 hours if you ask them to. Different states kind of have a different level of customer service and a different level of flexibility. A lot of people do talk about Nevada as being sort of a decent competitor, and we do see some companies formed in Nevada.
Well, there's a lot of tax benefits to Nevada also, so
Right.
that's one of the reasons people are going there, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. Like any state has its own tax regime. You and I both happen to live in California, which is tax heavy, but has its other benefits, including sunny weather,
Right.
things like
right.
that. But yes, tax considerations are always they always are an important factor, if not the driving factor, of deciding where to ultimately incorporate and where even just to do business.
Right, great. I love that point about Delaware taking the electronic signatures and turning things around quickly. It sounds like they're more potentially tech friendly, and with a lot of businesses being very online based and driving in that way, having a state that is flexible in that kind of way is probably really good for future business too.
Yeah, they move at the speed of business, which I know you're fond of like phrases. So that I would say I would say Delaware is friendly in that respect.
Yeah, good. All right, so let's move on to our next topic. Founder equity, obviously in San Francisco where we're at, there's a lot of startups and people doing stock options. For those of us that are, maybe new to this space, when should you be thinking about this? When should you actually have stock? Like Jeff, for example, he's got a company where he's got a partner. When do they get to the point where they start thinking about issuing stock and dividing up the pie? Like when do you start doing this type of thing?
That's a great question. Immediately, I would say. As soon as you're ready to form the entity, you should be ready to start talking about how that entity is going to be capitalized and how it's going to be how the ownership of that entity is going to be divided. So if you're two founders and you're going in at 50-50 and you're comfortable with that approach, then you should be issuing 50% of the equity to you and 50% of the equity to your co-founder. Of course, if you have three founders, that math works out differently. But those considerations should be dealt with at the outset. And actually, when people come to us to form companies, we'll provide them with like a 10 or 15 question worksheet that has them think about each of these points, because as we form the entity, immediately thereafter we're going to be issuing stock to the people that are ready there at the outset.
One thing that has been great, it's been an honor. I've had a couple companies that have asked me to advise them, and a lot of times when they're startups, they don't have a lot of cash flow, and so instead they'll offer stock options. And it's obviously a risk because you never know, but you have to decide, okay, I'm going to do this because it seems like this is a great company, I like what they're doing. But how do you get to the point where you actually even have the stock options available to give to somebody to advise? Because for a startup, sometimes it's really nice to surround yourself with a team of people that can help you, especially I'm thinking about your magazine. You probably would love to have some people that give you thoughts on, distribution strategy or partnership strategy, but cash flow, you probably don't have a lot of cash. So in the situation where you wanted to all of a sudden incent someone with stock options, how would you get from where she is today, just starting out her business, to being at that point?
Right. So the company formation process that we talked about with respect to the questionnaire will include that concept. So when we form companies, not only will we incorporate them, not only will we issue stock to the founders, but we'll also set up a compliant stock option pool. And from that stock option pool, it'll be one document that's the plan, and then the plan will have a set of templates underneath it in order to issue the stock or the option to the advisor. So it's very template driven and it's not very expensive, but you want to make sure you're working with attorneys that know what the rules are, because there's a lot of regulations about stock options and other sorts of compensation in the deferred compensation sort of realm.
Right. Okay. So talk about this a little bit. Vesting schedule, acceleration triggers. A lot of that sounds like with new employees, you want to give them a vesting schedule so they're going to stay on board for a certain number of years. Maybe they're vesting over 4 years, various triggers of when they could get their dollars back if it was a public company. Tell me a little bit more about that in kind of basic terms for the individual business. What do we need to know about this?
Sure. So this is actually relevant even at the founder level. Let's say you have two co-founders of a business and you're just getting started. One way to properly align incentives would be to place these vesting restrictions on the stock. So let's say you're a company where founder A is 50% and founder B is 50%. When you put a 4-year vesting schedule on that equity, that means that on a monthly basis, it'll take 4 years for that equity not to be subject to forfeiture. So let's say you have a falling out after year 1. Let's say founder A leaves after year 1 after the falling out. They'll be vested in 25% of the equity that they had, and founder B, who's left to carry on the business, is going to feel like that's equitable because they have to spend the next 3 years or even longer building the business and providing services and kind of putting their heart and soul into it. And so founder A will leave, they'll have a smaller percentage because they'll have earned a smaller percentage.
Right. So then they're not going to leave and say, oh, I get 50% and I'm leaving, and leave the other person there with 50% and all the work. So
Exactly.
It sounds like good protection.
It's great protection. And mechanically, the way it works is after year one and founder A leaves, the company has the contractual ability to buy back the unvested shares. And that's sort of how they're left with less than what they were originally granted.
So if we're buying back the shares, again being hypothetical, how do we put the value amount on the share? How do you figure out the value of a share?
So when the company gets to buy it back, they'll buy it back at a nominal price, basically the same price that the founder paid to get the shares initially. Usually when a company is sort of just getting up and running and it doesn't really have like a real tangible value, it'll be, it'll be a de minimis amount.
Okay. Sounds like a question here from Jeff.
So we've been in business for coming up on 4 years. So at this juncture, I don't think we actually did a vesting schedule. We're a sub-S, and we are 50-50 owners. And the stock was divided that way. Since we've been at it for 4 years, is it pretty much assuming that we've vested? And
is it too late? The answer is no, it's not too. So yes, the default is that you're both fully vested in the stock, and neither of your shares are subject to forfeiture. But if now that you're sort of reconsidering it and wanting to put in this kind of protection, you can layer in a stock restriction agreement on top of what you have now and have you both agree to sort of reset your vesting. And actually, you wouldn't have to reset it, let's say, for 4 years. You could give each other credit for the work, for time served, basically.
Sure. If we don't currently have a stock option pool program, but we're starting to bring on some real talent, and it's something which we should think about. How easy is it to modify the agreements to allocate that option pool?
It's relatively easy. You wouldn't necessarily have to modify what you already have. You would just at the corporate entity level, assuming you have a board of directors, if you're a corporation, you would approve a stock option plan, and that plan would have its templates, and you could start issuing stock. One important thing to think about is to make sure that the company has enough shares authorized already to accommodate that plan. So let's say right now you had 1 million shares authorized, and you're 500,000 shares for you and 500,000 shares for your co-founder. You would have to amend your charter to increase the number of shares to accommodate for, let's say, a 200,000 share option pool.
Now, since they haven't had the shares yet, now if Jeff wanted to go back to his co-founder and say, hey, I think we should do this, is that an uncomfortable conversation, or is that one where it's like, oh, we're just protecting each other? Like, how do you even have that dialogue?
It can be uncomfortable, but if you approach it with the mindset of, hey, we had limited resources before. We were totally focused on just ramping up and getting the business operational. Now that we've seen that this business has some legs and is going to have a future, it's a good idea to put all these legal components in place so that we're both protected and that we have a chance to expand. I heard you talk about scaling in the last segment, and part of scaling is building out a legal framework that can accommodate, adding employees, adding potentially even another founder, and making sure you have the full set of tools to properly incentivize people.
Right, right. And I love that too, because we've been talking about thinking big and growing, and so like having this mindset that these are things that you should consider and think about. I can see lots of applications with your businesses. Did you have another question?
I was just going to amplify something that you said, Alon, which is to do it early and get it out of the way and put it in a drawer. And I will tell you that we had every intention to do it early, but it took a while to come to terms and to get the proper guidance and to put it to bed. And it was a real source of anxiety because there started to be real money involved, and we didn't have an agreement in place. So everything you're saying along those lines, I felt it, and would just encourage everybody to do the work to get it out of the way early.
Great. Any questions from the web?
We do. We have some kind of more basic questions just about stock in general. Big Show says, when starting my sub S Corp, they gave my wife and I 500,000 or 50,000 shares each. What is that and how is it used? And then are the shares they are talking about part of the stock market or just internal to the company? Can you kind of give a little bit more basic information about how that works?
Sure. So when thinking about the stock market, that's dealing with public companies that are publicly traded. I think that for the most part, what we're talking about here are private companies. So when they're saying, you know, we got 50,000 shares each or 500,000 shares, whatever the number be, it's kind of an arbitrary number. You think of the pie as being 100% of the company, and if they're getting 500,000 shares each, then they each have 50% of the company. A lot of times lawyers like to use these huge numbers, only because you can get really precise with the percentages. It's really easy to go 50-50 at first, but then once you introduce a stock option pool, and you grow and you've got a number of different investors that are owners in the company, and you want to give somebody 1.2% of the company, it's nice to have that large number of shares. The other thing I'd say is at an optical level, all companies are competing with other companies for talent. And while the relevant question for an employee to ask is, what percentage of the company are you giving me? A lot of times they're very focused on the absolute number. And so if you only have, let's say, 1,000 shares in your company and you're telling someone, but I'm offering you 50 shares, that may be 5% of the company, but to them, the absolute number seems unimpressive. So a lot of times, even at the optical level, people like to have 1 million shares or 10 million shares to divide up.
I guess the question would be, what's the value of each share? That you really need to figure out what it's worth and what the potential could be also, right?
Right.
Which could be complicated, but important not to just get stuck in the number.
Correct.
I mean, I have some shares which I don't believe I'll ever figure out how to turn them into money. They're just shares, so they are exciting, but it's hard to get your money out, right?
That's true.
Right.
So with private companies, the nature of the beast is that they're illiquid, and you don't know when you will be able to liquidate. Will they go public? Will they get sold to another company, or will they start making, issuing dividends to owners, which is another way to sort of get economic benefit from ownership of shares.
Right. Okay, we're going to move on to the next slide. Excellent. Intellectual property. We talked a little bit about this when we were talking about trademarks, but what are some things that companies should be thinking about protecting? We've got an online magazine, t-shirt company, tech company, calendars. Like, when is something protectable, and when should you get kind of an IP protection on it?
Great question. So I think before we get into whether something is protectable in terms of registering a trademark or filing a patent, the most important thing for a young company to do is to make sure that all of the intellectual property or know-how or contributions that you're getting from either founders or from employees or consultants are properly assigned to the company so that the entity owns all of the IP. And that's got to be documented with the right kind of agreement. Typically, they're called proprietary inventions assignment agreements or other names similar to that. But the main concept is that the entity should ultimately be the owner of the IP that's developed. And the two components to think about are what happened before you started the entity, and then once you've got your entity in place, what's happening going forward.
What about for a lot of the creative folks that are watching, maybe they're photographers and they hire other photographers who are shooting images for them? Who owns the images, the photographer or the company that's hiring the photographer?
So that's sort of a gray area question, and depends on whether they're employees or whether they're consultants, which we'll talk about, and also what the document between the photographer and the entity or the company owner has. Ultimately, it could sort of vary depending on the nature of the business. But of course, if you're running a business, you would love to own those photos. And so if you have a properly documented consulting agreement that's got an inventions assignment clause, you can make sure that the content that's being created is owned by you.
Okay. And what about in the case of blogs and content and articles? Who's owning the content that's being developed?
So again, gray area question.
Gray area?
A lot of blogs will have terms of service assigned to them, and so whoever is contributing to the blog hopefully is reading the terms of service, which will tell which will tell the contributor whether they own the content or whether it's being assigned to the company once it's published.
Okay. So all those details, when you scroll all the way down and you hit terms of service and you just say yes, maybe we should be looking at those and see what they say?
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. I download stuff all the time and just kind of click yes, that's fine, and don't worry about it too much. But when you're that's as a consumer. But when you're running a business and when you're sort of interacting at the business level, those terms of services, and when you click I agree, those are valid contracts. So it is relevant to read them. And relevant to make sure, the same thing goes for privacy policies, which you'll see a lot as well. Those are all relevant to read and sort of be aware what the rules of the game are.
Right. Not to put you on the spot, but this whole terms of service, if somebody's clicking on it, what have you seen in the past where people didn't realize they were giving away their rights to something or signed something they didn't realize was a contract? Like maybe an example of something bad that happened, just so that we can understand the ramifications.
Right. So, I mean, if the terms of service have something that's unconscionable in them, and you know, if the terms of service said, hey, by clicking here, your mother now owes me $10,000 or something like that, that's probably not going to be enforceable just because it violates the general covenants of fair dealing. But if the terms of service say, hey, if you post something offensive here, we have the right to take it down, or if you post something that we don't like, we have the right to terminate your membership in whatever the service may be. Those are valid contracts, and the company that is authoring the terms of service is well within their rights to enforce that.
Okay, great. Question?
Yes, this is a simple question, but it's come up since I have a magazine. Media laws are so crazy, and I've been doing a lot of studying and talked to a few lawyers and things like that. The picture thing has been a big issue for us. Can you define intellectual property? I mean, I know what it means, but I've had it come up where someone feels that they give me advice on something, that's their intellectual property and I'm using it, and you know, those types of things. Could you define what would be considered intellectual property?
So it's not an easy thing to just sort of define, and when you read these contracts and when they have a defined term in the contract and it says intellectual property or company intellectual property, it'll be a paragraph talking about know-how, designs, business ideas, plans, thoughts, anything sort of conceived into writing. So the concept of intellectual property is extremely broad, but the thing to focus on is what's protectable intellectual property. And general business advice that you're getting from folks, you know, is not necessarily going to be something that they can prevent you from using or prevent you from sort of going forward with.
Unless there's a pre-existing contract of some sort, right?
Right, and so if, yeah, my sense is you're probably getting
Yeah.
informal advice from people saying, hey, I think this would be a good strategy. Now that's my intellectual property.
Yeah. Well, and that has come up, not just that way, but I've had, you know, our photographer had taken photos previously. She owns the rights to the photos, and then the person whose event it was, you know, said that she owned those photos because it was at her event, and we've actually already had to go through some legal things, and we've only been around for 3 months.
Well,
so.
you know what, I mean, I think on that, just because I was a documentary filmmaker before I was in this world, and so anytime you're shooting things, location release, subject release, you know, don't have anything that's recognizable, like the name of a book or piece of art. If it's video, you don't want to have a song. Like Happy Birthday is notorious that the Happy Birthday people constantly like look for anybody that's singing Happy Birthday. I probably shouldn't even say that. So I didn't sing it, I just said the words. But like there are certain things that you just have to like figure out in your industry, how do you need to cover yourself? So if you have some advice on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Specifically with regard to photos or filming, Porter's right. It's important to have a release agreement in place. You'll often watch reality shows and you'll see certain reality show contestants' faces, and then some will be blurred out. And that's because the ones who have been blurred out have not given the company the right to use their image on TV, and that's part of getting a release. And a release agreement can be as short as 2 or 3 sentences, just saying, hey, you hereby agree to let me use your images or your likeness in the following way.
Should we do the same thing? So
We've been asked to do a lot of red carpet events. They invite us to come do interviews, things like that. Should I sign a release agreement beforehand with the person holding the event?
Yeah, that's definitely a good idea to do. I mean, anytime you can sort of memorialize the relationship that you're going to have with somebody that you're interacting with on paper, it's going to serve to clarify the rights for each side.
Well, I think in your situation too, it's get a release so that you can use the images that you're taking and have them on your site later on and not worry about it, because those will be great for you to have these red carpet photos. So you want to be able to use the content. All right, so we're going to move on to the next topic. Board of directors. Again, you just mentioned this with Jeff. You were talking about if there was a board of directors in place. When is it a good time to have an advisory board versus a board of directors, and how do you decide when you need to do that?
Sure. So a board of directors is actually a legal concept codified under Delaware law or any state law. That's a requirement. So the board of directors are basically the stewards of the company, and they sort of set the broad-based agenda. They are responsible for hiring the officers who are ultimately going to run the day-to-day operations of the company. And so typically what we say on the board is to limit that to the main founders and maybe a major investor who's got a really vested interest in the company's success. I think a lot of times companies really want to put a thought leader or an influencer or somebody who they feel like is going to give them access or help them even just be unique in their space and put them on the board. But typically I would say that's not the best idea, because that person is not going to be as focused as the founders or the investors on the success of the company at a more granular level. And so if you just want to attach that name to the company and maybe just get advice on an as-needed basis, a great way to do that is to create a board of advisors,
Right.
which is, it can be created formally for the company, but it's not, it doesn't carry the same weight as a board of directors who really make high-level business decisions for the company.
Okay. Are there any trigger points in terms of finances, number of employees, anything like that, that you would say, oh, now I'm big enough that I need this, or is it really individual?
It's pretty individual, depending on what you need out of the person that you're going to want to put on your, I assume you're talking about a board of advisor. So for a company that's maybe relying more on celebrity endorsements or things like that, it might be nice to put somebody from the outset on the board of advisors. A lot of times when a company is like in the medical space, like a medical device space, it's nice to have a scientific board of advisors, which signals to the community that, hey, I've got these 6 or 7 PhDs on my board of advisors who I can go to for advice, and they think what I'm doing is interesting.
Right. Okay. So, question from Jeff?
How do you typically incent a board of advisors?
Great question. So, assuming you can't pay them cash, a great way to do that is to give them options out of the option pool.
What about T-shirts for life?
If their T-shirt collection is limited, then that might be a great way to do it.
But on that, I have done some advisory situations where I have traded for food, but you then do get taxed. So you need to make sure that you figure out, if you're giving the T-shirts, you still will need to give them some kind of document at the end of the year that the value of the T-shirts were X. So you still need to cover yourself even in a barter situation.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, no, anything you give to somebody in consideration for their services, if it has value, that's got to be taken into consideration for tax purposes. That's the most common way we've seen it done, and that's what folks that are generally on board of advisors, they're on more than one board of advisors, and so typically they're used to getting equity, and so options are a great way to do that.
All right. Questions, or moving on? Okay, we're going to keep moving on. So this one I think is actually really important. I wanted to talk a little bit about the difference between employees and consultants, because a lot of times when you're starting out, hiring someone is cost prohibitive, and having somebody on salary, that might be too stressful. And so having contractor relationships is great, but I've heard a lot of things about, well, if they're a contractor, they need to use their own equipment, they can't be in your office. Can you just tell us what the rules are, and maybe even thinking about
Dan's business, where he's going to be doing some tech advising and potentially need some people to help go be the face of his company out and about taking client calls. How do you make sure that you're doing things right?
Sure. So every state, and even at the federal level, there's different rules as to how folks can be classified, whether they be employees or contractors. And it's not necessarily determinative what you call them. You could call somebody a VP of marketing and assume that they're an employee, but really, they could be classified as a consultant or an independent contractor, depending on how they work. And so you actually touched on the way the determination is made. And as it says on the screen, it's a multi-factor test. So employees are typically doing the day-to-day ordinary course business activities that the company does. They're doing it usually at the direction of a supervisor, and they're using company materials, as you said. Whereas consultants or independent contractors are usually working on a project basis, maybe on a limited for a limited scope of time, and using their own materials, like their own laptop and so forth. Sometimes there is sort of this motivation to hire consultants and not employees, because then you think you don't have to worry about employment-related laws that sort of apply with respect to like payroll taxes and things like that. But ultimately, if there's an audit and if it's determined that you've misclassified a consultant that should have been an employee, there's a whole host of ways the government will fine you for misclassifying.
Well, in that, it wasn't my situation, but I do have a friend who has a graphic design shop, and it's small. Maybe he's got a couple people that are on staff, and he had a third party who was helping as a contractor when kind of the peaks and the valleys of the business were going. Now, that person, he ended up not having enough work for them after a certain period of time, let them go, but they actually went and filed unemployment claims saying that they were an employee. So then it triggered an audit.
Right.
He ended up getting fined, I think it was like $20,000, basically saying that they had worked a certain number of hours that were over, so that it turned them from a contractor, even with these outside kind of aspects, because of length of time. So are there time periods that we need to think about too?
So there's no hard and fast rule, but yeah, certainly the more the employee or the more the individual is providing services in terms of hours, the more likely they're to be considered an employee. And the longer they do it for, the more it feels like ordinary course business for the company and less like a project.
Right. Because $20,000 fine, all of a sudden that can be tough on an entrepreneur. So
yeah, no, it's a real risk, and even when investors are looking at companies, especially in that kind of space where the operations have to do with having a whole bunch of people sort of outside sales kind of roles. A big question is, have we looked into the issues as to whether these people are misclassified?
okay, all right. Okay, so moving on to our next topic, initial capital. Obviously, a lot of us are bootstrapping our businesses. I think that's very common. We are going to talk tomorrow about Kickstarter, so we don't need to go too deep into that, but talking about crowdsource funding, which is much more common than it used to be. But what are some other ways that people can raise capital, and when do you decide that you're ready to do that? Like if you need an office or you need new equipment, like when do you want to turn and start going to get capital?
Yeah, so the need for capital is going to feel pretty organic, because without it, it's going to limit how fast you can scale your business. Some businesses start out earning revenues, and some are sort of pre-revenue for a while. So that's going to help determine when you need to start raising capital. In terms of when to start thinking about it, I mean, when you put together your business plan when you start a business, and hopefully a lot of you have done like a formal business plan, which I would recommend is a good exercise, it's going to force you to think about how much money do you have now and how far is that going to take you? And at some point along that continuum, when are you going to have to start thinking about raising money from outside investors, or are you expecting the business to be successful to the point where before you run out of your own money, the company is actually earning money?
I've also heard another small tip, but is to actually get to know your local banker. So wherever you have your money, to go in and to meet them, because there can be times when, you know, if you need a credit extension or, you know, something, if you actually have a personal relationship with your banker, it might be beneficial. So just a small business tip that I've heard. A girlfriend of mine has an art gallery. She's talked about how that's been useful, and that, you know, to have a person know your face is good. Any other tips like that, like little small tips for the small business owner?
Anytime you're out and about and able to talk to investors informally, one thing we like to tell our clients is it's nice to talk to investors before you need their money, because you can actually have a conversation where there's less of a quid pro quo and they can really get to know your business. So to the point about your girlfriend that's got the banker relationship, that banker not only has a personal relationship, they're actually getting to know more about the business. And so when it comes time to ask for money or ask for a loan, the banker or the investor or whoever it is more comfortable and more ready to sort of help.
Right. Now, I know that, of course, Shark Tank, probably a lot of us have seen that, but we'll see, you know, I'll give you $50,000 if you give me 40% of your business. How do you figure out the percentages? Is that, again, looking at the valuation of the company and then kind of slicing up the pie?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So in order to figure out what that dollar amount is worth in terms of percentage of the company, you want to think of the overall enterprise value of the business. And there's a million different ways to think about that. Sometimes people look at revenue as a good metric to figure out what the company's worth is. Oftentimes it feels like it's more art than science, and really you're looking to your competitors to see what their values are, and then working from that value to your company by sort of adjusting for certain metrics.
Okay. So again, hypothetical, but let's say we have a photography business that's bringing in $100,000 a year. Is there a multiplier where we can say that the value of that company then is, you know, 4 times, 5 times? Like, what's the kind of the equation?
So that is a totally valid way to do it. But every business and every sort of industry, it's going to have its own set of multipliers. Just like even in the real estate business, the value of a building, the value of a residential building might be a multiplier based on the amount of rents that it can generate on a monthly basis. So in more established businesses that grow a little bit slower, the multiplier is a little lower. And for like the hottest thing on the block that's sort of exploding, the multiplier is higher, because the thought is the trajectory is
Okay.
More vertical.
Okay. Any questions, everyone? Okay. Moving on. Oh, no, we're not moving on yet. We are going to take some questions from the internet. Fantastic.
Yes, indeed. So we've got questions for all the different segments that we've done. So this will be just general legal catch-all, if that's okay. Yasmin says, do you still have to file forms for gifting a service to someone, like donating a free session to a person? And in a similar vein, Sweet Sassy Diva says, so if you're giving a voucher for photography for free makeup and hair as well as a $100 credit, do you still have to fill out all those forms for the people?
That's kind of an interesting question. The answer is you can gift a amount of services that are small, and you probably don't have to fill out any particular forms. But after a while, the value of those gifts are going to accumulate, and at a certain threshold, you may actually have to fill out those kinds of forms.
Is there like a number where at, you know, $10,000 of gifts, or is there a trigger point?
There is a trigger point. I don't have that dollar number offhand, but it's probably lower than 10,000.
Okay. Okay.
All right, this is a question from the Rainy Day Store. And what about employees in other countries? We talked earlier about virtual assistants. Do we have to follow the laws in the US or in another country?
Great question. So typically you have to follow the laws in the other country. And actually, some of our clients do sort of outsource the development of whatever technology they're doing, whether it be in the Ukraine or Romania or something like that. And they do have to engage local counsel there to figure out what are the laws, what are the employment laws. And actually, specifically with stock option plans, those vary by country as well. And so a lot of times you'll see like a United States compliant stock option plan that has a sub-plan below it that's specific to the country where they're issuing the options to.
it's complicated pretty quickly, huh?
It
Yeah.
does, and businesses go global a lot faster than they used to too. So these sorts of issues come up sometimes relatively early in the process.
Right. Dan?
Yeah, I had a quick question on just legal fees. I know that most startup companies, the legal side of things can be fairly daunting because there's a pretty high hourly fee that
Right.
those folks charge. What are your opinions on going to sites or companies that offer the creation of LLCs in terms of services and privacy statements sort of in a cookie cutter way, but at a lot cheaper rate, going and getting it? And are there any downsides to that? I know it's not as customized.
Yeah.
But would you recommend it, or is there any sort of unbiased answer you have regarding that sort of thing?
No, I think that's a valid question, and I think I would say this. Those sites are valid and relevant, and it's a good way to get up and running. And even actually Founders Workbench, which is a site that's developed by Goodwin Procter, is a place that you could go generate the LLC documents or the corporate incorporation documents and get it all done yourself without talking to a lawyer. So we certainly wouldn't tell you that that's a bad way to go. It's an acceptable way to go. But having worked with a bunch of companies that are sort of just getting started, and not getting started by second-time founders that have plenty of money to throw at their businesses, something that law firms like Goodwin Procter do is we defer legal fees. And so when you get started with us, we'll defer the first X amount of dollars of legal fees until you actually get funded. And that helps solve that chicken and egg problem, because it's dangerous to start a business without having any advice. And as you alluded to in the beginning, it's not fun to sort of have to fix a million problems down the road when it would have been relatively inexpensive to get it done right from the get-go.
Okay, so you would say then, overall, if you have a certain amount of funds, would you recommend that you put a good amount of those funds into setting the legal precedent correctly, rather than going sort of the more budget route? Your money is well worth putting in and hiring somebody like you or your firm.
Your money's well worth hiring a good lawyer. Okay. And to the extent that you can defer however much that costs, I think that's a feather in your cap going forward. That said, a lot of people feel like they're relatively savvy and they want to do it themselves and at least get started on their own. And so I wouldn't shy away from that. Actually, one of our companies, Rocket Lawyer, that's a company I represent, and they do that sort of thing too. And they'll even help connect you with an attorney after you file your initial papers. So I wouldn't generally counsel against it, but it doesn't hurt to start by talking to a lawyer from the start. A good one will give you a consultation at least without charging you. And the better ones, like Goodwin Procter, will actually work with you, as I mentioned, by deferring fees.
Well, and I have asked him 3 questions, and each one of them he said, no, you don't need to do that. So I haven't spent any money yet, and he's still sitting here on the couch as my friend. So
that's true. I mean, I think as with any business, we value long-term relationships. And so if we can help you with a couple early questions and sort of show you that we're good business advisors, that's more effective than nickel and diming somebody from the get-go.
And retainers, are they usually an hourly rate, or do you do like a retainer where I need to have X number of thousands of dollars and we're going to bill against that and then tell you when you get to that level? Or
so retainers are a separate concept from deferred fees, but assuming there is a retainer relationship, usually what happens is it'll be an X number of dollars that you commit to the law firm up front, and that money will serve to sort of pay for the hourly rate that comes as follows when you're actually getting the legal advice.
Okay. So I want to do, quickly, I want you to summarize for me.
A really quick reminder for anyone out there who wanted to check out that Founders Workbench, which is the resource for the free advice and all that. That is at foundersworkbench.com. You can also check them out on Twitter at FoundersWKBench.
Okay.
Just want to make sure you get that out there for everyone who may have just heard the name and wanted to check it out.
Perfect. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Because this is the module that we're really getting in kind of the nitty-gritty, are there any other people other than the lawyers that we really should be thinking about in terms of accountants, bookkeepers? Because we're not going to really talk about this topic again.
Yeah.
So, are there other players in this whole kind of high that we should be thinking about?
Definitely, and you hit the nail on the head. It's really important to get in touch with an accountant who can then serve as your bookkeeper as well, or refer. A lot of times people talk about, I do what I do best, but I'm not good at accounting, which you mentioned before, or I'm not good at legal issues. It is really important to get somebody involved early on, and there are a host of accountants and bookkeepers and folks like that are willing to work with companies from the outset and not sort of charge you an arm and a leg from the beginning. And so you should be comfortable asking those questions, explaining what situation you're in, and there tends to be, I've found, a sliding scale for that. And actually, either your lawyer or your accountant should be a resource for you to find either an accountant or a lawyer or another service provider that could be useful.
So you're all kind of linked together. You kind of all know each other.
I know some of them, and some of them know me.
Okay, all right. Any other questions from the group? No? So what I just wanted to do was if you could just summarize for me, for the small business owner, kind of the 3 legal things that, I talked a lot in Module 1 about prioritizing. What are the 3 things in terms of legal that we should think about as small business owners?
Sure. So the first thing would be to document everything. I can't tell you how many situations we've had with clients where there's been an oral promise or miscommunication between people as to what they think they're entitled to and what they're actually entitled to. And so putting things down on paper is definitely always a good idea. The next thing I'd say is, and this may feel counterintuitive to the first one, but it's keep it simple. Don't over-optimize the way you're going to divide up your founder equity or the way you're going to set up your vesting schedule. Stick to what's customary, and that's going to help down the road kind of keep legal costs down as well. And then the last thing I'd say is don't procrastinate when there's like an underlying issue that you feel like you don't want to deal with and it's festering, you'll deal with it later. Bring it out in the open, consult with an attorney early on, or even consult with your co-founder early on about whatever potential disagreement it might be. It'll end up being a lot cheaper and a lot quicker to solve in the long run.
Okay, great. So keep it simple, document, and don't put things off.
Exactly.
Right?
Yep.
Okay, great. Well, super advice. We really, really appreciate it. Any other thoughts or questions from the internet?
Well,
we'll take 1 or 2 more if you have them.
Okay, we do have them. I wasn't
Okay,
sure if you wanted
sure.
to just wrap up with that, but
So we had a question from a guest who, a lot of people we've talked about set everything up right, and then there are people who have been in business for a while. So the question is, can you start an entity retroactively? Like if you already have a 1-year-old company, can you set it up correctly then?
Yeah, actually a lot of times a company will come to us that's sort of a mess, and we'll create a new entity, we'll transfer the assets from the old entity into the new entity, issue stock from the new entity, and either dissolve or merge the old entity into the new one. And it's a commonly it's a common way to sort of clean up the old corporate stuff that's laying around there and start fresh.
So we do have a couple of people asking about businesses that are purely online, whether that's a service-based business or even somebody who is handling no inventory. So Desert Eagle asked, if we are online selling over the internet and handle no inventory, do we need to incorporate in our state, or does it matter? And I saw a question earlier that was an international one similarly.
Yeah, so the answer, which kind of touches back on what we talked about earlier, which is you can actually incorporate in any state, and assuming the founder or the person running the site is located somewhere, they'll probably have to register as a foreign corporation doing business in the state in which the founder is in, but they can certainly do it in any state.
That's great. And as a follow-up to that, Yasmin says, as a photographer, do we need to be registered as a foreign entity in each state we photograph a wedding in? Like if you travel from Washington to New York to do a wedding in New York, do you need to be registered there?
The short answer is if you're not consistently doing business there, you probably don't have to register in the state as someone that's doing business. But specifically with that kind of business, I would probably encourage them to dig into the issues a little deeper. It might be that there's some sort of business filing they have to do if they're going to continually go back to the same state.
Great.
Any more questions in our studio audience? All right, one final question then. Can you, if you start as a sole proprietor in your state, can you then transfer it into an LLC or corporation in another state like Delaware? So going in between the two and between states. We talked a little bit about that, but.
Yeah, absolutely. And so each state, whether it's the original state or the state you want to migrate to, will have a different set of rules that govern how you can convert the entity to an entity in a new state. And so it's important to look at those rules. Sometimes it'll be a matter of converting the entity. Other times it'll require an actual merger of entities into the state. And so it can be done, but there are rules.
Well, I want to thank you so much. It's very clear to me that you know your space and you know all of these terms, and it's been great to have you on as our guest. So thanks for coming and for all of your great advice.
Thank you. It's been a lot of fun, and I really appreciate you inviting me on. This has been great.
Of course.
All right, well, once again, the internet absolutely loved this section and are saying thank you as well. LaDawn Townsend said, "This is excellent content that I've been looking for. Knowing the logistics of how to set up and run your business from a tax and legal standpoint is much needed." And that's what we're here for, and that's what they're here for.
Perfect.
So thank you so much. So we are going to, everyone, take our 15-minute break. Porter, could you talk about who's coming up next and what we're going to talk about next?
Well,
very excited about this.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun. The next segment is all about creative and branding, and I'll be bringing on Jesse McMillan, who's the design director at Virgin America. We've actually worked together for about 10 years, so we have a long history. And we are going to be doing our Skype call with the CEO of Dollar Shave Club, talking about viral videos. So we're really moving into high gear, creative, logos, all sorts of fun stuff. So it should be a great afternoon.
This is fantastic. I love that when you think about a branding workshop, right? You think about the marketing, you think about these image issues. I love that you're taking it a step deeper and really establishing how to set up your company appropriately so that your brand can be solid. You don't want to establish something that's really popular and then have it all crumble beneath you because suddenly you haven't set it up correctly. So I love that we're really exploring and going deep into all the different topics related to branding. I'm excited to go into this creativity next. These should be really interesting. But if this is something that you think that you may need, I would recommend investing in this course. This is something that is not just going to set you up for now. This is going to set you up for the future. Companies grow, companies change, and brands change. This is not something that I imagine is just a one-time thing. You don't do this, you're done, and then you move on. This is something that each company and the most successful continually reinvent themselves to adapt to changing conditions in the market. And if you want to be able to be adaptable and want to be able to revisit these principles to understand how to apply them to different situations, you're going to want to be able to refer back to this material. So if you think that that is something that would be helpful for you, you can purchase this course videos to be able to watch them later at your own rate. The cost of the workshop is $249, but if you buy it before the end of the workshop, it is only $149, which is a wonderful value, and we would encourage you to pick that up if that will be helpful to you. So we are going to take our 15 minutes, and we will be back with our next set of special guests. So we'll be back in 15.
I'm Josh Kaufman, and I'm teaching the Personal MBA live on Creative Live, February 14th and 15th.
Welcome back to the final segment of today's Building Your Brand with Porter Gale here on Creative Live. We are excited to get into this final segment with our wonderful special guest, but we will give away some prizes first. Kind of tell us about them.
All right, so 2 lucky winners are going to win a copy of 2 books that Porter has handpicked and that are on her reading list for people. The first one is by Ted Rubin and Catherine Rose, and that is Return on Relationship, which is excited to hear more about that. And the second one is from Jacqueline Biggs, Marketing Town. Or sorry, Marketing to Win. Wow. That didn't sound right when I said it, but it kind of looks like
Did you say
town
marketing horn?
from
What
the
did you
sound.
say? Oh, sound.
Town. Marketing to Win. Makes a lot more sense. Okay, so would you tell us about why you chose those 2 books?
Sure. You know, I picked both of those books. The Marketing to Win book is a new book that actually just hit the top of the charts on Amazon. And it's a very easy, digestible marketing book with like clear advice. And I happen to know the author. She also wrote a great book on email marketing. And I think that sometimes as entrepreneurs, like you need to find things that are just like simple and not overcomplicating things. And so that book I thought was a really good one. Ted's book, I also know Ted, but it's all about the value of relationships and how important relationships are in your business. And his book talks a lot about social media too, which I think is important for us to recognize the power of that. So those are 2 great books. I hope that the winner enjoys them, and I encourage you to pick them up. There is a full reading list in the back of the book, though. A lot of branding books, design books, different things that I think are really useful if you want to get more knowledgeable about different areas.
And Porter, when you just mentioned in the book, and we're talking about the ebook that you have put together, which Russ is holding right now, and this is just, it's beautiful. This is an ebook specifically created for this workshop by Porter, and so again, we hadn't shown you that yet, but that's what it looks like, the e-version of this book. So those 2 winners, we have 2 different winners of this set of books. The first one is Yasmin Rashid, who has been very active with asking questions. So I'm glad that they chose you for this prize. And Twitter handle is @YRPhoto. The quote is, "You remember the powerful brands because of how they make you feel, not because of the transaction."
Absolutely.
I love that one. That's a great one. I love that one.
It is a good one. And who said that?
Well, it actually wasn't. There was someone who said it before me who is probably more famous than myself, but yes.
It's a great quote. It's a great quote. And the second one goes to Richard Bravo, who entered on Facebook. And Richard's quote was, "It's good to talk to investors before you need their money."
Don't do it.
That's good.
When it's too late. Absolutely.
So congratulations and thank you for these books.
Yes, absolutely. Just a reminder that if you enroll in this course, which is done by clicking the little green enroll button, you will get access to a couple of different slides from the presentation that Porter did this morning, showing the funnel test, which was one of the tests that you'll use to determine what direction you want your brand to go, and then how to create a 1-page business and marketing plan. So those are available if you enroll in the course. That is free, so go ahead and click that button now, and then we will turn it over to Porter and her special guest.
Great, thank you. I'm so excited to introduce my good friend, Jessie. Jessie is the design director at Virgin America, and you've been there for 5 years now?
5 years.
Yeah, 5 years. So, but we actually go back probably, I hate to say it, at least 10 years?
It might even be a little bit more than that, but
I
yeah,
think
at
so.
least 10.
Yeah, well, which Jessie was actually just saying that he has a son that's going off to college next year. So he's older than he looks, and I'm older than I look. But so we met, we worked at an ad agency. When I went to Virgin America, I knew that I needed to have a strong creative partner there, and that part of building a brand is really having amazing creative that's integrated and somebody that can understand not only kind of print creative and online creative, but like a whole full experience. And so I think you were like in Amsterdam. I don't know where you were, but I tracked him down and I was like, Jessie, oh my God, I'm going to Virgin America, this airline, you need to come and work with me.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah. Oh, I had just moved back from Amsterdam. I had been over there for a few years working with Nike. Their European headquarters is there. And I think testament to the power of networking, I had come back and you heard through the grapevine someone that we knew in common that I was back in town, and got back in touch with me, and that's how I ended up at Virgin. And yeah.
So
pretty fun.
tell me about your role at Virgin now. Like, what are you doing now?
Well, I basically oversee everything that the airline does creatively. So, and that's anything from things happening inside the plane, whether it's on the entertainment system or literally physically with the plane itself, mood lighting, materials, things that we're doing and updating all the time, to then all of the communication that the brand does, whether it's externally to our guests or even internally to teammates. So just I oversee and coordinate everything that's being done, whether it's literally designing things myself or connecting the right teams and the right external creative partners and bringing them in and getting them into the process of creating whatever it is we need to do.
Great, great. So we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about the power of creativity and how that all kind of ladders up to a brand, and that a lot of times there's, you know, people like Jesse and also a science behind it. Module 1 today, we talked about kind of the funnel test, where you want to go, but it's people like Jesse that are bringing brands to life and really understanding the full experience. Before we go into that, I just want to talk about a couple of the resources. In the book, we put a whole bunch of things in terms of different places that you can go for designs, for logos, for stock footage, for clip arts. I know that as entrepreneurs, a lot of times you don't have the benefit to hire an ad agency to do the work. So we have put kind of, I guess I would say, the hacker list of where you could go to do it yourself in the book. But today we're going to talk about either doing it yourself or working with someone, how to get great creative and kind of what is behind having a really defined and interesting brand. A couple of the things that I'm going to talk about first. The first one is an exercise called a brand audit. Then we're going to talk about style guides, a creative brief, mood boards, and wireframes. So these are all different tools that we're going to talk about in this module. And then also we're going to talk about good and bad examples of creative. And we're going to do our Skype call with Mike from Dollar Shave Club. So it's going to be a fun hour. To start out the brand audit, what I do recommend to a lot of the companies that I work with is when you're starting out, all of a sudden you might think, well, what does my brand look like? What are all the materials? And a simple way to actually start doing this is to take a room, maybe it's a wall in your house, maybe it's in the kitchen, and actually put everything up on the wall. Print out brochures, catalog, whatever you have, print out part of the magazine, but put up and start to get an audit of how things look and feel, and are you consistent, and are you integrated? I know that we used to do war rooms all the time at ad agencies. We'd start to kind of look at like the tone and the look and the feel, but what happens when you're growing a business quickly is that you may be working on the website, someone else might be doing sales materials over here, that you can quickly have your communications become disjointed. And so as soon as you can do an audit and then think about that, think back to your funnel that we did earlier this morning, what you're presenting, does it really represent the brand that you want to have be forward? Okay? So Jesse, I'm so glad that you're here. You can jump in at any time, but what I think, there's some kind of principles, and I'd love to get your comments on this too, but just branding and creative, I think that some of the best ideas, they're very transparent, they're honest. A lot of times they're the first in the category. Maybe they're unexpected. It's something that you didn't think that you would see. Simple, I think a lot of times good creative is very simple. It's probably focusing on one message instead of multiple messages.
I think, to me, that's almost one of the most important, I think, on this list. I think simple ideas are always overlooked, it seems like. A lot of times, even when you're thinking of a simple idea, I think you might second guess yourself and think, oh, well, this isn't interesting enough or not complex enough, or, you know, are people going to think this is that great? And I think a lot of times if you look at some of the greatest brands out there, they're the ones that are able to take an idea and refine it down and strip away all the clutter and really show something that's kind of at the core. And so I think simplicity and really using that as an exercise to define things is something that's really important for a great idea.
So if somebody wanted to look at their idea and kind of bring it down to its core to make sure it's simple, like what kind of process would you go through to make sure that you had a simple, clear idea?
I mean, it's kind of different probably depending on what you're looking at, but I think really just trying to be the best editor you can be. And sometimes I think that's bringing in somebody that, you know, maybe is looking at something with fresh eyes, or that you feel like is a trusted advisor that you can really take their feedback. And just being, you know, I think, and it's difficult, but being as ruthless as you can. I think you really just need to strip away things and say, is this necessary? You know, is this word necessary? Is this color necessary? Is this shape necessary? Like, are these things really communicating what I want them to? Or are they just kind of extraneous elements that are almost like a cloud of fluff around the idea and are limiting someone being able to connect right to it? And I think being ruthless, I think, which is hard to do, but, and again, sometimes that's where bringing someone in from the outside can be really helpful, where they might not be as precious with the idea. They might be able to just come in and cut straight to the heart and say, hey, you know, there's something really great here at the core, and it's about, you know, removing all this clutter and cleaning the attic out to be able to actually see it.
Right. That reminds me, I was in film school, and I was a documentary filmmaker, and I remember an exercise that our professor had us do where we were doing a short film, and it was like a 13-minute film, and they basically said, do your 13-minute cut and hand it in. And you know, we all thought we were done, and we were all in love with our 13-minute films, and then the next day they said, well, by the way, now you have to cut it down to 7 minutes. And it was like, oh my God, how could I cut 13 minutes down to 7? But that process of actually going through what's actually necessary in the story, like we ended up all with better films. I mean, it was hard to get there because you're like, well, I don't want to give up on this, and I was in love with it. But
yeah.
I like your idea of editing down and paring down.
Yeah, it's funny. It reminds me of something that happens to me frequently when I'm working on stuff, and it's actually not a good habit to get into, but you know, as a designer, a lot of times you're working, and you know, you're getting into this zone where you're almost forgetting what you're doing, and you're working, and you're forgetting to save your work. And then at a certain point, your machine can crash, and you lose all of this stuff that you've done. And you're like, oh my God, you know, how am I going to have to, hours or days, however long it's been. But then having to go back and actually start from zero and recreate something, because you know where you went, and then you're able to kind of strip those things away, because you're like, oh, now I did all these things that were kind of dumb the first time, and if you have to do it again. So I think also that maybe giving yourself that exercise of, you know, if I had to start from scratch, if I had to cut something in half, you know, what would I really do at that point, which is really hard when you're in the process, but if it was like forced upon you, what would you do at that point? That can be kind of an interesting exercise too.
How do you feel about being emotive? I mean, I think that great creative is going to give you some kind of reaction or feeling or thought. What's your thought on emotion, humor?
I mean, I think it's really important. I think, you know, a lot of brands now, I think, don't even consider themselves delivering messages as much as they do creating experiences. I think that's like, you'll hear that a lot if you talk to marketers and brand people, because I think that's what they see most of their consumers are looking for. You know, people are hit with so many messages and so many visuals and so many things now, and we're constantly, it's funny, if you ever go out with friends and people and you take a minute and just step away and look at the group, almost everybody is, you know, at some point constantly on their phones or on a screen somewhere, and it's like this kind of short attention span, I think, that we have now, where we're constantly moving from one thing to the next, multitasking and doing all this stuff. I think it's those really emotive experiences that people, that kind of break things and stop you and kind of make you go, okay, well, this is something interesting, I should pay attention.
Great, great. I also have being effective and being measurable. Now, those are kind of counter to the emotive, but because a lot of creative is online, we certainly can track things, we can see what's effective and see what's working, what's not working. One thing I've said with some of the clients that I advise is that in your culture is that you need to make sure that the measurement and the data doesn't overpower the ideas and the creativity. How are you within Virgin America keeping kind of the creativity and the pureness of idea to the forefront and not letting kind of numbers?
I mean, it's definitely a challenge, I would say, for sure. What's good about Virgin America, and maybe not all brands have this, so it's easier for us maybe than everyone else, I think, is that if inherently your brand has this sense of kind of irreverence and fun and creativity at its core, it's a lot easier to justify that kind of at the same time as you're justifying the need for metrics and measurement and all that kind of a thing. And I think, you know, what we see with the stuff that we do is that those creative messages really resonate if they're done well, and they really are a lot of times the more effective one. And I think it's just about making sure that you document that and track it. Another thing I'm thinking about with the idea of measurement is, you know, for a creative person, it's also, I think, sometimes about looking at how can you take that thing that might not be your ideal, might not feel like, oh, we have to track this or measure it, that doesn't feel great. You know, flip that on its head and use it as an advantage. For example, you know, with online work, a lot of times testing variations or versions of something, you know, two headlines against each other or two types of creative against each other, you know, where that might give the creative person a reason or a rationale to say, hey, I had these two ideas to begin with, hey, let's test them against each other and produce both, you know, where maybe you would have only normally done one. So I think trying to find ways where you can use that to your advantage, use the idea of data and metrics to help support good work and not as a barrier to doing it.
Right, great, great. Before we move on, any questions that you guys have before we keep going? No? Okay, so favorite creative. Can you think of some creative that you love either when you were at Virgin America, something that you have been really excited about?
Oh man, that's a tough one. Favorite creative. I mean, I'm so inspired by so many things all the time. I was actually just watching a video the other day that I thought was totally genius. And it's not necessarily that it was creatively that great, but just I loved how it kind of took storm. And I don't, maybe somebody's heard of this in the audience, I don't know, but it was a video done by one of the shows on Comedy Central, and it was like a little pig that saved a goat in this petting zoo like pool. And the whole thing was actually this elaborately produced video by Comedy Central, but they had put the video on YouTube kind of clandestine and didn't say anything about it. And like within hours it was getting like, you know, tons of views, and then overnight it actually ended up getting picked up by all of the major news organizations, and the Comedy Central team just didn't say anything, let it keep going. And just that idea that, you know, you never know what's going to take off.
Yeah.
And something that, you know, could be really elaborately done and not be actually this kind of real viral thing can end up going completely viral. And so I think it's, you know, really just always trying stuff and putting things out there, and maybe being not afraid to put it out there secretly. You know, I think a lot of times people think, oh, well, we have to shout this from the rooftops, but sometimes, you know, doing something and letting it kind of have a life of its own is actually a lot smarter.
I love that. I mean, I think that comes back to doing some of the firsts, right?
Mm-hmm.
And being simple and memorable, like it's unexpected. So I love that. Emily?
Did you come up with the video that Virgin plays while you're being seated? And
the safety video.
Yeah.
We actually worked with an animation
that was really, I
team
love that. It makes me want to watch it, whereas for other airlines, I'm like, oh, what are they saying, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's one of the things the safety video to me really represents an opportunity where it's something that everyone is going to see. You know, every person that flies Virgin America is going to have to watch that video.
I remember it.
And taking it not for granted, you know, normally a lot of airlines would look at that and go, okay, well, we have to be super serious, and this is about safety. But at the end of the day, a lot of people don't even watch those videos anymore, and so it's making them fun and interesting. Actually, yeah, we've had a lot of success with our safety video, and we're actually thinking about doing a second version, something kind of refreshing it and having a lot of fun with it. But Air New Zealand, actually, I don't know if you ever have a chance to check out stuff that they're doing. They're constantly doing crazy stuff.
Did they do the body painted flight attendants?
Yeah, they did.
I think their safety
so
video.
They did a flight attendants and pilots nude, like with their bodies painted, that kind of like magazine style, which was
I remember that
insane.
one.
And it was brilliant. The idea was the bare essentials of safety, and so like just such a funny video. They followed that up last year, I think, sometime, kind of in partnership with the Lord of the Rings, the Hobbit movie coming out. They did a safety video that was all themed. Actually had Peter Jackson did a cameo in it, and got millions of views, these videos, where they had like hobbits in the plane, and like it was like, I think it was like, welcome to Middle Earth safety or something like that. It was just hilarious. And then recently they've actually just done another one, which is Bear Grylls, the English kind of outdoor guy. and they have him doing this whole safety spiel, like actually out in the wilderness in New Zealand. It's amazing, but really fun stuff.
I love that though, because they're creating memorable brand experiences, and that's what we're talking about, is building a brand. And if they wanted to take the, you know, the low price, all these elements don't matter, they could have the boring safety video, but it comes back to fighting mediocrity, doing things better.
Well, and I think also with that too, it's an area that's unique to them. You know, a car company or a clothing manufacturer doesn't have the idea of a safety video.
Right.
So it's something that's unique to them, to their industry. And again, I think finding those places for a first, you know, is something that you might not think there's one right there in front of you, but there could be. So it's just looking for those opportunities, I
Right,
think.
taking those moments that might be boring and turning them into opportunities. I love that.
I haven't flown Virgin in years, and I can still remember that video, and it sticks out in my mind as being like, I love the airline because of things like that. So.
That's great.
Well, let's talk about integration, because this is something that I think is really important for a brand, is to have everything. We talked about the audit, but kind of integrating and having one look, one voice, one feel. I did notice that you guys have a new lounge at LAX, which is beautiful. But to me, I looked at it and I thought, wow, the lounge that you created feels like the interior experience of the airline. Like, it feels like you're inside the cabin. You've got the same color palette, some of the mood lighting, some of the same accents, but with so many pieces going on, how do you keep things integrated? Like, what are the ways that you would recommend for people to keep kind of a consistent look and feel across a brand?
You know, I think it's, again, kind of going back to what we were talking about with simplicity, I guess, trying to be as ruthless as possible. And I say that in kind of caveating it in the sense that you also want to leave room for creativity and leave room for these kind of spontaneous things to happen. But you know, I think a lot of times it's easy to kind of just, especially the longer you go on as a brand, to kind of accumulate and add new things and, you know, oh, this was boring, we did that last year, let's try something new. But I think, you know, with the brand audit especially, that can be a really nice thing, even for a brand that's been around forever. To kind of look at what you've done and go, oh wow, you know, we really strayed along this path, and come back and find the core elements that really are the things that you feel like best define the brand, and keeping it simple again, I think is something that's important to do. With Virgin, it's easy because, you know, we have really, red is like one of the prime colors that all the Virgin brands around the globe use, and it's something that really unifies, I think, the Virgin brand in general. And what's interesting is it's actually a color that's not really unique as far as brands go. I mean, if you think about Target, if you think about Bank of America, there's a lot of brands that use the color red as kind of this signifier. But I think it's in the way that you use it and the way that you do things, too, that's important. I think getting to the idea of things being original and first, you know, it doesn't always have to be something that's never been done. It can be the way you do it. I think about the iPod. You know, there were other music players out there. It wasn't that it was the first music player ever. It was just done in a really great way. And so I think that's another thing to keep in mind, is to, you know, to just focus on your own vision and voice, and hone that in and simplify that and refine that to the elements that are most important.
Great, great. We talked a little bit in Module 1 this morning about a brand book and a funnel test, but you just referenced the color red, and I actually have pulled a page from a Virgin style guide. You can't read the copy here, but what I wanted to talk about, and we referenced this earlier, is that, you know, there's all these Virgin companies. This is one page out of probably a 50-page style guide, where it talks about how the red should be when it's on metal, how it should be when it's on plastic, what the PMS color is, what if you're doing a 4-color process, what if you're doing a gloss. It's very, very deliberate so that you have consistency across all these companies. Now, for a small business, should you be thinking about that? Like, if you have a logo that's in a certain color, or how far do you need to go when you're just starting out?
Well, I mean, I don't think you want to labor over it where it becomes something that is impeding you kind of doing what you need to do. But I think for a small business, it's probably even easier than for a big one. I know when I worked at Nike, which is an immense company. I mean, they have offices in almost every country in the world, really a global brand. And their style guide is like this, huge Bible, and they're really strict about it. And in a lot of ways, because they're so big, it's hard to keep that big of a disparate kind of entity in line. So I think with a smaller brand or a company, it's actually even a lot of times easier to implement a style guide or to keep things tighter, because you don't have as many moving parts and not as many people kind of in the mix. So I think it's a really important thing. I would recommend it. I think the thing is to just not feel like it has to be this huge, expensive undertaking, which a lot of times a style guide or a branding kind of kit can be that. I mean, there's firms all over the world that just do that. They just specialize in creating those tools. So to not worry that like you're doing it wrong if you have an internal team that's just kind of trying to do that exercise themselves, I think that's okay. It's just the fact that you're doing it and that you're putting that as a priority, I think, is as important as anything else.
And I think you can probably start with, your fonts, the colors, PMS chips, kind of the basics, how your logo looks in black and white and color, like kind of the simples in a one sheet, right?
Yeah,
start
there's
with that.
kind of a basic list, and I think it probably a lot of times helps to have, whether it's a designer or some person who is kind of your go-to creative person. They could even be somebody that's external, but to have kind of one voice, at least in the beginning, where those things are running through, because I think that's a lot of times where people run into problems, is when there isn't really a chief and there's too many kind of people that are all having a voice and nothing's ever getting done. So I think to really identify who's the person that's going to own the brand, so to speak, and make sure that they're given enough leeway to really be able to set those things in stone, to make sure that they're followed.
Right. Now, with that, we've been talking a lot about the visual aspects of the brand and what it feels and looks like, but I also think that copy and how the tonality of copy really can impact what a company kind of sounds like and feels like. And one headline that I remember that we had for a billboard that was for Chicago, we were flying to Chicago, it was "Flying to the Windy City no longer blows," right? Do I have that right?
Yeah, it's fun.
So, that obviously has a tonality where it's kind of irreverent, it makes you laugh, like a little bit of a wink, but it feels very Virgin-esque. And so how do you keep consistency with copy? Because that's a really hard thing, and a lot of people are writing lots of blogs, lots of content, lots of storytelling. Is it just something where you have to know the tone of voice, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the places you start is know who's writing for you. And writing is such a complex, I'm definitely not a writer myself, and I really appreciate a talented writer, because they can make the most complex things sound brilliant and witty and simple and easy to get, and that's a big job. So I think knowing who's kind of writing for you and making sure that they understand the tone of voice is definitely really important. And I think it really depends on what your tone of voice is. I think to keep it consistent, making sure that that's really clear and that people know, whether it's, if you're a witty brand and that kind of emotive, fun, witty thing is what you want to convey as your kind of image, then making sure that everybody knows that and it's clear. A lot of times, as part of a style guide or branding kit, just a one-pager about tone of voice and who that brand is. You can even boil it down a lot of times into almost like a character profile, like, our brand is X, and it's, give it, kind of personify it, give it human attributes, so that someone can not only hear that voice, but see who that person is, like put kind of an image to this personality.
We used to do that at the ad agency. We would go through an exercise. If the brand was a car, what car would it be? If it was, a soda, what would it be? And so that you could actually then convey to people. It's just another exercise other than a mood board to try to explain it. So moving on to another concept, we talked a little bit about brand strategy earlier today, but I do think having brand strategy kind of inform your creative is really important. And for us, one of the examples that I gave was that first year for Virgin America, our strategy was all about visual demonstration, that we wanted to try to show the cabin as much as possible. So when I'm thinking about a brand strategy, and I'd love to get your opinion on it, but I look at it kind of as the doorway in. It's like our roadmap. How are we going to explain our company? But it's also
kind of the box that I would give to the creative and say, this is what we're trying to accomplish, and this is a sell. You know, the same things that we were saying about creative, I would look at it and say, you know, is it believable? Are you over-promising? Are you under-promising? I mean, Dan, you've got a business where it's a tech company. You can't guarantee fixing things, you know, immediately, but you can say that you can watch this and get a solution. So figuring out what is the strategy that actually works that you can then launch creative off of. So what do you look for a good strategy to make creative?
You know, I think, you know, for creative, strategically, you want things to really be, again, I mean, we keep coming back to the simple thing, and hopefully that's not kind of too repetitive, but I think, you know, simplicity and clarity for me are such important things, and as far as strategy goes, you know, if the strategy is clear and simple, you know, a lot of times in advertising, you know, you have the elevator pitch kind of idea where it's like, can you boil that idea down into this really simple thing that someone can get, you know, in the 2 minutes that you're going to be in the elevator with them. And I think, you know, taking that approach to strategy too, where it's like, how can this really be boiled down and made so simple that it's able to be actioned against? You know, it's simple enough for a creative person to look at it and go, okay, well, I'm going to be able to meet that strategy because it's really clear and I know I have to hit these 3 things. And like you said, is it about, you know, that we're going to be, you know, we might not be able to deliver tomorrow, but we know we'll be able to deliver 100% of the time. And so it's like boiling those things down into something that's really easy to understand, and where those bullet points, you know, don't go on for pages and pages. It's like, find the 3 most important things. I think a lot of times people want to be able to make everything, do everything for everybody.
Right.
And that's like the worst trap that you can ever get yourself into, because you're never going to be able to make everybody happy.
Right.
So.
Well, a couple strategies that I can recall from earlier in my career. One was working on Snapple, natural beverages, when that launched. And the creative strategy that we had was, you love us, we love you back, because it was all about consumer love for the company. So people would write in letters, and then the campaign would always answer. So that was what we used as a filter. You love us, we love you back. Another one that I can remember was for a bank, and the strategy was ka-ching. And so basically, the communication, everything that you looked at was supposed to give you the feeling of winning points or getting points. So it was that kind of that rush, right? So it was a word that described that feeling that you get. So when you buy the flowers, was it for love or was it for the points? You know, ka-ching. So the strategy doesn't need to be communicated, but it needs to be behind the idea. So I do think that it's important to have that, and it helps you with integration. And so again, it's something that you're going to want to think about when you've got your funnel test, you've got your mission, you've got kind of the vision, but then how am I going to execute it, and what's my unique selling proposition? Jeff, do you have a question? Nope, just thinking? All right, okay. The other thing that is great is we've talked a little bit, there are some lower cost ways to test things now. In the past, strategies, you would test them against focus groups, maybe animatics, that were very expensive. Now you can start doing things with SurveyMonkey, you can do things that are informal. You can also use some social media research, just kind of get some ideas out there. So I think that there are more unique ways to get feedback on creative. And then I think the other thing that's really happened over time is that in the past, my perception was that creative had to be like, you know, it was very high-end and very finished, and that people are much more accepting now because we're using iPhones to shoot videos. You know, we're not shooting on film all the time anymore. Like, there's a tolerance for more experimentation with creativity, and so I think you can test and learn and do a little bit more.
Yeah, of course. You know, I mean, I think, just the fact that people's viewing habits have changed so much, and that's, I think, really affected. I remember reading an article a while ago saying, you know, the move from the printed world to the digital world was really changing things for designers a lot, because everyone was so much more used to colors being really intense, because they were looking at things on a screen versus looking at printed material that was something that you could touch and feel. And that was really changing the way people design things, because they were now having to adjust what they did to fit with people's, you know, how they were reading things now. And I think, you know, that's something that's really interesting about how things change. And, you know, now people watch YouTube videos on their phone, and that quality is good enough, you know. So.
Do we have a question?
We do. This question is exactly what you're talking about. And so Steve Bargelt says, seems like kids and teens are all on YouTube constantly. and don't want to read much more than 140 characters at a time. While video allows us to be more creative, and it is more expensive to produce, or it can be, are small businesses missing out if they aren't creating cool and creative video marketing? And do you have any tips for small businesses and video marketing?
I definitely think that you're missing out if you're not doing video content. It's the way people are communicating more and more. Again, I even remember hearing an NPR show saying that more kids now know how to and are used to making a video as a means of communicating than they are even at writing a letter anymore. And so, I mean, that just shows you, I think, how times are changing and the importance of video and the immediacy of it too, I think, is the other thing. That it's something that can be, I was at a forum a few weeks ago about video, and they were talking about a lot of they had a lot of these YouTube kind of channel owners, and they were saying that it was intense to have to always keep up with video because people want things that are current. You can't just put one video up and let it languish for a year anymore. You have to have new video content all the time because that's what's keeping people coming back and staying interested. So I think, I think that the trap that people get into is, again, thinking that every video that they produce has to be this like $1 million thing, high gloss quality, and I don't think that's necessarily true. I think it's more about making videos interesting, and I was even going to relate it back to something, you were talking about a survey, and a lot of times stuff like that would be something that people would overlook and think, oh, well, that doesn't need to be creative at all. Why would we invest any time making that fun? And you want someone to do it, though. You want someone to take the time to go through it, and if it was fun, they would probably want to do it 10 times more than they would if it's just this dry, boring survey that's like, fill out these 10 questions and then go and, jump off a cliff or whatever. So it's like, I think you really have to take those opportunities. Little things can be the most impactful sometimes.
I love that. I mean, video, it's so shareable now also, which is great. And the other thing I'm seeing a lot is people creating ebooks that they're sharing on social media to, increase their expertise in a certain category. So that's another way that there's just so much sharing going on and a lot of free content. I mean, we were just talking with our legal advisor, Alon, who was talking about they've got this whole section that's all really content, but it is part of their brand now. So I think depending on what your business is, if you're a photographer, you might want to have a bunch of resources about great places to get retouching, or maybe there's a book on, how to do great lighting. Like things like that can improve your credibility and kind of your brand positioning. So you really need to think about what you want to accomplish. I put together just a list of things that I used to like to see on a creative brief when I was working with people. But so I'd want to know the strategy and kind of the core attributes and also what we were trying to accomplish with the communication, either the video or whatever we were making. But the project information, if you're launching a new product, what's different, what are the benefits. The target audience is so important. The right person, the right time with the right medium. You hear that all the time in marketing. The creative strategy, the tone. We talked a lot about tone earlier today. Do we want to be friendly? Do we want to be irreverent? And then kind of the goals. Another thing that was always really important was budget. And then this brief, I always like to see them less than one page because you don't want to be like overwhelmed and get into analysis paralysis. Now, as a small business owner, having a creative brief may seem like, extra steps and extra work. But if you go through this and you make yourself answer the questions, who is my audience? What am I trying to accomplish? Chances are is that you're probably going to have better defined creative and more success instead of trying to do all things for all people.
Yeah, and I mean, I think no matter how small you are, I think a creative brief is probably one of the most important parts of the process that you can have. I think you end up saving a lot of time and money if you start off with a really tight creative brief and get everybody who needs to make decisions in the room at the same time. I think that's one of the goals of the creative brief, is to really make sure everyone's heads are on the same page and that you're all kind of nodding to the same drum beat. And I think a good creative brief will do that.
Great. Okay, so creative development. One thing that I also think is really important in creative development is trying to check in as much as possible, because we know that time is money and revisions are money, and we hate that when it's like, oh my gosh, I need to redo this, redo that. And so different things that you can do. You obviously can have meetings with your team, but you can use your mood boards, wireframes, tissue sessions, comp ads,
and also learning to embrace feedback. So I have some samples of these things, but these are things that I was working on. This is a wireframe for an infographic that I was doing. And this is a mood board for said infographic. So it's a great way to, start using these tools before you go all the way to final production on something, because if you're spending, let's say hypothetically $100 an hour, $150 an hour, it's better to have the clarity up front. So in my case, when I'm doing creative, because I'm lucky I still have friends like Jesse, I'll say, hey, what do you think about this mood board? What does it make it, what is the feeling that you get from this? And it can be a good stepping stone. So these are just two examples of tools that are good for check-ins. Embracing feedback. So this is actually my book cover, which Jesse started, and he designed it for me. So we started over here and got all the feedback and ended up over there. But the point is that I think that as a creative, either a photographer or a designer, sometimes, even if you're doing a magazine, taking that feedback until you get used to it can be really hard. I'm sure with the t-shirt designs, sometimes you're getting feedback. But so we ended up, I think, in a really good place. But how was that process for you? We kept getting feedback from the publisher. It was like, oh, Jesse, I've got some feedback for you.
I think for me, the feedback stage is always, I think it's one of the funnest parts of the design process, because as a designer, I think you can go around in your head endlessly. You can always make something better. And so to get some type of feedback from the outside world, it can really help shape and define an idea. And a lot of times it's those boundaries and that box getting tighter that makes the best ideas come out. I think it's just knowing, for me, one of the big things is knowing when to give. I think is one of the most important things to learn as a creative person is, knowing when your voice needs to be heard and when it's okay to kind of be flexible and take that feedback and change and tweak things, which is it's a fine line. It's not always easy to do, but.
Right. Well, one thing that you just said was kind of how to give and take and how to get things done. And I'm going to call it creative hacking. I know everyone's using the phrase hacking these days. But I do think that, again, as a small business, we need to look at what are the ways that we can get things done and not spend tons of money. And you are the king of pulling in favors, looking for, solutions. How can we use things? One example is I have a girlfriend who has a handbag company. And recently she posted this great shot of a model with a handbag, and I was like, wow, that looks really good. I said, did you do like a photo shoot? She said, no, I got the photo from iPhoto, and then, photoshopped in the bag, put in the shadow, and it looked beautiful. So, there's stock photos, there's crowdsourced art. A lot of people are using 99 Designs for crowdsourcing. Templates, there's stock music. I mean, a great idea doesn't really have to break the bank, but tell me, what are you doing? What are some of your tips and tricks where you're saving money to try to get a good idea out there?
One of the biggest things I think that at Virgin America anyway that we do to kind of keep doing amazing work, but get it done for not as much money is.
This is the big secret. Everybody's waiting for it, right?
I know, right? This is going to be such a letdown now, but I think keeping the projects fun, I think to me is like one of the most important things. I think making sure that the project is really exciting and fun from the get-go. A lot of times you're going to be able to get people to participate and go beyond where they would have gone, whether it's a photographer or a director or an illustrator or whatever it is. If you can tap into what that creative person wants to get out of the project and make sure that you protect that and guard it, a lot of times you're going to get them to go 10 times farther and do things for a lot less than they would if you were kind of giving them this really boring project and saying, you have to do this, you have to do that, this is going to suck as a process. Then somebody doesn't even want to participate and add to and bring what they can do to the table. So I think that's really important.
Looks like we have a question.
I actually want to kind of share some tips that I've learned with the magazine. We have to have 1,000 pictures every single month, and then our blog constantly. And we're under tight watch. People watch us closely because we're a publication for what we use. And we have photographers who take great photos, and it's great, that we can use those, but it's not always enough. So what I found is sometimes I'll search online and find a photographer and I like the photo, and I'll just contact the photographer and ask them if I can use a photo. I've gotten yes 100% of the time because they want to be in the publication. And then I get a release, and then they let me use their photo, and I didn't pay for it. I've also, Flickr, of course, has their Creative Commons, but you still have to, attribute the artist, but those are free options. So for me, who doesn't have a budget, and I'm sure a lot of people, watching this probably are in the same boat as me and not at Virgin America where, they have a little bit more of a budget, but those are some free things that I've been able to do. And photographers are generally willing if you're going to give them something in return. You have to offer something. It goes back to the bartering you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, that's not, you're valuing the relationship and seeing, what can we do to support each other, and you're giving them exposure and potential work. So I love those ideas. So, another thing that I do think is important about ideas, and you have this with the magazine, obviously, each month you're doing a new issue, but looking for ideas that not only are emotional, but ideas that have legs. I mean, the ones that I can think of right now, the Absolute bottle, where every time you'd see an ad, they'd do a new interpretation of the Absolute bottle. But it's really nice when a big idea can actually, go farther than just one execution. Things that are extendable, and then things that you're like really passionate about. Like if you come up with that idea, and it may be something that's really simple and good, but like you're really excited about it, that can be a great big idea.
I think that's super important. I mean, I think that's a lot of times what can make an idea great is that the people behind it really believe in it and are passionate about it. I think, again, Apple for me is a great example. They're obviously beautiful and amazingly designed products, but they do things their way, and that's what makes them so great. They've got a singular person at the top of the company that has a vision and sticks with that and does it their way or the highway. And a lot of times I think having that much kind of belief in what you're doing and really standing behind your own work is as important as anything else. Because if you don't like your own work, then no one else is going to like it.
Jeff, did you have a question?
Hey, Jesse.
Hey.
Just thought maybe you could talk a little bit about big ideas that have engagement aspects related to it using social media. Is that part of your charter and things that you try to get involved in?
Yeah, I mean, definitely like looking for a social angle is like, it seems like one of the most important things that everybody does now. It's like you almost don't want to put an idea out if there's not some type of engagement or social component to it. So yeah, we're definitely always looking for that, and whether it's with an event that we're doing, try to create some type of a contest or a game. You hear the word gamification a lot. I think gamification is a term that comes up a lot now, I think, and that, again, getting back to that idea of fun and making things interactive and finding ways where your audience is going to be able to participate. So yeah, I think definitely looking for those opportunities wherever they are and just finding something that your fans are going to like to participate in and creating those opportunities for them to have a hand in your brand, I think is really important.
When you do that though, how much of a challenge is it to maintain the brand tone and voice when it becomes a little bit like the Wild Wild West when,
It's definitely hard, I think, especially if you're letting brands letting your collective fan base make decisions. I think that can be hard. It's funny, you see that now, like there's been a couple examples in the last few years of big brands trying to redo their logos and hitting like immense feedback.
Gap, I remember, yeah.
There was a big thing with the London Olympics actually too, where there's these massive outcries from the fan base with like the brand trying to redo its logo. And you actually then saw the brands go back and go back to their old logo because their fan base was so intense about it. And I think, what was that, good or bad? I don't know. I mean, somebody obviously decided at the top of Gap somewhere that they wanted to refresh and make a change, and maybe they would have been better to stick with it versus letting kind of everybody decide for them. So I think it's hard, I think to draw that line. But
well, maybe it's okay because maybe it's like any PR is good PR. I mean, a good friend of mine owns Pop Chips, and he did this really cool thing where they solicited videos to become the vice president of social media under Ashton Kutcher, who was brought in as sort of the head, and they got something like 150,000 videos. and some were wildly creative, and they all posted, and some of them went viral. And so, you know, again,
Right.
maybe it just doesn't matter if they spell your name right.
Yeah, no, I think so. A lot of the time, I think it's just about, again, it's about what you want your brand to be.
Well, I want to go a couple of examples.
Really quick, Porter?
Yeah.
We actually need to fix your mic. So we're going to
okay.
ask Jesse a question or two while our wonderful audio
Do you want me to
technician
stand
fix
off to
you.
the
I
side?
think that'd be great, yeah. So, Jesse, just for a moment, we have Andrea AT Design who's wondering, how do you keep it fresh? What is inspiring you to keep your creative fresh and not suffering creative burnout?
I definitely always encourage designers that I work with to travel, I think is a huge thing. Changing your environment. And travel could even just be getting out of from behind your desk. You know, it could be taking an off-site lunch and working at the museum or, you know, on the waterfront or whatever it is. But even more than that, going to a new city or a new country and really taking, you know, I think creating a zone within your company, whether that's budget or time, whatever it means, for kind of travel research and development, I think is really important to keep creative people inspired. I think making sure that there's always a healthy kind of dose of stuff. So whether that's magazines and videos, you know, making sure that the people in your department are collaborating and working and sharing ideas. You know, what's the latest music show they went to and what's the coolest poster they've seen lately. So just encouraging that kind of cross-pollination of ideas, I think, is really important too.
That's great. And just a really quick follow-up on that, because you touched on it. What sources do you go to? Like, what the specific question was, what brands besides Virgin do you feel are really kind of on the edge of modern branding and creative?
I mean, I definitely look at a lot of the fashion brands. I think do pretty cool stuff, whether it's in illustration and design or video. So I mean, Levi's is always one that I've thought was pretty cool. Nike, I definitely, having worked there, they always do pretty interesting stuff, whether it's, you know, interactive, mobile type design, all the way to, like, you know, shoes that are really interesting materials and whatnot. I love to check out video stuff. There's a site that I go to pretty frequently, actually, called motionographer.com, where it's kind of like a scraping of like the top kind of videos that are being done by kind of the creative universe. So it's all of the top production companies and animators and designers, and, you know, like the titling sequence to Iron Man, or like some crazy kids, you know, student video. So it's a pretty fun place to just see like lots of different video stuff, but that's really solely centered around kind of creative stuff.
That's great.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to be having a call with Mike from Dollar Shave, but I wanted to talk about a couple other creative ideas before we go to that. So Spanx is now a $1 billion brand, but when I was preparing for this class, I was reading about a whole bunch of different startups, and, you know, I really like the idea of what are you doing different or better in your company. And the founder of Spanx, she actually used to take her nylons and cut off the bottom of them before she had invented Spanx, and she would wear them so that she could have the, you know, the flat, no panty line. And is this embarrassing that we're talking about
No,
panty
that's
lines?
fine.
We're all right talking about panty lines?
I have this problem all the time.
Panty lines? But so this was the creative that she started with, where it was basically a before and after. This is what was happening with the normal underwear, and this is what's happening with Spanx. This is not an expensive thing to produce, right? But you get the idea. That's how she launched her company. So I guess the point is that creative doesn't have to be this like overwhelming, you know, huge production. If you have a good product and a good idea that supports it, some of the ideas are going to come forward. So, you know, I think this is just a good example of a simple idea. Now, that's not executed in this like brilliant design way, but there's certainly an idea there.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
And I mean, it kind of maybe goes back to some of the, you know, buzzwords you had on your list in the beginning, which is like, you know, simplicity, honesty, you know, having a good idea and just putting it out there in a really kind of simple, truthful way, which is like, you know, this situation is not ideal, just you can make it better or whatever, so.
Right, that was a very eloquent way of saying that. Yeah, so thank you for that. So we are going to be doing Dollar Shave Club next.
I think some of you know the brand. If you're international and you're watching this around the country, what I would say is that you should go on. We're going to show the video. But what's interesting, because I have chatted with Mike before, I'll give you a little bit of the background before we have him online. But so Mike used to be a videographer, and he actually was approached, this sounds like a joke, but it's true. He was approached by a rabbi who said, I've got a couple of cartons of razors. Do you want to help me unload these razors and start a business? And, you know, we can check this with him to make sure I have my facts straight. And he said, you know, because he was a brand guy, he wanted to, like, he said, I'll do it, but I want to have a brand. I don't want to be like buyrazors.com. I want to actually create a club and have something that's kind of, you know, manly and, you know, more of a feeling around it. So he came up with, this is Mike here, he came up with this idea for a video, you know, had some video production background, launched it, and his first week, I think he had about 4 million views on the video. As I told you before, with scaling, the site went down because he wasn't ready for that kind of thing. And I think he was on vacation with his family in Colorado, like wondering what was going to happen. They're like, oh my God, this thing's going crazy. So you never know when an idea is going to hit. And we are going to watch it. I'm not sure if we're ready to watch it yet, but we're going to watch the video. Are we ready for that? Yep. Yep. So should I advance forward?
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis. And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, Pop-Up. Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors, we're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on. I know karate, I know jiu-jitsu, and drive like a gangster when I'm coming to see you.
So before we bring Mike on, I just want to hear kind of your thoughts as a creative person and also here in the audience. But why do you think that's so successful?
Because it's fun. I mean, everything from the copy of the script to the random props. I mean, it just, you can tell he had fun making it. So I think to me, that's like watching it. It's just, it feels original. It feels effortless. It's not taking itself too seriously. And it's, yeah, really inventive. Even like, does the word shave tech exist? I don't know. I thought that was pretty funny. So, yeah, I think it's just, it's embracing that idea that, you know, an idea doesn't have to be elaborate and crazy to be great, that it should just be fun and really take a different approach to something.
Emily?
And it's a video that you want to share. Like, I would want to share that with my friends because I think it's hilarious. And then I also was wondering, are women allowed to be a part of the Dollar Shave Club? Like, can I get my razors there?
I think you can, but you're going to have to ask Mike that. So we'll have him on the line in a couple minutes. Now, do any of you remember seeing that ad?
I have shared that 1,000 times. Like, that is my favorite video ever. Like, I always tell people how genius it is. I'm like, I want to make a video like this one. This is how I want ours to be because it's genius to me.
So tell me, what is it that you think is genius about it?
It's so original. It's completely different. It's so offbeat that you're not expecting it. And his personality in it has a lot to do with it. I think it was his acting. You know how he stayed so serious. You know, the sense of humor was very funny. But I just like really creative, offbeat types of things.
Great. Does it make you want to join the Dollar Shave Club?
I tried. I actually tried, but it was actually that first week, and it was down. So, and then later on, I signed up, and they were on back order, and it was like for a long time. And then my husband and I talked afterwards, and I haven't gone back, which is horrible, but it did make me want to do it.
I was just going to say I have a ton of respect for what he did. It's irreverent. I love what you said, Jesse. It doesn't take itself too seriously. But at the same time, you know, there's wildly creative things that don't get a point across, and that totally gets his point across about 10 times throughout. So it's solid.
I think too, he doesn't come across as though he's trying too hard to sell you on it. He's making a statement. You know, we're sort of put off by the fact when companies try to push a product to you, like sort of that car salesman mentality, and that's the complete opposite. You know, it's lighthearted, makes you laugh, and it sort of kind of exudes that vibe. It's very similar to the Old Spice commercials. I don't know if you've seen those, you know, with the guy in the shower.
Well, let's bring Mike on so that we can share our great feedback with him. Can't wait. Yay! How are you?
Hi, guys. Hi, Porter.
Oh my gosh, I miss you.
I miss you too.
How's everything going?
You look great. You're very tiny, but you look great.
So funny. We just watched your video, and I don't know if your ears were burning, but people love it. Larissa was just saying that she's shared it 1,000 times, and she thinks it's the best video she's ever seen.
Well, that's great. Is that the same lady who saw it, tried to sign up back in March of last year, and then never came back?
That would be. So you were listening. So you got the conversation.
I did. We're here.
So women can sign up as well?
The question was can women sign up?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, you know what? I have a couple questions for you, Mike. First of all, congratulations. The business is growing. I know that you've got all sorts of things going on. A lot of people have asked you, how do you make a video go viral? And I think that you're great creative, and the script and kind of the execution was part of it. But did you do anything else to seed kind of the virality of the video?
Sure. So there's a couple things that we benefited from the day of the launch, and one of those was that we launched a new business with some investors who the press is interested in, and so the tech press covered our launch that day, and we had a great visual asset in the video to tell that story, to help tell that story. So we benefited from that. Also, it was a slow news day. There were no meteors in Russia. And so we didn't have to compete with any major news events. Also, I think we launched that video purposefully on the eve of South by Southwest 2012. So that's the time of year when everybody is kind of thinking South and digital and innovative and creative. And, you know, we wanted to get ahead of that because there wasn't really anything to talk about yet related to technology or South by. So we launched 2 days before the festival last year, and that I think gave people something to talk about and spread virally, or spread socially, I should say. So I think we benefited from the coverage, and our PR team did a great job of getting the video out there to people that would be interested. And then I think also, you know, and this doesn't answer your question exactly, but I think what our video did was it told a story, and you know, it told a story that guys are used to. Well, they're not used to hearing that story, but the soil for this business was very fertile. Guys have been frustrated for a long time with the price of brand name razors and going to the store to buy them. It takes too much out of your day, and it's a pain in the ass. So the soil was fertile for that story to be told, I should say.
Did you ask influencers to kind of retweet and kind of like seed the influencer community too? Did you do that?
No, we did not. And I think that, you know, when we launched that video, there was one employee. We didn't have a social marketing machine. We did not have employees. I mean, we had some interns and we had some business folk that were helping us out on the side. But they did not. Yeah, we didn't have an infrastructure, and I think that, you know, because we didn't go after influencers, we we benefited from kind of that homegrown vibe, you know?
So very organic, very natural. I think you told me that, weren't you skiing or on vacation with your family and you didn't know what was going to happen? Is that correct?
No, right before I launched the video, I was in Park City skiing with my family, and then I came back on Sunday night, and we launched the video that Tuesday.
Okay, and so what would you have done differently? Anything? Or do you look back and think, oh my God, that was incredible, I'm so lucky?
Yeah, I think definitely we're so lucky. If anything, I would have ordered, I would have ordered more help. And I would have certainly had more inventory on hand, and I would have cranked our servers up to 11.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Question from Emily.
What time did you launch the video? Did you look into the timing of it? Was it in the morning, midday, afternoon?
Yes, so it's a good question, and a lot of people don't think about when the right time to launch something, whether it's an email or a piece of creative or anything is. That's a very important thing. We launched it at 6:30 a.m. Pacific, so 9:30 a.m. On March 6th, 2012, and we did that because my philosophy kind of is, at Monday, everybody's digging out of their inbox. Nobody's thinking about the next hot thing necessarily. They're not thinking about forwarding around much socially. Tuesday, they come in. By 9:30, everyone's kind of at their desks and they're energized for the week and they're kind of ready to go. So that's why we picked that time.
Tuesday is known as a pretty good day for getting news too and press. A lot of people pick Tuesdays. Jesse, one thought that I have for you, Mike, is how much of your brand kind of feeling and positioning did you have developed before the video, and what kind of came out of the video?
I always knew that, I always believed in the power of video to tell a story, and I had written that script a couple months before we ended up shooting it, which was about 6 months before we launched it. And I think what came out of that video was a great, the early, as it were. All we had to do really was go back to that as our North Star, as our compass, and say, does it stand up to that, but does it honor that? Does it feel like it would come out of that video? Is it a logical extension of that? And obviously, as we grow and launch new products, things will change and evolve, but I think, what that video gave us was, as close to a brand Bible as you could get for the early days.
Great. Now, I know your strategy lately with videos is that you don't want to overuse video. I've seen you using a lot of social media, you're doing a lot of contests, you're getting people in through email, but tell me, why are you not just doing video after video after video since you had success?
I think a lot of young companies make the mistake of stepping up to the microphone too often, and they end up drowning themselves out. And people ask me, well, are you going to do a second video? And of course we're going to do a second video, but I'm not going to give it away. But it's not going to be about the razors, because nothing really tells the story as cleanly and as simply as the original video does, and to launch anything else would really drown that out, I think. So yeah, we are anxious to recapture the power of social and step up to the microphone again, but it doesn't make any sense for us to do that until we have something really new, fresh, and exciting to say.
So, do we have a question, Jeff?
Mike, this is Jeff Skult. Was that a conscious effort to formulate a brand voice, or was that just your personality that organically landed on the page?
It's a good question, and that's basically me. I don't talk like that all the time, but I think if you saw my personal Facebook feed around the time of the video launch, people would say, "Oh, yeah, that's him. Of course, that's him. That's what he does."
Well, I remember when I met you in person for the first time, not that I was laughing about it, but you really remind me of the character and the guy and the person in the video. So I do think that you're
your brand is very similar to who you are as a person too. So it was fun.
Yeah.
So what are you guys doing now, marketing-wise? You had this great piece of creative. How are you maintaining and keeping the momentum?
Sure. So since we launched that video in March of last year, so it's about a year ago, we've taken on a staff and we've raised some more money. And what we're doing right now is we're trying to blow as much awareness into the top of the funnel as possible, and then make those dollars as efficient as possible by retargeting folks that don't convert through email. So they'll come to the site, they'll put in their email address, and if they don't end up making a purchase, then they enter what we call the remarketing flow, the email remarketing flow. And we send them a bunch of on-brand, funny emails designed to get them to convert and get them excited about the brand. Like, hey, why haven't you come over here yet? Or are you Nigerian royalty? You must be, because how else are you affording to pay top dollar for razors? So, you know, we're putting a lot of money into awareness and then making sure that we make it as efficient as possible with some of the cheaper digital stuff.
Great. Now this morning I was talking to people a lot about figuring out their cost per acquisition and what they could afford to spend on each person that was coming in, and why it's really important to get the email. But you guys obviously have it down to a science now. You are retargeting, you're getting the emails, but how much does analytics play into kind of your process?
Sure. Analytics is very important. Data is very important. We are still trying to get better at it because all the information that we need is there. It's being recorded. But given the technical limitations that we have, the resources limitations that we have, you know, we can't always pull the data out the way we want to, as fast as we want to. So that's just the challenge of a startup. That's, you know, par for the course. But you know, we know a lot of information about our members, both from Google Analytics, from some stuff that we've done with Experian, and so we have a pretty good idea of who our guy and our girl is, and we use that every day.
Experian, are you looking at zip codes? Is that what you're looking at?
Well, we have the zip codes from folks' mailing addresses because we send them a package every month, or every other month if they're on the Not So Hairy plan.
Wow. Well, I really, really appreciate you being with us today. Any other questions before looks like we've got one question from the internet.
Yes, we do. Monty Mumu from Seattle says, despite the level of unexpectedness that comes with viral videos, you've talked about some very specific aspects that surrounded the video's release, time, day, and etc. Are there any other repeatable patterns that you think might be associated with a viral video's success?
Yeah, I mean, I think in general you want to not be predictable, and so that comes both in terms of creative and execution. I think, yeah, we'll probably look to launch it around the same time of day, probably the same day of the week. Can you hear me, or what's happening?
Yeah,
we can hear you. It's just the video is looping for some reason.
The video's doing something
so we can hear
funny,
you just
but
fine.
we can hear you.
Oh, wow. I'm actually doing that right now while talking. It's multi-talented. So, yeah, there's a lot that you can do to repeat the pattern. I think it has everything to do with the voice that you know, keeping a consistent voice and make sure that you honor what has come before. And, yeah, using the same channels. And I think people will be responsive to our next set of creative.
Okay, last question for you. First of all, thank you. We've got one more question from the internet, and then I have one question. But did you have any fear about it? Were you like, oh my gosh, I'm going to do this and spend all these resources? Or did you have complete confidence that I'm going to go for it, and you just were moving forward?
I think that's what the entrepreneur does. I think, yeah, in the back of your mind, you always have doubt.
Yeah. Do we have a question from the internet?
We do have a question.
And you're always a little bit scared, but
okay, I'm gonna try.
Hello?
I'm gonna try and ask this question.
One last question, but we're so grateful, Mike, for your time.
Okay, from Shroomy, and there's a conversation going on about fun. So do you have any ideas around, maybe for all of you, suggestions on making videos engaging when fun isn't necessarily appropriate for what that business or brand is. So for example, dealing with health issues or such. So what are some thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's really a good question, and I think there are plenty of videos that go viral that have no humor in them at all. You know, it just really has to do with connecting to your, being true to what your mission is. I mean, I've seen, you know, it's funny, the day that we launched our video was also the day that Joseph Kony video came out, which I know you guys have all probably seen. And that went viral, and that's not funny at all. That's one of the most serious things I've ever seen. So it's really just about, I guess the tips that I would have would be, number one, keep it short as possible, because nobody wants to watch your 10-minute video. Number two, make sure that it's, you know, identify the problem that you're solving, and yeah. Oh, hey, there we go. I'm back. Identify the problem that you're solving, and make sure that you're being very direct about that. I think I heard somebody in the audience here say it right before I came on, but you know, I think that we make the point over and over and over again about why Dollar Shave Club is a better way to solve a very important need for guys. And I think you just need to be very clear, and but I think you just need to be honest with yourself when you're editing. And it's an old writing trick. You have to murder your darlings. But be honest with yourself and say, are you going to, you know, do you need to say everything you think you need to say, or can you make it shorter? So that's what I'd say.
Yeah, great. Emily has one last question.
This is Emily Silver, and I have one more question. Where did you post it? Did you post it on Facebook? Did you post it on YouTube? Did you do both? Twitter?
We put it on YouTube,
okay.
And that was it. We certainly posted the link on our Facebook page, and we certainly tweeted it out. But you know, at that point, we didn't have any followers, so that wasn't what did it.
Well, so thank you, Mike, and to everybody that's watching. There are razors available, so go to Dollar Shave Club and go get your razors now. It's a great company, great brand. Lots of exciting things coming from you guys in the future. So thanks for being with us today. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Porter. Come visit me in LA.
All right, so that was fun, right? He's
Yes,
so inspiring.
absolutely.
And I think that it also is just a really great example of simple. And it was a lot of things that we were talking about. It's on brand. He was doing something that is different in a category, figuring out how to change. Like, who would have thought that razors could be branded or communicated in that kind of way? And so I think that you have to just really challenge yourself. What can I do with my business that's different? What can I do that can bring it to the forefront in a way that's going to be memorable? So it's pretty exciting.
You know, I think too, one thing that I would, because you hear it a lot, people saying, I want to make a viral video, or let's do a viral. I almost would never use that word. I don't think you make a viral video. I think you make a good video, and it goes viral if you're lucky, right? So I think thinking you're going to make a viral video, you've already probably limited yourself from ever doing it. I think I don't think he thought, this is going to be viral. I think he just thought, let's make this really funny video, and that's cool. And like you said, it told a story, and it was funny, and it got right to the point, and he had fun making it. All those things are what made the video ultimately viral, I think, not that he ever thought, this is going to be a viral video. So I think trying to kind of like remove that word from your dialogue is probably helpful.
I think coming from passion and creativity is probably a better place to be, right? And just to like kind of let those ideas really come out. Jeff?
I don't know whether this is the appropriate segment to talk about this, but I'm very interested in the subscription model that he's taken on, and just wondering, you know, some of the secret sauce behind that, and then also I would imagine that just from sheer laziness, that there's a really low drop-off of people, you know, disengaging from it. You know, the razors come and it just continues to happen.
I think that with subscriptions, a lot of people, especially VCs, do like the subscription model because people are going to give the credit card, then they're going to get busy, and maybe they don't realize until 6 months later, you know, a year later, oh, do I really need to have this?
So subscription models are big right now. We've got Birchbox. There's one where you can get a subscription with your dog, like dog products. And a lot of people are doing them very tailored, very niche. So I think there's still, a lot of benefit to that idea, and one that we're going to see more and more of.
I think people are looking for more and more ways to automate the things
Yeah.
that they don't want to take time doing.
Foodsy.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get a lot of different things, and I think that's it. It's time and ease, and like that's what the app mentality is, right? We use apps that make our lives easier and more manageable. The same thing with the subscription boxes, but we will talk about that a little bit tomorrow because Mike, who's joining us, has a subscription product that he just launched on Kickstarter. So we'll go through that. So we're wrapping up day one. So wow, what a fun day one. We went through branding, business basics, naming, legal, and creative. And I'm so glad that you came to join us. It was really wonderful
Thanks for having
you
me.
here.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you have any other questions that you wanted to go through.
We do, Porter. We would love to take some time for our internet audience and studio audience to go back on things kind of throughout the day now that they've heard the whole day. So, and our first question is actually probably more for you, Jesse. So, well, for both of you, but several people have been asking, what is a wireframe? If you could just clarify that back when we were talking about the creative brief and creative process.
Okay, yeah. Well, a wireframe, I mean, normally I think that term is used along the process of developing some type of digital thing, whether it's a website or an app or an experience, whatever it is, but it's a term normally used in the kind of web development process. And basically what it is, it's almost like an architect's blueprint, I think is probably the closest thing. It's a very simple, clean way to just lay out the elements that you want to have in this digital piece. So it's not anything really that's going to relate to design necessarily. Like you're not worried about shapes or colors or even necessarily where things are. It's more to just make sure that you've got all the most important elements on the page somewhere and that you've kind of put them in the right spot so that you can identify, well, we're going to need about this much space for a nav bar. We're going to need about this much space for the home page carousel or whatever you want to have. And so it's just starting to map out the elements of a web project and to do it in a really clean way.
That's great. Okay, completely different question. A guest earlier today asked, as a retail store owner, what should I do to connect with my community? We were talking about branding and businesses. And
well, I would have lots of questions for that person, kind of, what kind of store they have, what kind of product offering, but I guess what I would think about first is, we're going to talk about this on day 3, is that your experience in the store is really important, and so I would map out all of the touch points in the store, what's happening when they come through, what's happening at the register, if there's a dressing room, what's happening there. Little things can make a difference. At Virgin America, we put flowers. Now, they couldn't afford fresh flowers, and so it was a plastic flower that was at the check-in, but that and a little red carpet, and all of a sudden somebody feels like a VIP. So map out your customer journey in the retail experience. Also think about the database. Try to figure out some way to communicate with them. We either want their email, we want them to follow us on Facebook. Now, I'm against, the follow me on Facebook everywhere, follow me on Twitter everywhere, because I think that it can be overwhelming. But try to get some kind of two-way engagement with the guest or the person coming. And also, thank them and make sure that they know that you really appreciate their business. I think a lot of times simple things like a smile or eye contact can make a world of difference in terms of the experience.
Great, thank you. Do we have any final questions with our studio? Yes, go ahead.
I was going to ask really quick. I see it's also on the agenda, I think, for tomorrow for the email and grabbing those email addresses and how to get them and what to give them back, how to lure them in, basically. Is that going to be talked about tomorrow?
Yeah, we're going to talk about that tomorrow.
Okay.
I really recommend on your sites offering some kind of incentive to get the email. So either it's technology tips, 10 things that you need to know to keep your computer backed up so you don't lose your files, that kind of thing. People are more likely to give you an email if you give them, reciprocate with something. But there's also tons of laws around canned spam, and you want to make sure that you do things appropriately and don't get fined, because fines can be up to $20,000 an email So we're going to have a whole hour on that. We're also going to talk about, in the morning, we're going to talk more about kind of technology and changes that are happening. We're also going to go through Kickstarter. Then we're going to go through website basics and building websites, different objectives, trends that are happening with websites, email, and then we're going to go into communication planning at the end of the day, just talking about media planning and communication planning. So that will be our exciting day too.
That is amazing. Before we leave today, do you have any final thoughts? Do you want to just kind of wrap it up, put a bow on today, and let people know out there what they should be taking away from what we learned today?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you to everybody that watched and came, and for all of the guests. But what I hope is that the content today, what we were trying to do was to get you to think about the foundation and really kind of laying the framework of your business. That's why we went through kind of the core attributes. We had the funnel test. We talked about a lot of things that you should do with naming and legal. All these things are really important because look at Mike's example. When that video went viral, do you think he had time to go back and do all his legal paperwork with his business partner? You need to be prepared and you need to be ready. So foundation work. Tomorrow we're going to talk more about amplification, and then getting in the third day, even trying to go wider on PR, social media, and how to get the message out even further. So what I hope is that you guys found some inspiration, some good questions, and some thoughts on how to make your businesses stronger. What I would love is for you to think about tonight again, just do the funnel test. Think about that, just one exercise. Bring that home and think about that for your business and bring that back tomorrow. We can start the day with that and then dive into all these other topics.
Hey. That's awesome. Just a reminder that that funnel test and a couple others, the one-page business plan and one-page marketing plan are all available on our course page if you enroll in the course. So go ahead and do that and download those.
As well as the first section of the ebook. You've actually provided that for free so that you guys can see a sample of what that full ebook is, so the whole first module.
That's right. I think the first 26 pages are on for free. So download that. You can see what the tips are and the resources and
what the whole ebook is going to be all about. So again, with enrollment on the course page.
Absolutely. So I want to say, Porter said thank you. I want to thank also everyone out there in Internet land who joined us today. It shows that you are ready to make a change in your business, and that's exciting. That's something that we love here at Creative Live. So thank you for joining us. Thank you especially to the 6 individuals here who came as far as they did to join us and be open and be willing to discuss your business. We really appreciate it. Huge thank you to all of our special guests, to Mike Pyle, Alon Rotem, Jesse McMillan, and Mike Dubin. Your knowledge and willingness to share has been invaluable for people out there. Biggest thank you, of course, is to Porter Gale today. Thank you. Let's give her a big worldwide round of applause.
Thank you.
And Porter, it's not just us in this room that are thanking you. There are a lot of things coming in online, so thank you for your comments as well out there. One of the most poignant things that I saw actually in social media today was a tweet from Roger Obley in Pittsburgh who said, in watching your class, at some point you have to realize that you can learn more from Creative Live than you can from the college class that you are sitting through. And that really struck me. I went to business school and I sat through a lot of semesters, a lot of colleges, and I paid a lot of money. And it's incredible for me to see people out there saying that they are learning more in one day, because we're not even through the 3 days, than they might have in their college classes. And Russ and I were chatting about that and saying, Russ was saying, think about the college class. He said to me, think about the college classes that you took. Say you took a semester of business. Do you remember? Do you remember what it was? No, you don't. And I don't. I don't remember all the content. What would you pay to be able to go and revisit all of that learning, all of that content, without having to actually go back to school? And that is what we're doing here. What I love about this program is that you have broken it out into 12 modules. And I've been thinking about those as Like a semester is about 12 weeks. And if you think about looking at this business class and going through and being able to go back and revisit those, you can't do that with your college classes. You can with this Creative Live program. And you can do that for $249. Again, what I paid for my education was an incredibly larger multiplier of that, and you don't have to. And you don't have to go back to your college either. Right? And so, again, this workshop is a $249 course, but you can get it today for $149. That will include all 3 days of videos, as well as the ebook that we've been talking about, which takes what we're learning here even further. So there is a buy button that is right beneath the video screen that you are watching now. And I'd like just to congratulate those of you out there that have already purchased this course, that are taking yourselves seriously, taking your business seriously, and know that you want to think bigger, as we've been talking about today. So everyone, with that, you had one more?
Yeah, I thought there was something else that we would mention. Coming up next month, we have a number of opportunities available for more people to personally invest in their own businesses and come join us on Creative Live to be sitting in these uncomfortable seats that we provide and be able to work one-on-one with these world-class instructors that we bring in. It's also an opportunity to network with other people within the photography or entrepreneurial world. I know two people here already. One person runs a fashion magazine, one person is a photographer who shoots fashion, and they've already started talking. This is an opportunity for you to advance your business. We have a couple that I want to highlight. April 11th through the 13th, Rob Adams is coming to teach Final Cut Pro X. If you're interested in doing video, if you're looking to be able to edit your own work, that is a program that you can use, and Rob will be going in depth into how to use that. April 15th through 17th, Jared Platt is teaching Lightroom 101. And April 25th to the 27th, Dave Cross is teaching Making Money with Photoshop, which is actually going to be two kind of separate workshops together. It's actually the 25th to the 28th, and it's automation and efficiency in Photoshop, and then creativity in Photoshop. So it's going to be two different ways to use Photoshop to increase your business opportunities. So if you are interested in applying to be here in any of those workshops, go to our blog at creativelive.com/blog and check it out, and we hope to see you here. And if we don't, we also hope to see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. For day 2 of Building Your Brand with Porter Gale. So we will see you tomorrow morning.